Yes, sir. Mic check. Mic check. Realm. Y'all been patient. All my levels. What's going on? Oh, man. We got so many in here. It is crazy to see y'all this early. Hustle and motivate. What's going on? Let me know if my level's good. Let me know if I'm a little too loud. I turn myself up a little bit, but if I'm too loud. But because my laugh when I yell, when I do that, they get mad. So just let me know when my high level is too high. But yo, it's so many of y'all in here. This is crazy, man. I don't think King should show up today. What y'all think? Yo, what's going on? Hustle Motivate, Necromancy. What's going on? We need therapy. Yo, Mike Mullis, OG, NLG. What's up, brother? Yo, I should have get you in here, but I figured you might have had, a little Sunday service, but what's going on? Audio on the phone. See, okay, there you hustle. You already know. Craig Hooligan, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Joe Mac, Q-Tay Clan ain't nothing. You already know. Boozy the Clown, what's going on? Yo, Alan Victor, what's going on? Only on Xbox, Eagles fan. Godly Trident, Badman. What a Badman do? You already know. Gonna be dropping a quick freestyle, you don't know. What's up? What's good? I got energy today. But nah, oh man, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I don't know King about to do what King gonna do. I don't know. But all right, no doubt. OG, I will hit you. Matter of fact, do me a favor, OG, hit me, NLG, hit me in the DM, and I will talk to you on the certain conditions. But yeah, man. So we got that. It's gonna be crazy. You know what I'm saying? B. Lou, what's up? Sip Lord, what's up? What's going on? Oh man, I know. Y'all want King. We're gonna do it right. This is a monster show. Y'all been patiently waiting. It's the main event. No disrespect to anybody else, but y'all know here in the realm, there's been one Lord who's been on his square. There's been one Lord who has prophesied certain things. So we got to give him his flowers, but I do have to set it up. You know what I mean? I have to set it up right. There's been a lot of events we've missed. So, we got to give you the chronological order. But it's going to be a fun show. We got allegedly, some people coming through. And we're going to be respectful. We're going to have fun. And yeah, I might keep the keg on King. I know. 96% right. Oh, y'all got his 96% right. Y'all spitting his bars before he come on. King is the MVP. He is definitely the MVP. I can't take that from my man. He makes us great. And Malcolm Hendricks, what's going on? $5 super chat. GMG fam in here. Okay. GMG, what's going on? Salute. Deron James, what's up? Gamer man. King, wait, what King? I know, he coming. He's in the dressing room. Jonathan B here. You already know it's crazy. DeVito, I hope so, DeVito 20. Eagle fan, yeah. This is the energy I need. I need y'all like this every week too. Christopher Hawk, I need you. What's going on, man? Account. But look, let me go backstage. Get Addict. We got a monster show. Strap in. It's going to be fun. We're going to hit this thing from a lot of angles. The Lord's obviously got to lose the latest out of all the other podcasts, but we're definitely going to try to do something nice for y'all, something different, something fun. You know what I mean? So get ready, buckle up, Realm, and I appreciate y'all. Real talk, though. I really like to see y'all tweet how excited y'all are for this show. It's very humbling. Make a boy get emotional, but it's all about King today and what else we got planned. So I'll see y'all in a minute.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that fire. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
sick of
going.
this.
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that
this.
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of this.
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just some super
Keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
some
that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
some
that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
some
that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Here. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, hot mics and all of that. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and the Lords of Gaming.net, episode number 241. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm very excited about our potential special guest. And we've got Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard. PC and mobile ramifications with Battle.net and King. The desire for Call of Duty on PlayStation. And Sony's potential response to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. So let's introduce the four horsemen of gaming, those original gaming knights of the realm here at the round table with some somewhat time-sensitive intros based on the flow of the show. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Attic, how we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I did desire to do an intro, but I don't want to now. So I appreciate everyone coming through, man. We're gonna have a good show for you.
Hey, talk a little bit longer. I'm still copy pasting these super chats.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Saul's copying and pasting these super chats, man. We got to talk about you know what I've been playing.
What you playing, sir?
I've been playing this Yu-Gi-Oh game. Damn it! Like, I'm so sick and tired of Konami every 4 years, just putting something like it's just like it's like they doing the cat and mouse thing. Oh, you want it? Oh no, you don't.
I know how you get with Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. I know.
Yeah, and now it's a free to play. Yeah, it's good, but it's a free to. You know what's funny? I was playing and I was doing really good, and then I kept going up because they have a little tier system. The better you do, the better people you get matched up. After about an hour, I was at my girlfriend's playing it, and I just started complaining. She's like, well, "I thought you were doing good." I was like, "Yeah, I was." Now I'm playing good people.
That ain't fun no more. That ain't fun.
It's like now I realize why I want out of this system.
No doubt. And of course, hopefully ready with an influx of super chats to deal with.
I'm ready.
Our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
I am generally good this week. It's been a week. It's been quite a week.
It's been a week, gentlemen.
So it really has. There's a lot to dissect. There's a lot to talk about.
A lot of prophecy talk, right?
Yeah. So before we get into any talk, on a serious note, there's a lot of stuff that's been said about what's going on this week and things that have happened, whatever. But I think there's some things that need to be addressed.
Okay.
So before I pass it on to King, what I wanted to do is to kind of just show you guys a little statement by somebody that I consider to be, quite frankly, one of the great minds of our time.
Okay.
So I want to just share that with you guys.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So let's do this.
I have a feeling this is going somewhere.
Yeah, I'm very nervous.
I have no idea what the hell is going on.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Let's get whatever's about to happen. Uh-oh.
Can y'all see?
Yeah, I see me in white.
Incognito.
I see me in white. What's up with me?
Let's put the volume up.
All right, let's do that then.
Now another one that doesn't make sense at all, but it's a pie in the sky thing.
Which one?
There is a publisher out there right now that is hemorrhaging goodwill left and right. Just hemorrhaging goodwill.
Are you talking about CD Projekt Red?
No. They're not a publisher. That's Activision Blizzard.
Oh, I know what you're doing, Sam.
Right now, I don't know.
Yeah, but
so,
again, I think Microsoft's
out there ran that
right
scarlet
now.
letter right now. I don't know. PR purposes.
But it is that thing where
make.
I think Microsoft it has that sort of cleansing thing over the.
Oh, he Sostradamus in us. He tried to Sostradamus the moment.
Please. And no, radioactive isotopes.
I personally
those dudes are
They
radioactive.
could fix it. They
cannot fix that. They
can
no.
Like I said, it's still pie in the sky.
But
just
that's
think
a really big pie in the sky.
I know what you're gonna say.
Because COD, this is the thing, right? COD, I wouldn't make COD exclusive. I would do with COD what I did with Minecraft.
I don't want to lose Sarah Bond to become the head of Activision.
Oh
my God! I don't want that.
Yo, that's
So,
probably
I'm
what
just
they would do
saying,
if they bought them. They would probably send
I'm
her over
just
there.
saying.
No.
that
Solve
in
is so
terms
messy
of
today.
reach, in terms of
He's
We
like,
get it, Saul. We get it.
We get it, Saul. Saul, we get it.
It's a
Stop the
prominence.
damn foot. Stop the tape. Stop the tape. Stop the cut the footage. That was
All right.
That
You
was
were right.
unauthorized.
I love you. I love all of you.
Okay, hold on.
That was
Let me
unauthorized.
respond. Let me respond to your silliness. Okay, you are right. You did call that, but to be fair, no one in there claimed that it wouldn't happen. We just claimed that they couldn't. cleanse all the
No. You said it ain't
So-
happening.
so-
Listen. I said I didn't want Sarah Bond to be put
there.
in charge.
Yeah,
because
that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna get into the whole ramifications of the situation.
Well,
but
And then
yeah,
He got me backpedaling. Hold on. Hold on.
It's all you got to be realistic
stop,
here.
stop.
At that time,
like that.
that is such a huge thing to think, though.
But
You know what I'm
here's the thing.
saying?
But here's the thing, though.
No,
I'm
it is.
gonna step. I'm gonna step.
Yeah,
He
I like that.
he ain't say he ain't put his chest out. He ain't stand on it all the way.
No, he stood on
Yeah,
that.
you didn't do
He
a
stood
bend the knee. It don't matter.
no.
You didn't do a bend the knee. It don't
He ain't put
matter.
bend the knee. It don't count, addict. He ain't put bend the knee. It don't count.
I don't need your knees. I have your soul.
Yo, listen.
Moving
what
on,
he
and of
said-
course we have
listen.
the Incredible Hulk of the.
No.
Moving on. Moving on.
We ain't gonna blow vape past this. We're gonna let this dude get all of this right here. I'm gonna tell you right now. That was a pie in the sky wish.
It really was.
And my
Yes.
man did the Hail Mary. And Keyshawn Johnson came down. He did the baby paw. And Keyshawn Johnson came down with that inside the end zone. And you know what? And on God and them, if this is the difference between a lot of you frauds out there. This is the difference between a lot of you frauds out there that be claiming all this. I got sources. This is the, hold on, man. I gotta give my man his props.
All right, no
you know
doubt,
what?
no doubt.
This is a nail on the head. So just in case, I want y'all to rewind it. I want y'all to put that on your back. I want all you dudes that be out there capping and screaming. This is the only dude that said it.
Facts.
This is the only dude that said it. And everybody
what?
here on this panel was like, nah, man. So I'm gonna
I
tell
gotta
you
bend the
right
knee to
now.
solve all
I gotta
that.
bend
gotta
the
bend
knee.
the
We gotta
to
give
solve
Saul
That's
his knee.
my
Let's
dude right there.
I love
I'm not
y'all.
doing it on camera. You didn't
Yeah,
win
he
it.
don't care
I
about
gotta
that.
bend
He
the
got-
knee.
He on our
I
team.
He ain't
He on our
he
team.
asked for souls. He out here soul reaving.
First off, real quick, shout out to over 1,000
Are you
people
serious?
watching the show.
Wow.
Let's definitely hit that like button, man. Let's get those likes up,
Let's
man.
get
We
it.
got
Wow.
we got a show for you guys,
We
and I'm
got
not
a
even
show.
I'm not even exaggerating.
Let's
For
get
real?
it.
Go.
Yeah, let's proceed, baby.
Appreciate you,
Let's
Saul.
go.
That was
That's a hell of a
cold-blooded.
receipt.
I don't know if I can trust you anymore.
He said,
You know what I'm
I don't know if I
saying?
can trust you.
Yo, listen.
I don't know if I can trust you, but you know what I'm saying?
Check this out.
I love you,
check
brother.
This
I
out,
love
though,
you. I
yo.
love you.
Y'all lucky.
That's what I'm talking
I
about.
love you, brother.
Y'all lucky because I didn't have time to
Oh, you have more?
Yes,
I
he
know,
did.
I
Yes, he
was
did.
gonna make it. I was gonna make it a Lockmore production.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, he tried to put us on the Summer Jam screen.
We don't need
Nah,
you.
nah,
though.
we good.
We
We
gave
good. We
you
good.
we gave you your flowers.
We gave you your
don't need
flowers.
all, right?
Moving on.
Moving on. Thank you.
Moving on.
Proceed
And of
with the
course,
fraudery. Thank you.
we have what we really here for. Now, I'm just joking.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
No,
I'm just
I'm here for all of it.
love you, brother. Love you.
That's what I'm
And
talking about.
of course, we have the incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer,
Ooh,
the prophet of Xbox,
Swami.
king of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is a leader of the fraud alert movement.
Need the Hulk Hogan moves, man. What's going on?
Beloved
There you go.
Lord King. How are we doing, sir?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Aaron.
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 Aaron ain't getting the ring this year. I'm sick and tired of you talking about this dude.
That is
Starting
baby.
with that.
Yo, first, let me say, don't like the dude. Second, everybody been claiming that he's the best, right? But all he is a copy of the dude that he replaced. He's Brett Favre again.
Favre.
One ring, out of here. You the best regular season hype job that I've ever seen in my life. I had to listen to Keyshawn Johnson, my favorite dude in the whole world, and all these dudes on ESPN talk about, oh, this is the year Aaron is going to clean through, he's going to go through, he's going to do. Aaron is home. God bless, say less. Get out of here.
Look at Cat Daddy. Aaron Rodgers Slider is welcome here.
It is welcome here because you keep bringing up, listen, I'm not a Tom Brady fan. I'm a Jet fan. I've been beaten into submission. Understand this. I've been beaten into submission. I've watched greatness, and I appreciate it. And y'all dudes are not respecting the greatness in the twilight of his career. You keep talking about some dude who don't even got two. He don't got two. So stop talking about the 7-man. 7-man. Leave him alone. Let the 7-man do his thing. I'm respecting. I'm watching Tom Brady's run. This football is about how many rings can Tom Brady get before him and Giselle disappear. That's all it is right now. All right, so God bless Ngannou.
Oh, I missed it too.
Yo, he showed me something yesterday that I thought if he rushed the dude, if he grappled with him, he was gonna tank out. And when he grabbed him by the ankle, because Ngannou was doing so much, and he had his ankle, and I said, no, God, nah, man. He worked so hard. Ngannou relaxed. He didn't panic like normal big dudes do. He reversed it, and he got that. So honestly, it was huge. It was. I'm like, yo, I seen, you know how when you see somebody learn it in the gym and they apply it inside the
evolution.
ring?
You seen the evolution.
So wait, hold on, because I can't believe I missed this.
Yeah,
but
he
this
won.
Dude, like,
wrestling.
but his, oh my God.
By wrestling.
Stand up is wrestling.
Wrestling.
You saw the slamming?
I hate to time us, but we really are behind the ball. I hate the time.
And I just got to say one more thing about Gary Russell Jr. Every time you miss weight, I always bet against you. Shout out to that. That was good. You lost.
Salute to him. Quickly, King, because they want main events.
All right, This week, I'm a huge fraud. I've been playing a lot of stuff inside Game Pass. We know Game Pass had a huge explosion on the 20th.
Yes, sir.
But I can't help but that Fortnite cookie. I'm back at the cookie.
Oh, you still? I can't believe you, but salute.
Yo, I'm actually a fraud, so I love it.
What happened?
Jesus Christ.
Because Fortnite has definitely been. I honestly am a fraud. I'm a huge fraud.
Can you betray PUBG?
Yeah. But I'm not. No. I love PUBG, but it's something about this, and I'm trying to get this Spider-Man suit, so I gotta grind. And until I get that suit, I'm not gonna stop.
I feel you.
Oh, you running errands for New York? Is that how you doing it?
I'm doing whatever I got to do to get
getting all those backpacks on the good.
You see them on the walls, right? You know, because you was playing it.
I hate to time y'all, but it's that time.
Let's go.
And of course, we have the game changer himself, the Shinobi, Lord Cognito, spread that realness in the remnant ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Bang, bang, 9th Street gang early. Let's go. And yeah, I saw y'all dudes. I saw y'all bing bong. I saw y'all dudes on my timeline with your little jokes and your little memes in the first quarter, and you're throwing it up for your set. Look at you now. Nah, I was scared to death. I ain't even gonna hold you. I was scared to death. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I ain't think that was going down.
I did though.
But I take it. But yo, all the Niners fan in there, JezCorden, I see you. I see it, Mr. LA Infamous. I see y'all. Salute. Anyway, for me, Divine and Duke, you already know the amazing Mr. Matty plays. Check that out. We talking about the deal from a different angle when it broke early. You know what I'm saying? When a lot of stuff was early. So check that out. That's up now on YouTube. Also, Divine and Duke Ultimate. Please support Ultimate if y'all can. Got the great developer Graham Smith from Nobody Saves the World. Check that out. Lord Addict's raising his head. Lord Addict, what's up?
I know just after you go, I just have one thing to say.
Okay, cool. So yeah, check that out. That's Space exclusive. We got our last word with Ebontis, Ty Guy Travis. We have our girl Vertical Vixen. Amazing. Check her out. Talking about what's going on with Destiny and Sandbox Economy. And then for me, it's been Nobody Saves the World, obviously. Outriders King, New Horizon, been doing expeditions. Pretty cool. Demio, Walkabout Gal. Shout out to Sinister. Shout out to Italian Clowns. Shout out to his man Scorpion and all that.
Invite
I got you. So Addict, go ahead. And then I got to do some business while you're doing that.
Just quick thing real quick before we move on to the main course. I would be... I can't leave Kid Smooth out like that. Kid Smooth will be doing his Halo on Legendary Challenge. It starts tomorrow, so definitely it's on on his YouTube channel. So if you guys want some entertainment, go over there to his YouTube channel sometime today and subscribe.
No doubt. So we got that now solved. Oh, hold Hold on, I see some a little bit of royalty pulling up already. I see royalties pulling up. What's going on, fellas? Is that the legendary? Is Pittsburgh in the building? Is the black and yellow in the building? What's going on? Chase Money. Oh, he got thrown in the bushes.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Chase, what's good?
What's good?
3MG Pittsburgh. We got Queens in the building. Is that 3MG live?
Man. I'm actually happy to be here today. What's up?
Talk to me.
What's going on?
Talk
forward
to
to
me,
this.
brothers. It's great to see y'all. Let's start with Chase Money. Chase, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. Beautiful morning.
No.
Afternoon now.
Yeah, right. Thank God.
Can I see that shirt? You got to talk some more so we can
Hey,
see.
look,
Him in the bushes,
I bought this shirt May 22nd, 2021.
Where the shirt
and
came.
I was saving it.
Okay.
And then when this happened, and I just happened to be asked this week, y'all scheduled this. When was that? November?
Yeah, we scheduled this
Yeah, it was a
November,
while
bro.
back. That was a grip
What were
ago,
the
y'all.
chances?
Yo, how crazy is that, right?
Yeah.
Bro, appreciate y'all.
And I gotta do something too.
Oh,
But yeah.
Okay,
We're
okay.
good. Thanks for the invite.
No doubt, brother. And of course, the legendary 3MG, Lord Advanced GG3MG, my man, outside moving and shaking, Queens in the building. What's up, 3MG? How you doing, man?
Chilling, man, chilling. Yo, shout out to Addict, man, because he's been keeping us posted with the whole podcast. We was already with it. We was thinking about even going live, like doing the podcast after we was jumping on y'all's, and we was like, you know what, fuck it, man, let's get it right. You know?
Language.
Queen
Queen's still in the building.
Sir.
Queen's still in the
Hold
building.
on. Do I have to do this every time I curse? Like, yo,
Hit us with the beat.
my bad. That was me. That was me.
You're good.
My
For the
bad,
sponsors,
that was
for the
improv.
sponsors, brother.
My bad. Shout out to everybody, though. I'm going to stay shut on this one.
Yo, that was
My bad, yo.
legendary.
My bad, yo.
Yo, what's for people in the chat saying you in a spaceship 3MG?
Yeah,
Yo,
There's a little bit of lighting, man.
He about
There's
to
a
take
little bit of lighting
off.
in here, man.
You already know. Good to have y'all, brother. I appreciate y'all, obviously,
Thank y'all,
with
man.
the enormity of the news, being able to come in this way. You know what I'm saying? It's that type of show. But look, Solve, let's get some business now, because after this,
Right, no doubt.
set the rules of engagement.
Okay, first off, rules of engagement, my brothers. As you can see, if you look into the Zoom chat, right, to the right of share screen is the reactions button, right?
Yes.
And this is for anybody on the show. Click on reactions and you're gonna see where it says raise hand.
Yes.
So we're gonna have heads kind of rotating in and out today. Pause. It's gonna be they might. What we don't want is people talking over each other. 'Cause I know people got a lot of bars about today's subject. So anytime you have something to say and somebody else is talking, whatever, just put the raise hand up. Addict, myself, or even Cog will see it and kind of put y'all in a queue to know that y'all talking next. So that way nobody's talking over each other. Everybody gets their bars off.
Yes.
And I'll repeat this as people start coming in and out, because as we said before, we have quite a show for you guys today. So
Let's get them.
and beyond that, okay, you would not believe that I am still copy pasting.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Super
It's
chats.
crazy.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So, and I may have missed something. So,
Apologies in advance. It's that type of show, yeah.
It's that type of show. You guys are going wild in this chat, which we really, really appreciate. So I'm just gonna roll back.
Let's go.
And then hopefully
Hit him on the rebound, just in case anything slipped through.
if you see anything that I missed. All right.
we got 1,200.
Y'all.
They're watching right
Hit
now.
that like.
Hit that like.
Please
Thank
hit
you,
that
y'all.
like and share it out.
That
It
like,
helps
baby.
the algorithm.
It helps you.
It helps the
like and
algorithm.
subscribe so I can pay the rent. No, I'm just
It
joking.
really does.
The
I need
algorithm.
my bill. I'm just joking. Let me stop.
And do me a favor. Right now, if you know somebody who's down right now and needs a laugh,
Bring him in.
for sure.
Oh,
Send
bring
it
him
to
in.
him right
Bring him
now.
in.
Always, man.
and
Bring 'em in.
if you know somebody who got a weak bladder and you sit next to him,
You better
then
move.
Put your camera on record so you can throw that up today, because I'm gonna make him pee on himself.
What we got, Saul? Let's get it.
All right, let's start off with Malcolm Hendricks, $5 super chat. GMG fam in here, no doubt. Thank you, sir.
What's up?
Then we got Percolator 9000,
for the
$5
Percolator.
super chat. I'm here to pay my dues. Got my popcorn. I am taking a shot every time I hear the word time. Have a great show, guys.
Take a shot.
Times.
You're gonna be under the table. You're gonna be under the table within the next 10 minutes. Then we got Cat Daddy Lurk, $5 super chat. No replay this week. This smoke has to be viewed live. Yes,
no doubt.
Then we have Render, $5 super chat. Looking forward to this 9-hour episode of the ILP.
We warning people now. They gotta go. Let us know.
Walking that victory lap, sir. Knees all day. Yeah, be knees all day. Ooh, then we got 525 Filippo, $5 super chat. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius, CEO Spencer.
They already.
Then we got Gamer Live Studio, $5 super chat. Jamaican Dance Move Ryan got a lot of explaining to do, and you better not dodge any questions about that Activision and Blizzard acquisition.
Savages.
Jim is on vacation today. Thank you. And we got Dono Taco, $5 super chat. Why did we ever doubt King? PS6? What is that? Can't wait for NAC 3 on Xbox Game Pass and Xbox Series XXX in 2027. Hashtag the legend of King. Hashtag the book of X. Then we got Eliad Shlomovich, member for 21 months. Thank you, sir.
I love that man.
I love that name.
It's time. Let's go. Have been
take a
waiting
shot.
For the show where you guys
Yeah, we gotta take a shot. It's gonna be going down.
Have been waiting for the show where you guys go ham since Tuesday. Happy to be here live for a change. Welcome, sir. Fantastic to see you. Then we got Big Mad Mo, member for 19 months.
Big Mad Mo.
The winner of our Series X. That's the man right there. It's about to go down. Let's get it on. Pause.
I told y'all when we get 1,500 subscribers, 15,000
giving away another one.
Yeah, we're gonna
give away another console.
Yes, sir. Then we got Cedric H, $10 super chat. Microsoft told Sony, stop cheesing, bro. Stop cheesing me, bro.
Stop cheesing me, bro.
Remember that beef? Stop cheesing me, bro.
Give him that rib shot.
There you go.
Savages.
Then we got the wise old gamer, $5 super chat. Hopefully this episode is better than the man in the gown talking right now behind the pulpit. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Sharing with my neighbor. No, we just bought Activision.
Yo, go check out his new video.
Yeah, Chad Wayside Gamers got his YouTube channel, man. Check him out.
Then we got Hargeet Chani, $10 super chat. Salute to the Lords. Microsoft takes 2022 right at the beginning of the year. Spartacus will do what? Do what to change the narrative? Xbox FTW, King, the floor is yours. Bring it on. Xbox, ILP Game Pass, ILP Dominance. Hashtags all over the place.
Hashtag.
Blessings.
Then we have Suicide Kings, $2 super chat. I have my popcorn. Let the knees taking commence. Then we got Benny Banks, a.k.a. Untainted G.
Benny Blanco from the Bronx. Let's go.
Benny Banks. Benny Banks from the Bronx. What up, Lords? Had to come in and show love. Niner Gang going to conference and Microsoft showing their pockets. King and Cog, love you guys as well as the rest of the crew. Keep doing what you do. No doubt, my brother. Thank you. Then we have Mr. Wolf with the £1.79 chat. King looking like it's Christmas 2022.
Oh, yes. Have to be patriotic with that Pele. Crispy, too. I told you. This is the 36 weeks of new, fresh jackets.
This is for the spaces,
all right,
people?
so,
yo, put the spaces up for this jacket.
We're going to have a Spaces jacket, man.
Because every time they fuck my King his faces, he come out with a new jacket.
Exactly.
Just have King's face going like this. Put it in the spaces.
Yo.
Then we have my old friend, Wilbo Gaggins. $5 super chat. Hey, fellas, I can almost never watch you live anymore due to time zones, but this week I made the exception.
Oh, I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaggins. I appreciate that. Then we got JH, $2 super chat. I'm here for Jamaican Jim. Go off, King. Then we got Robert Braswell, new member to the realm. Put the crest in the chat for Lord Braswell. Thank you, sir.
Salute.
Yes.
Then we got Tazoichi, $10 super chat. Lord Saab Shang Sunging people, your soul is mine.
Fact. He came through.
Then we have Max, the lazy otaku, with the $50 super chat. Thank you, my brother. You know it's a special day when the prophet is getting escorted safely home. The all-father Lord Dominus Aurelius Spencer walked into Activision with the Johnny Silverhand shades on and said, "You're mine now." Blue team is silent and green team is loud. Yeah.
All right, so clearly they're gonna keep coming. Just do
Oh,
like
no.
3 or 4
these
more.
These are just the ones that I have copy paste.
Okay,
And I'm gonna stop here. All right. So
Yeah.
then we have K Johnson, $5 super chat. Oh snaps! Look at the fellas, they back and already getting to the business. Let's go, Lords. Bless our Sunday with your wisdoms, no doubt.
Shout out to Keyshawn Johnson just checking in. I love that. Thank you, sir.
Then we have Gaming Times Patrick, $5 super chat. I burned the rubber from retro shopping to get home and not miss the show. I heard there was some news this week.
Oh, you heard?
Then we
Yeah,
have
heard.
Lordinator, $5 super chat. What is the new name added to Phil Spencer? We haven't discussed that yet, but yeah, he's almost there.
People have been asking about that. I'm gonna address that too.
Then we have a Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. Did Dominus turn PlayStation into a trap house? Chill.
Wow.
That was good.
They're crazy. Mhm.
Then we got Max the Lazy Otaku once again, $5 super chat. Now that's out the way. Silence in the room. The prophet of Xbox is ready to speak. Then we have ATL, $2 super chat. This show was heavily advertised by Twitter, no doubt. Thank you, Twitter. Then we got Pixel Big G, $2 super chat. Let there be slander. Yes, sir. Let there be slander. Shout out to Lord Roadlaverse, member for 3 months. Put the crest in the chat. Today is Lord's Day. Yes, sir. Then we have a new member. Let's put the crest in the chat for Mr. Basura Head. Mr. Garbage Head.
That's what's up.
Garbage.
Then we got Tazoichi, $5 super chat. Francis Ngannou with something serious, torn MCL and ACL, and he did the damn thing. Salute to the heavyweight champ, and I think Moreno won, no doubt. We got 2 more, and then we're done.
Okay.
J-Boy on the run, $2 super chat.
J-Boy.
King, I got you. I'm a Giants fan. We got 2 with Eli, no doubt. Exactly.
That's right.
Then we have Gameonomics, member for 4 months. Death's Door is on Game Pass. The game finally released for King. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got first. I just want to say something quick about that. Because I was playing that. Scott Draco gifted me the game a week before it came in Game Pass, and he said in the message, he was like, "King, I'm tired of you not playing this great game. It didn't come out in Game Pass, and then it came out a week later. So Scott,
You good?
thank you.
We good for now? So?
And then the final one is just welcome to the realm, Lord Bronze. Keyshawn Johnson. K Johnson. Welcome to the realm. Put the rest in the chat.
No
Keyshawn,
doubt.
We're gonna finish out with that, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
Today is
Get
a
the rest of them
wild show. We promise you we're gonna get to every super chat, but it will be at the end of the show.
And,
so keep them coming. And we appreciate it. We love y'all, but we're gonna have to leave it to the end of the show because today is
crazy. I do want to shout out though, because they're here now. Chase and 3MG with their super chats. I don't know if we got them.
Yeah,
respect.
no, it wasn't.
Yeah, they came through crazy for us. Like they came through crazy.
Yeah.
I would be disrespectful to not see the people who are actually on the panel.
Yes, don't worry about it.
Yeah, nah, brother. That was tremendous. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it, guys.
And again, rules of engagement, y'all, is going to be a lot of traffic today. So a lot of people will be coming in, coming out. Use the for the panel. Use that raised hand if you want to get bars off in the middle of something. It's gonna be hard. I know it's gonna be a fun one, but we just want to set that up. So look, I know what y'all here for, as Sov would say. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we got to do it right. We got to set this up a little bit because there's been a lot of events that kind of happened right during ILP's missing. So it started instantly, I would say, on Monday with shout out to Lord Ryan McCaffrey speaking to Phil, Dominus, Maximus, Aurelius Spencer with the addressing initial rumors which pointed to the service Codename Spartacus, which is Sony's service, to replace PlayStation Plus's service. Phil stated that he didn't see any Sony's willingness to he doesn't see Sony's willingness to emulate Xbox's approach as proof he was right to push for Game Pass early, but more that it's proof that things were always going to go this way in the games industry. He said, I don't really look at it as validation. When I'm talking to our teams, I talk about it as an inevitability. I like it because I think
It's inevitable.
Because I think the right answer is to ship great games, ship them on PC, ship them on console, ship them on cloud, and make them available day one in the subscription. Clearly, Phil was already talking on Monday knowing that he would eventually shake up the gaming industry forever the next day. So now we get to the main event. We're going to set up the great prophet of Xbox, Lord King. I need everyone to kind of come to the front of the congregation. It's fine Sunday. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to read from the great book of Acts. You know what I'm saying? Today, Revelation chapter 1, verses 68 million. And the epic scripture says, Welcome to the incredible teams and legendary franchises of Activision Blizzard to Microsoft Gaming, creators of Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Candy Crush, Tony Hawk, Diablo, Overwatch, Spyro, Hearthstone, Guitar Hero, Crash Bandicoot, StarCraft, and more. Join Team Xbox. On to Chapter 2, verse 68 million. And it reads, it is incredibly exciting to announce that Microsoft has agreed to acquire Activision Blizzard. Over many decades, the studios and teams that make up Activision Blizzard have earned vast wellsprings of joy and respect from billions. We are incredibly excited to have the chance to work with amazing, talented, dedicated people across Activision Publishing, Blizzard Entertainment, Beanox, Demonware, Digital Legends, High Moon Studios, Infinity Ward, King, Major League Gaming, Radical Entertainment, Raven Software, Sledgehammer Games, Toys for Bob, Treyarch, and every team across Activision Blizzard. Until this transaction closes, Activision Blizzard and Microsoft Gaming will continue to operate independently. Once the deal is complete, the Activision Blizzard business will report to me as CEO, Microsoft Gaming. Lyrics written and produced by Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer. So, King, the realm has demanded I shut up and be quiet. Will you get the great prophecy of your bars off? So, King, the floor is yours. What do you have to say about this?
Game Pass had a face. Stick 'em up.
I can't.
Game Pass had a face. Stick 'em up.
I can't.
I cannot do that.
You mine now. You mine, Crash. Started all over there. Now you mine, Crash.
I can't.
God forbid I see any IP I like. Any IP I like,
I can't.
it's mine.
This is so messy.
This is so messy.
Spyro, I like you. You mine.
What are you?
World of Warcraft, I like you. You mine. Diablo, I see you getting dressed backstage. Mine.
King.
All boxes and lines are mine.
I can't with him.
At no point in time was anything safe. Everything out there's a go.
Is this a stick up?
This is a 100%. We get it all.
King, how you feel about Overwatch 2?
Overwatch 2? We just having fun with Overwatch 1. It's a stick up. It's everything is a go. It's nothing safe. You are not safe. Now hold on, let me get King back.
Let's get King
Hold
back.
for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, see, like there was something happened here. Something happened, ladies and gentlemen.
We got hacked there for a
We
second.
got hacked.
Officer Friendly could not help you there.
Yeah, boy, we had to call the boys.
I'm just stepping back and letting him do his
We
thing.
gonna have to get some authority.
now.
My God.
All right, let's
He's
go.
like,
King.
I don't know what came over me.
I got to tell you, dudes, first of all and foremost, I saw a lot of dudes out there capping this week. I saw a lot of frauds out there capping.
Yep.
A lot of you lukewarm dudes.
So if I need a green one of those.
So you dudes is, Microsoft is going to do their thing, It could happen. It could maybe not happen. Maybe it could be and maybe cannot be. I told you from the beginning, Phil was the greatest. I
You
told
did.
you that when he was shooting in the gym
You did from the
before
Xbox
he
One
turned
days.
pro. I told you that. And you dudes is like, man, shut up. Why are you giving them names and stuff? What, you the ones out here calling them Uncle Phil and Phil Daddy. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Keep it respectful.
I'm giving them the names that are attributed to great Roman emperors.
I hate to. There's
King
one
Artel.
super chat that I have to read, and I'm breaking protocol. I apologize,
Go
bro.
ahead, read that.
One of your nemesis has been away. He has returned, and we have not seen him for months. Free R. Kelly, $5
They let him on the PCs.
Man,
there
I
in break.
gotta say it. King was right. Sony done for that is a huge super chat, y'all. This man has been antagonizing King for months.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Free R. Kelly, and get back to yourself.
Yo,
Get back to yourself.
Get back to yourself.
salute, R. Kelly. Salute you.
So when I gave him Dominus,
Yes.
because he was dominating. When I gave him Maximus, he was doing it to the maximum, something like the likes we have never seen. When I gave him Aurelius, he became the golden one. Understand, that name is complete. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Smith. It's done. It's not a parody. I say the name to the man with reverence. Because it was all fun and games when Microsoft was about to get out the game, right? It was all fun and games when we was at death's door, right? It was all cool and nice when my platform that I love was about to be out the room and PlayStation was sitting there dancing on grapes. Remember y'all was putting them those gifts with the tombstone dudes carrying it in? Remember that? Remember that? That's what's in the casket. When you dig in a grave, you digging it for yourself. I told you, this is the last PlayStation. Now, a lot of dudes is going to sit there and say, oh, King, you can't say, I'm not you. I'm not you, and you won't be remembered. The only reason why you're sitting there talking about, I'm going to be down with this dude right here, I'm going to respect this dude, because this dude I'm the only one that sat there when the slings and arrows, when the fire was hot, when Spider-Man was dropping, when God of War was dropping, when Horizon was dropping. I said, y'all about to catch this work, because as soon as my man gets that bag, y'all done for. And y'all didn't understand what I was talking about. When that ZeniMax deal went through, I said, wait, there's more. Now, there's no way in hell on God's earth that I know it was going to be Activision. No way.
Okay, I'm respectful. We gave Solve that one.
I thought it was going to be Ubisoft. Yeah. Because I knew the numbers that was involved. Solve said Activision. Kill a beast while he's wounded. This is you reap what you sow. So all you dudes out there smiling and kikiing and giggling and thinking it was all good, just a couple of weeks ago, y'all was all in your fields talking about, yeah, we gonna have Final Fantasy locked down. Microsoft ain't gonna get no mainline Final Fantasies. It was nice then, right? Don't call out, oh, we need Call of Duty, we need that. We don't need your money. We don't need a nickel from you. You understand? We'll turn off the faucet as soon as the contract's up. And you want to play Call of Duty, you get your behind on Warzone, and you go and you play Warzone. But if you want that real Call of Duty main vein, get yourself in Game Pass. Now, Game Pass can live on your box. But then again, is it your box or is it our box then? I told you them size 13s is at the foot of your bed. You keep asking, who size 13s? That's Phil's. And then Satya pulls up with a size 12s right next to him. Come on, kid. It's a situation. You know what? This is unprecedented. First of all, Phil is the greatest CEO in Xbox history, bar none. That's it. That's done.
All right, I will bend the knee. I think I have to bend the knee, and I give that one to you because me and you've had. You know how much I love Peter Ball, and
he's only been on the job 3 days.
Mike, so I got you because we Peter Ball, but
they're buying companies. Lock, stock, and barrel.
Yeah.
Not exclusive deals for 6 months. Nothing weak. There's no weak. So this is moves of strength. And you know what? Everybody thinks it's about Sony. No, it's about Netflix. It's about Google. It's about the $1 trillion boys.
10 cents. 10 cents.
About 10 cents.
Looking at your PlayStation. They about to be acquired by somebody. They looking really cute over there.
Yo, kid, come on.
It might be us.
They looking scrumptious.
So when y'all sit there and say that, and you goofy dudes be on my timeline talking about, oh, well, Phil said that, they're gonna be nice all the way. Listen, he said the same thing about Bethesda. How'd that happen for you? He was nice up until the contract.
I thought that was multi-plat.
Yeah. He was up in that contract up until the contract said it's over. Then he said, no soup for you. No soup for you. I hope y'all feel good. I hope y'all feel fantastic next month to take this slings and arrows out of you because right now, y'all wounded. But it ain't no coming back from this wound. This is your last generation as a console. We want and I tell you, we want your games. I don't want PlayStation to go away. I want you to turn into Sega. Just like y'all had that energy with my Sega. My Sega's a developer now. Come on, Sony, the water fine. That's what Sega's saying. The water is fine. You can can make mad money over here too.
Oh my God.
I'm over here.
So this is still for Sega. This was the mission.
This is man,
always been the mission.
This has always been for Sega. I just want to be clear.
You killed my
the end
Sega.
game.
That's the end
You
game.
threw Sega in the pool. Sega said, "Yo, Sony, the water's fine."
Doctor Strange is.
Yeah.
That's the one.
I see what it is, Mike. I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing.
Turnaround is fair play.
Fair enough.
So what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and this work is being put on you by a bigger, stronger entity. Now you got to eat this, and it's about done. You about cook. So all them dudes, and I know some dudes be like, King, don't be talking that console war stuff. It ain't a war if you ain't got enough money to go against me. It ain't a war. This is not a war. It's about getting rid of weak business. You've been doing weak business for years, locking out exclusives and doing all this stuff to one side, and then you're looked at as the good guys. You're not the good guys, you're the bad guys, and you must be removed and turned into what you want to be, a software developer. You make great software. Your hardware is holding us back. You're bringing back the PlayStation 4, and that's holding back the generation. We need to move forward. You're holding us back. We got to take you out of here. I'm done. And so is Sony.
Okay.
All right, shout out to the 1,500 people watching this live.
It's at 7.
Yeah. We tried to not interrupt.
Mine's at 1.5.
Yeah, we tried not to interrupt. We knew this was pent up for years. We had to let this off, and we appreciate you for years. This is for Sega, clearly.
That's 8 years of that.
Right. But all jokes aside, so we get with Kings from his prophecy standpoint, because he has been fearless 100%. During the dark times of Xbox, when few content creators have. So I want to give my man his flowers for that. But we do have a lot of people in here. I want to be respectful. Let's start with our first initial guest, which is XChaseMoney, and then 3MG, and then we'll get to Boom, because I know Boom's on limited time, and we'll get to Mike and everybody. But we're going to do this right. So let's start XChaseMoney. When the news dropped, which I just want to focus on reactions first. No legal, no COD exclusivity just yet. Just the reactions, the feel, the energy in the building. What was you thinking when you heard this news, 3MG?
I thought it was a lie. I thought it was a lie.
Yeah, right, Chase?
I get on my Discord. I got a Discord. I'm in there. I'm scrolling down. You know what I'm saying? Somebody I'm thinking it's like one of those. What's that? The site with all the fake articles? But they sound real. The Onion.
The Onion.
Hard drive. Your hard drive's the one for video games.
Okay, I'm like, ain't no way. So I, go on Google, go on Twitter, and I'm like, yo, this is real. I call Ricky. Ricky's like, oh yeah. I said, man.
I like how Ricky's just like, oh yeah.
Looking a little rough out here. It's looking a little rough out here. And so we said a lot of stuff on the podcast.
Okay.
But yeah, I was like, I could not believe that. It was really less about the acquisition and more about how much they spent.
Yeah, 68.
On top of the actual acquisition. Because at no time did I ever think that would happen. Really, what was the Bethesda deal?
7.5 billion.
7.
And keep in mind, Chase, that this is coming from a company that a few years ago was debating on selling the brand.
Yeah.
We're talking about
but see, that's why I like y'all, because y'all know the ups and downs.
Yeah.
And where stuff is, instead of just trying to sweep stuff under the rug. You know what I mean? But the Bethesda deal seemed like it was just yesterday. So to get up, basically what felt like the next day and see that, I was like, oh man, I got an Xbox though. I'm good. I'm gonna let you know.
Are you implying that you're a real gamer, that you're gonna go with the games on?
I'm just saying, I'll play a game on the VCR if it means I'm gonna get a good experience.
Fair enough. No doubt. Let's get Lord 3MG, man. I'm curious, because I'm assuming. Let me ask you before Chase one quick trick. You guys, I can say you guys still play COD, or you guys kind of cooled off. Like, where y'all at with COD, just playing it as a mainline franchise? I was curious about that part.
Use the ex-girlfriend I keep taking back.
Okay. All right, so I just wanted to make sure. But now let's get to the 3MG. As far as just the reaction, brother, like, where were you? What was the vibe? What was the energy? What were you thinking when you heard about Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard?
When I woke up that morning, I just received a bunch of DMs from like a bunch of my followers that were like, hey, yo, this is crazy. And I'm like, what are we talking about here? I thought it was like a fake tweet or a fake like post. And then I ran to bed. I started crying, crying because to be honest, you know, the saying is nothing really affects you until it happens to you, right? So being someone who grew up playing COD, knowing how bad that game just had year after year, I actually was crying figuratively of tears of joy because if there's a company I believe that could possibly turn this game around, we said it before, Chase and I, that it would be Xbox. Like it would be
the
Microsoft.
only company.
That would be the only company.
That's the only company I would trust.
Can I ask why? Because there is a trepidation there, and that's an interesting perspective. So I want to know why 3MG. Why? Because that's why I love that you guys. It just worked out so perfect. Because I know how much passion you guys have for it. So it's like, why does it feel so good? Like that in your case, that they have the ownership of a franchise you love.
Well, it was the consistency of Phil throughout the years because we've seen it, the ups and downs, and obviously if he's gonna be the face, he's gonna take the hits, he's gonna take the L's, the W's, even if it's not his fault. And normally, anybody who takes the floor to become CEO, CFO, anything like that, they don't last long in this climate. So seeing that he's been here since the initial Xbox One release, it was kind of interesting to see how he was holding it together when he acquired Bethesda. And seeing all the perks that they were trying to bring out, he wasn't coming off selfish. He was trying to spread that love across all the platforms still. And then bringing it over now with this huge deal, I just feel like he's more so in the business of making business and making money, and not more so we're just acquiring this title. It's going to be the popular title. I think he's looking forward to actually fixing this game, keeping it across all the platforms. You might have some exclusivity leisure towards it, but I trust his judgment on it. I think he wants to fix the game that initially brought the 360 to just like
that's a fact.
It's huge, like a milestone. So I think I put my trust in that. I initially thought it was going to be Ubisoft. I think a lot of us thought
that. Yeah, we saw the initial Ubisoft Plus.
The thing with the Ubisoft thing, and I said at the end of the year, some form of fashion is to be inside Game Pass, and I got the buzzer beater at the fourth quarter, but I still think that's on the table. One thing I just want to throw out to the group: no money changed hands yet.
Right.
It's an agreement in principle. Right. So the agreement in principle is once they vet everything and once everything passes all
regulators and all
stuff
that.
like that, they still have 120 billion on deck for acquisitions. Be careful all that stuff y'all wish for. Remember, no money change hands. That money will change hands next year, June 23rd. In 2023, I mean in June.
It's up to 18 months. It could happen. That's the latest. I think it can happen.
Yeah, that's the latest.
I believe
but it can happen before then. Yeah. I'm just saying, there's money for more purchasing.
No doubt. I want Ricky, Lord 3MG finish his bars, and I got to get Boom because I know he's on limited time as far as next up on his bar. So, any other statements on just the reaction, or you good, 3MG, on the initial reaction?
Well, I know Chase Wells myself. He's the Overwatch guy. Yeah. I am the Call of Duty guy. We both are initially. We're just trying to see these games release.
Chase is correct.
We're also happy that you remember that initial boom of news that happened with that gentleman over at Activision seeing everything that happened. It's kind of in a marketing sense is actually great to see that Phil's now kind of honestly going to be like the face now of like an Activision in the near future. I'm hoping this deal lands. I actually I have all consoles, dude. I got nothing to worry about. I'm happy.
Same here, brother. Same here. Lord Boom, I'm gonna put you up next because I know your time is limited.
What's going on,
man? Crazy news. I know I got a call from you. You were one of the calls that came through early on a Tuesday morning, so I knew it had to be breaking. When I got the double call, I knew it had to be breaking. But Lord Boom, man, now that you got a chance to process, just again, initial reactions. Where were you? What was the vibe? What's the energy? What do you feel about Microsoft acquiring Activision?
This is real, folks. I was walking up with the wash. That's what I was doing. And the phone rings and it's Casante. And I missed the call. So the minute I get in, I drop the bag. It wasn't a money bag, but it was a wash bag. And I call him up and he goes, "Hey, Boom, did you see the news?" And I said, "What are you talking about? I didn't see anything." He goes, "Microsoft just bought Activision. I just sent you Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius's tweet." So I looked at it. And I'm like, dude, this is a hack, bro. This is someone hacked Phil's joint.
Somebody hacked the couch.
This can't be true. So I walked around the apartment 3 times, and I don't remember doing it because I was like, what do I do first? Who do I call? How do I set up an emergency podcast? Was going up. I did a podcast at 10 o'clock in the morning. It was this is something that is so. It seems like a fable. Like someone is telling you the most extreme story you could ever hear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because if you look at what they've done, like we all sat back and said, "Yo, that Bethesda deal, bonkers."
Yeah.
Just straight up bonkers, because of the legendary IP that came along with it. The deal itself, almost $8 billion. We were all still moved by it. And then you turn around and they literally spend almost 10 times that on two companies, well, two entities that are at the crux of every conversation every year. And unfortunately, they've been in the news for a lot of really bad stuff, right? And Bobby Kotick, we knew the minute I saw this, the first thing I thought was, this is redemption for the people that work there. This is the human. This is something I've talked. This is something I've talked about on my shows this entire week. The Call of Duty thing is so small-minded, and it's so tiny in the conversation, because it's not just Call of Duty. The mobile aspect with King, not King David, we know he's money. But
King got the deal done.
King, did you get a bad King?
It's pretty ridiculous. Like, I almost expect Game Pass for mobile to be announced next year when this deal gets done, to add another aspect to more money for Microsoft to come in and offer that through mobile. It almost seems like it's already written in stone. But, like I said, the Call of Duty thing, sure, it's big. But, like, tomorrow night on Primetime Gaming, I broke down the 8 studios that were in the salt mines of Call of Duty. And that comes from Gazondaily. Like, they were basically just stuck there, making and churning out. I mean, Toys for Bob, they went from making some of the greatest platformers to just being a support studio. That's a travesty of gaming justice. And every one of these studios are going to be given a way to, hey, what do you want to work on? And they're going to say, I want to work on this. Could you imagine Banjo-Kazooie from Toys for Bob?
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that almost seems like it's like the glass slipper kind of a situation. And then you look at Treyarch and High Moon Studios.
High Moon, our Transformers, bro.
There you go.
What?
The 2 best Transformers ever in the history.
Woo!
And what I'm actually hoping is that Microsoft will own these companies, will allow Infinity Ward to staff up and make a Call of Duty once every 3 years, because they have Warzone. They don't need a new Call of Duty every year. And if that same Infinity Ward that brought us Modern Warfare, even though the same people aren't there leading it, they could bring us, a 3-year developed game would be what we want from the old school Call of Duties. Like that big, epic popcorn movie that didn't feel cheap. Right. So, I mean, I like I said, I like, even today, we're talking now, this is 5 or 6 days later, and it still doesn't even seem real. Like, Microsoft just bought Activision Blizzard. That is bonkers to say out loud. And on top of what you see, and that's the thing that's even crazy. They went from, think about this for a second, guys, and this is the perspective aspect of it. Pre E3 2018, right? Microsoft was struggling bad. They had 5 studios, right? January 2022, they have 38. That's what could you say about Phil, other than he has logistically changed gaming in a matter of a couple of years. Microsoft gaming is the strongest it's ever been. And I got to be honest with you, to King's point, I know he's very funny with this. Sony's in big trouble, dude, because they bank on selling their consoles. Even when Spartacus releases, what are they offering? Because we know that the first party isn't in there, right?
We'll definitely get into it.
So what are they offering? Microsoft has the industry on lock, especially when Little Man is being dropped down to $250 by Christmas of this year. There's going to be, you're going to see the normies or the casual gamers that powered Sony last gen move over to Xbox, and we're already seeing it now.
Yeah, a lot of potential, man. We'll see what happens. Again, monstrous move. Bob, I don't know. I know if your time is limited, let me know because I want to get you right because I know things are going on. But yeah, absolutely monstrous move. Let's get Lord NL.
Boom killed it, by the way.
Yeah.
I just want to let y'all know.
Yeah, Boom was fire.
First of all, let me just
fire.
say this. Everyone that I'm working with here, Chase, and I see Ivan in there, and Ricky, guys, this is a big deal for me because I've seen you on the shows before. I love your work. I'm very small. The channel is.
By the way, let's get Mr. Boomstick to over 10K, please, y'all.
We're 60 subs away.
Let's get Mr. Boomstick to 10K subs, please. I'll put his stuff in the chat. Please subscribe. This man does great content.
Go to Mr. BoomstickXL and go subscribe to his channel because Mr. BoomstickXL help us.
Bro, we helped us get up.
We needed it.
When we was 1,000, yeah.
Please get him over
right there. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Hit that link.
That was some perspective.
It's you know, for me, you know, when I started this channel, I went at him. I thought it was incredibly important to build it with community first in mind, and that's how I run my channel. We don't run it with hate. We don't run it with you know, clickbait titles or pictures. It's about people.
No doubt.
That's why this deal was again. I want to just stress one other thing, and I'll pass the mic over. The human element factor here is the most important part of this entire conversation because of what those poor people that worked under the devil for years are no longer going to be a part of. Got to understand, human resources is supposed to be a place, a safe spot, that if you have a problem, whether you are black, white, gay, straight, Catholic, or Jewish, it doesn't matter. You're supposed to be able to go there and get the help that you need. And they couldn't do that because Bobby Kotick knew that he had that particular part of Activision locked down, and they worked for him. Because Phil Spencer and because Microsoft is one of the best places to work and has been rated as the best place to work because of their incredible ideologies of inclusion, these folks are now going to be given, they see the light at the end of the tunnel. And like I said, I know that, you know, this is a game show, and we want to talk about the gaming, right? That's what we want to talk about. But we can't forget the human element that literally they are Microsoft right now is the superhero of this story because those people get to develop gaming again and not worry and cry in closets and go to human resources and get fired because of it. So I just wanted to say that. And as for the channel, we're officially 60 subs away from 10K.
Get them there.
And we're doing it in record time. I've only been doing YouTube for 4 years and only live content for 3. I don't know if it's my tenacity for doing live content or just being retired, that certainly helps, but it's been a pleasure to work with so many people, and getting you guys to the 1,000 is probably my favorite moment in my career.
Felt great to me.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
And 1,900 live, 1,900 people watching.
I don't know who can argue with what you just said. Yeah, honestly.
Much love, much love. Let's get Lord NLG, the original Lord of Gaming, here in the realm. Haven't had him in a while, so it's good to see him and sneak him in on this.
Good to
man.
see you guys.
Like
my Sega brother.
My Sega brothers.
Sir, what's up, brother?
What's up, going on? So good to see you, man. Talk to me, bro. Like, what was going through your head when this news hit your timeline?
So this caught me early in the morning. I usually get up, you know, I wake up, I grab my phone. I'm still in bed. I grab my phone. I check my work email, and then I start checking, you know, my social media, see what's going on. And I started to see people. I didn't even see the actual news. I saw people going on my timeline going, "What do you mean Microsoft bought Activision?" I'm thinking, okay, all right, come on, stop. Then I started scrolling through. Then I caught the Xbox Wire link, and I'm reading. And I'm usually, you know me, Cog, I could talk for days. Somehow I was frozen looking at that article going, did this just happen?
Right.
I mean, it's almost the same reaction I had when I saw ZeniMax. But it dawned on me that what I was getting ready to see what it happened on my timeline was going to be something epic, and it was, because Twitter really exploded, and it was hard to believe. We also did something that night, so I know Peter got with me and said, "Mike, we got to go on tonight," and I'm like, "Well, okay. You don't want to wait till Thursday?" And he's like, "No." Now. So he's like, now. And Chris said, "Yep, let's do this." So it took me all day to kind of process this, and boom, same with me, man. I'm still trying to figure out how this happened, because if you think about, everybody's talking about Call of Duty, right? And yet that's the big fish.
Yes.
But you got to remember what else is in that portfolio.
Pitfall.
Thank you.
Oh wow, we OGs. That speaks to our soul.
That is one of the first things I thought of was, could that? And if you listen to
Candy
what Phil
Crush.
said in one,
That's big for mobile.
but to your point,
I just want to say Candy Crush for one reason, because they have an active user content of 250 million a
people.
month.
The microtransactions they make on that remember when they bought Mojang for $2 billion, and we were like, oh God, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
There's a reason that they're going to make this an all cash payout. Because they are going to make that back in,
thank you for saying that.
A short amount of time.
Merchandise.
Yeah, but Pitfall, and when you heard Phil talk to one of his interviews, he brought up Guitar Hero, which has been dying to make a comeback. And for us old guys, and you. Some of you guys are like, who are these people?
Let's go.
Sierra.
Let's go.
Anybody remember Sierra Entertainment?
Let's go.
That King's Quest re-release by Odd Gentleman was unbelievable and captured the kind of the magic that I grew up playing the old King's Quest. They own King's Quest, Space Quest, Police Quest, Quest for Heroes. They're the things that if Phil really wants to do what he said, which was, I saw all these IPs and I said, I got to have them. That is where, for me, because I haven't played, and I'm probably going to get some hate in the chat for this.
Say it. Speak your truth.
I haven't played a Call of Duty game, honestly, since Black Ops 1. I don't like
that.
where they went.
Blame you.
I mean,
boom, I don't like where they went with
you
it.
miss the glory of Black Ops 2. Everything after Black Ops 2, you can miss. But
and I think I caught you. You were talking about getting back to the old days of like World at War, right? Are those the kind of games you're talking about?
Yes.
And I have no hate for Treyarch. Treyarch has made some great Call of Duty games too, so I'm okay with them. But those are not the games I'm looking at. The games I'm looking at are the rest of the portfolio that now everybody's talking about those, and PlayStation's going to keep Call of Duty. Fine. Right. Let them keep Call of Duty. I honestly don't care. Bring me a new Sierra game. Bring me something new from Toys for Bob that and bring me those games that I can sit and roll in Game Pass and go through that are going to be enjoyable to me. Beanox makes some great stuff. And don't forget, Microsoft owns Diablo now. That is not a small thing.
That is huge.
Nope. All right, that is not a small thing. And Boom, I'm glad you brought up the kind of the internal pieces too, because there was a piece to that news article, to the original Xbox News one, that was not lost on me, and that is when he said, once the deal is complete, the Activision Blizzard business will report to me. Yeah, that was huge. Me. That was huge.
Lord Vader.
Lord Vader.
That was kind of right here.
Remember, not to Matt Booty, because remember, Matt Booty is the head of Xbox Studios. Correct. To me, as CEO of Microsoft Gaming, that is a direct shot to let everybody know that the BS that was happening at Activision would come to a close quickly.
I agree.
And that is something that is very important as we go through this. And I'll one more piece,
Sure.
and then I'll give it up to I think Ivan might be.
Yep,
I see
Anchor's
Ivan.
next.
What's up, Anchor? People that have been on this monopoly thing, and I know you're going to get to this, but I got to, in case I'm not here when you guys get to it.
Fair.
They now have 36 studios, right, with this acquisition and this whole, well, they're just buying up everybody. Anybody know who Embracer Group is?
Thank you.
I do.
Do you know how many studios they have right now?
90 plus.
Yep,
90
86-ish.
Yeah, close to 90.
They have THQ Nordic. They've got Koch Media, who has Deep Silver. They've got Saber. They've got Gearbox. They've got before we get into this, Microsoft is trying to destroy the industry. Let's not forget that companies like Tencent are doing these little deals where they're buying 5% of this company. Right? So they can get that. They own 40% of Epic. Embracer Group is going to continue to buy studios. People have to understand that the industry is coalescing, right? Microsoft either has to get on the ball with it or they are going to get pushed out. And right now, Phil, and I never do this. King, I never do this because on NLG we're a little more, that's probably why nobody watches us. We're a little more straight up. We're a little more buttoned up than everybody else.
A little more
Phil Maximus?
Dominus.
I'm sorry. Let me get it right.
Get it right.
Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer.
Thank you.
Knows that he has to do what he has to do for the Xbox brand to survive. They are still, with this acquisition, only the third highest game revenue generator behind Sony and Tencent. So, I mean, for all of the Sony, I know you play a lot on that, King, and it's awesome. But Sony is still the king of game revenue, and losing Call of Duty, it might hurt them a little, but that's honestly not these days what people are buying PlayStation for. It's not why I have my PS5. I got my PS5 for Ratchet & Clank because in February, y'all ain't gonna see me on Xbox because Horizon Forbidden West is coming.
I feel you.
When God of War comes out, y'all ain't gonna see me on Xbox for a while.
You go where the games go.
I go where the games go.
The only reason that's a flawed logic, and I'm going to explain why it's a flawed logic, right? Because let's go back to the old PlayStation 4. Let's go back to heyday for them, right? 125 million. They don't have not one game on that console that sold 125 million. And I can tell you that any given Call of Duty title outsold their best title, right? So that's a flawed logic. A lot of people do purchase for the exclusives, but while they're there, while they're at the buffet, people go for the lobster.
The casual dominates.
They're going to get French fries. They're going to get everything else that's there. And what's very popular is the French fries. So when somebody takes French fries off your menu, imagine you going to McDonald's and they said, oh, Burger King now got exclusive deal on French fries. Well, damn, I like French fries. I can't shop here no more. So Microsoft just took the French fries off your menu. It's nice that you got a Big Mac, and people may show up and pick up your Big Mac. But if they get a Big Mac, no fries, I think I'm going to have to go get me a Whopper. So for a little while, it may not hurt now. What if I hate the Whopper? Well, listen, it may not hurt now. But at the long run, the more stuff taken off your menu, no McNuggets, every time you look and there's something less off your menu, that's a hurt inside your wallet. But right now, they're good, though.
No doubt.
I understand.
That was a good analogy, though.
That is a good analogy. But I would take it the other way, too, and just say that, and I want to shout out my brother HTK360.
Salute.
Peter. He said something very profound on Twitter, and it honestly resonates. He said, and this is his quote, buying exclusivity, which is what Sony does right now, Final Fantasy, all this other stuff, buying exclusivity over and over is like a poor man's acquisition. Sony does have the ability, and this is why I think they may not be as hurt yet. They have the ability to counter by going to Square Enix and saying, hey, friend, Final Fantasy. And that's a big mover. So there, that has an opposite effect. I know a lot of Xbox fans would love to play Final Fantasy.
Right,
me too.
But not having it draws people over there as well.
Yeah.
It's a different mindset. And I think what Phil is doing I think is going to work great for them. And I think that in the long run, you're going to see a lot more coalescing of studios, and you're going to be thankful. I'm just saying, you're going to be thankful that Activision went to Microsoft. And I wouldn't care if it went to Sony. Honestly, if Sony bought Activision, I would. Same thing. I got a PS5. I'm good.
I'd be mad as hell.
One.
I'm not even gonna sit here and lie to you. I'm not even gonna hold you to that.
Continue,
I'll be
man.
mad.
We gotta get these bars going. We gotta keep it pushing.
You don't want Tencent, Embracer, or some of these others owning Activision. I'm just telling you.
I feel that.
So,
This is true.
and with that,
appreciate
I
you, brother.
yield the floor.
I appreciate, brother. You're my Sega brother, the original OG. You know, since the 360 days and going to E3, doing things and meeting the movers and shakers in the industry. Want to give you your flowers on that. Also, I loved your
Thank
point
you.
on those classic games, the Sierra, you know, and like Boom was talking about the High Moon, only from the standpoint as well, just from a base standpoint, if they could even bring those into the service for back compat, you know, licensing and the Marvel games and all that stuff, that would be cool too to see, just to kind of get the feel back of why those games are beloved. But brother, thank you so much. I gotta get Anchor. He's been patient.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm out. Guys, thankful. Hey, Sostradamus.
Thank you.
Good call on this,
he's
brother.
a killer. He's a killer today. He's a killer. He's a killer.
So and hey, we'll take 10K subscribers.
Yeah, bro, let's go.
Bring them on.
Yes.
Bring them on.
What's the channel name? What's the channel name? Tell the people where they can find you.
All right, we are at the original Next Level Gaming. You can put Next Level Gaming in your YouTube search, and that'll show up. We're on Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard, and I'm starting to get back into doing some live streaming myself. And just for you guys, yesterday was some Saturn shmups, man.
Ooh, we had some Saturn too.
Galactic Attack.
Okay.
Various Gaiden.
Okay.
Little Sky Target, little import action.
Okay.
So,
I put it in the chat right there. Original Next Gaming Level Gaming, y'all.
Iron Lords, you guys,
Love you,
guys,
brother.
you're my gaming family. Love you guys. We're gonna get you back on the show.
brother.
King.
Yo, listen,
we got a date, man.
Xbox 360 Lover 01.
Move it on, yo, brother.
Have a great afternoon, guys.
Man.
Love you. I'll be in the chat listening.
Love you,
Boom,
brother.
10K.
We got Boom hit 10K.
I just wanted to say a huge thank you to everyone.
Shout out to you,
You got me over the hump. I'm 10K. Finally, I've joined the club.
Welcome to the club,
I've
baby.
joined
Welcome to
the
the club.
club
Lord,
of
it's
the
nice over
Iron
here, ain't it?
Lords,
It's nice.
BitCloud Gaming, Xbox era,
Woo!
all of our little circles. I have to say, you got me over the hump, and it's because of this loving community. I mean, 1,900 people here is just incredible. And listen, the reason why people come back is because of how you guys, what you see here, ladies and gentlemen, is who they are. This isn't a facade. No. And I've never seen the King Rob guy show up before. That's new.
I don't know what happened. Something else happened.
That was if Game Pass has a face. Game Pass out here, stick them up.
I love it. But listen, I just want to say thank you guys for having me.
Yes.
You got a huge guest list.
Yes.
A real big shout out to Ricky and to Ivan and Chase and Mike, which I got to get on one of my shows.
Yes.
You too, Boom. We got to get you on NLG, brother. We got to get you.
Yeah, we need to see that.
We got to get you.
That's for the culture.
Tell you what, I get you DMs, man. We'll get together.
100%. Yes, absolutely 100%. But listen, guys, thank you so much for helping me get to 10K. We finally got there. It was one of my biggest goals. Thank you so much for this year. And we actually hit it earlier because I was hoping first quarter, and we got the first month. And thank you again. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Congrats, man.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you, guys.
Brother,
all right.
Lord Anchorman, and then
See you guys.
Forte, then Kid Smooth. So let's start with Lord Anchorman, the OG, one of the finders of Iron Lord Podcast, one of the shadow broker of Iron Lord Podcast, the man who put a lot of our faces to the masses and really showed people, hey, they got a good podcast.
He's reason there is 1,922 people in here. Definitely hit that like button.
Hit that. We got to give it Anchorman. Anchorman, real quick. Anchorman OG checked me because he was like, y'all let it be on. And I almost got Hollywood on him. I was like, I got to see if I find road. I said, wait a minute, Cog. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is Anchorman V2 with 2 Twitter profiles. And I was
he
like,
I'm in there because he held down my book bag when I left it. And we had to drive up into the most sketchy neighborhood in California that I've ever been through. Yo, you know, the neighborhood is so sketchy when you call Uber to take you there and you call Uber to get you out, and it's the same Uber that brought you.
just to say, you know, I do know that a lot of people are probably coming in for the first time. If you guys enjoy the podcast, definitely subscribe to the channel. Man, we go every Sunday at 1 p.m.
No doubt. So, hey, man,
15,000 another console of your choice. If you want that last PlayStation 5.
Yo, ridiculous.
That last PlayStation.
Anyway. Hey, man. Wow. What's the vibe, brother? What's the vibe? Talk to me.
So when all this stuff went down, I got you 3 I just got snowed in at my girlfriend's house. So I was sleeping on the floor, and I woke up, and it was about 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'm next to a husky. And I look down at my phone. I don't even see the tweet from Phil. I don't even see that. I see Jason Schreier.
Oh, salute.
I see the pre-damage control, and I'm like, whatever this is real. What is going on? And I looked, and I was like, oh crap. So I call you?
Oh yeah, when I got the double Anchorman call, I knew something happened.
Dude, I called you. I called a couple other people. I think the only person who was able to pick up the phone was Fame. I'm like on the phone with Fame, like, look, this just happened. And he's like, no way. But I'm gonna be honest. This did not hit as hard as the Bethesda deal.
We know your team, Bethesda.
And no, that's not. It's not even because of the thing here, because it was the Bethesda thing was like out of left field. Like what?
Okay.
We're doing publishers now.
I think what it is that was out of left field, but we didn't think a realm of possibility of them buying publishers existed before Bethesda, but now it's just like they bought Activision. Yo, that makes sense. But yo,
we were all thinking, like Ubisoft, Warner Brothers. We're thinking small potato publisher kind of deals, and then it's like Activision. It's like what?
Yeah.
So it just was the surprise of who it was. But I'm going to be honest here. If I were Microsoft right now, I need to go out there and start making a commercial with Crash Bandicoot and Spyro immediately. Because it never sat right with me whenever Sony sold those two specifically to Activision. That never sat right with me. It was like, look, even if you're not going to do anything with them, you got to sit on them, like just out of sheer respect. Like that would be like them, like Nintendo. Like not doing anything with Mario and then just selling Mario to somebody else.
Okay.
Like it's rude.
It's disrespectful.
Rude.
Yeah. It's just rude. But I can't believe that now those are going to be Xbox properties.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And it's getting to the point where like now, and like I thought about this for a little bit, so I caught a glimpse of like this an older like a 2020 like a business 2020 kind of profile on Sony and with PlayStation. And, like this is from back like early 2000s. And I watched this for a little bit, and I was like, you know what, this actually makes a lot of sense. And this may just because of last year specifically with Microsoft, where they were like talking about their legacy, talking about like honoring their older like all these older like properties they've been working with for years. And I don't get that from Sony anymore at all.
Jim don't care about
it's like yep, it's old, it's in the bushes now, we're done with it, we don't need it anymore, we're done. And it's like, and I just sit back and I'm thinking about it, I'm like,
yep,
that makes a lot of sense. They sit in the here and now. If it makes the money right now, it's going to be their number one thing. And it's just comparing it to Microsoft lately. All we keep seeing from Microsoft is, look, we got Doom Guy everywhere. We got Master Chief's getting a brand new game, and we keep seeing like all these like smaller, older franchises, and them still getting that love and respect all the way through. And Microsoft quickly is becoming the legacy box, where it's we respect where all of our properties have come and where they're going to go in the future, and that just blows me away. I've been thinking about that last few days.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's it. No, I was thinking of the last few days, and that really hit home to me specifically.
Yeah, no.
Let me ask you a question. Really, just
time on you,
specifically.
King.
Yeah, I know. Just specifically on the spiral and the crash, right? Just specifically on it. Do you think that as soon as the contract is done and those things is inks, do you think that they put those games into work on for exclusive and just bring them back to prominence in your opinion? Because I'm a Crash dude. I like Crash and I love Spiral. Like for my son or whatever. But do you think they put them back to the forefront because you're talking about legacy? Just my question.
I don't know if they're going to put them back in the forefront per se, but I bet they're going to do the 4K 60 FPS treatment for the Reignited trilogy. All that
Lord JezCorden, I'm sorry. I hope your work's not done. I have to be honest. I hope they put you back to work in the team.
Even on,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Even on the publisher level, like they could go back and do that specifically instead of just doing it as a backwards compatibility push.
Right.
But I think they at least giving them that kind of treatment. Like what was it? Boom talked about like Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah.
Get Toys for Bob to go do that, and you basically update all of these great games that just need that extra level of polish just to bring them forward and keep them relevant.
No doubt.
And that's what I would love. And I think the big thing for me, and we kind of touched on this a little bit, is that now you have everybody in the salt mines from Call of Duty now available to work on projects they want to work on. And I know that I can't find it now because all the stuff now is about Toys for Bob and like in the Activision deal, but Toys for Bob was on record saying they'd be interested in working on a Banjo-Kazooie game. They've been on record saying that, and so I can't imagine things have changed that much where they don't want to work on that anymore.
No doubt.
So, but also the other thing too, and this is the thing I think they should do specifically, because Phil's talked about his love for these types of games. Tony Hawk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right? Because Vicarious Visions got put in the Call of Duty salt mines after Pro Skater 1 and 2, the Plus thing came out, and that was great. One of the best remasters I've ever played, and having them be able to work on a new Tony Hawk game, like a real Tony Hawk game, and just that would blow my mind.
Yeah,
there's so many possibilities here.
So cool.
There's so many possibilities.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you.
No, like I said, there's just so many possibilities here. I'm blown away by it.
No, absolutely.
And I'm excited for the future.
Literally, me and you on the same page there with the potential. And I want to get Ricky before I move in because he had his hand up, and I want to respect that. We got to be quick. Lord 3MG, and then I got to get Forte.
Oh, no. I'm good. It was just to give Boom his flowers at that
time.
Okay.
We'll make sure we ain't miss you. But I appreciate for everybody that's jumping in, people coming out, use the hand on the Zoom. That'd be appreciated. Yep. Let's get Gaming Forte and Kid Smooth. Forte, you there, brother?
Yo,
what's going on, brother? How you feeling, man? What's the energy? Oh, live! We live! We live from GameStop.
That's my guy.
We live in front of the Nintendo section. You know?
Okay.
All right. That's why the camera doing that.
Well, Xbox is in the front of the store. You know.
Have you been ordered to do that? Or I'm just joking.
Oh no! I can't go in my back room and do it. That's
I'll feel you, brother. Now, what's going on
back there?
What's going on?
No, man. Something must have really happened big this week.
Yeah, something happened, huh?
Man, I know. I got a phone call from my best friend that Tuesday morning, dropping my kid off at school, saying, "Yo, did you see what happened?" And I was like, "Huh?" And he said, "Yo, Activision just got bought by Microsoft." Listen, I had to practice safe driving. I was like, stop the car, pulled over. It's like, say that again. And he told me, I was like, all right, let me go to Twitter. As soon as I pulled Twitter up, I didn't even get a chance to see any articles or any tweets. All I saw was 6 spaces going on at one time. Every space, it was like the spaces were everything from celebration to is this good for the community or for gaming in general, to like all of the rejects, like, yo, they just cry. It was just crazy. So look, man, it was crazy. it was nuts. But I wasn't surprised. I mean, I was surprised at the number, I will say. I was surprised at $70 billion. But it was something that that we've been telling people for a while. It's like Microsoft, if they wanted to, If they wanted to open up that checkbook, they could do it.
Right.
And people never, and that's the thing, no one never knew if that was a possibility if they were 100% bought in.
Right.
As soon as the Bethesda thing went through, everybody was like, oh, Microsoft's here to play. Now we're like, oh, everybody's on the table. There's no, there's nothing that Microsoft wouldn't be willing to do, and they got this at a discount. Yep. I'm more excited for the possibilities of what this could do outside of, like, I know a lot of people talk about the Call of Duty side of it and everything, and that's cool. I stopped playing Call of Duty so long ago because Call of Duty was just super samey. But I'm just excited for the PC side of it.
Ooh,
like how
hold that thought. If you stay in, hold that thought too, because I got y'all my experts
I'll stick
here.
around.
Yeah, please, don't touch on the PC part because we gonna.
Don't touch it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm more excited for that side of it because I feel like that's the side that Xbox has been struggling in when it comes to their Play Anywhere initiative and their PC side of it with the Microsoft Store. But this also is a three-pronged approach because it opens up an avenue that they didn't even have their foot into, which was the mobile side of it. Mobile is going to be huge for them. They literally acquired the third biggest mobile publisher when it comes to revenue ever.
What's the name?
So, King, baby.
He had to say
King, baby.
King Boo Boo.
Oh my god.
Hey, Forte.
Oh my god. We get it live, y'all. We get it live. They're ridiculous. Continue.
No, but yeah, man. But overall, this was just it was exciting to see how many people were just enamored with this whole thing. And then it was also cool to see a lot of people just talking about it that didn't know what the heck they were talking about. I was like, it was like the spectrum was like 0 to 100. But look, man, this is going to be something that a lot of people are going to be talking about for months and months on end until the deal finally comes down. I see in the topic list you got the word desire in there. Which is
we gotta get to
the
it.
word of
We got a special guest for that.
Hey, Forte. Hey, Forte. Has anybody came inside the store today and said, "Can I get a Lockhart, please?"
Can I get a Lockhart?
No, man. Listen, it's crazy. The one funny thing was I was in a meeting because I had to work on that Tuesday, and I had my regional here, and they were talking. It was like, yeah, man, that Activision deal with Microsoft is big, and they was like, are we gonna even sell Call of Duty anymore?
The ramifications.
Because it's in Game Pass, and if they, the possibilities of pulling it off of PlayStation,
Right.
but you know, ultimately, the biggest thing I want people to take from just the initial foray of everything that happened was, if you have a PlayStation, no one's telling you to throw your PlayStation away.
Right.
That's the biggest thing people need to realize. Your PlayStation is
keep
still your
it.
PlayStation.
It's gonna be a collector's item.
Might throw away mine.
Kids, stop it. I got you there.
No. Everybody, keep your systems. I always told people last generation, Microsoft did not give people that were on the PlayStation platform a reason to own an Xbox.
Right.
That was the reason that was the discrepancy between last generation and the 360 or Xbox One and PS4 generation. Now, people are mad because Xbox is giving you a reason to buy a system, but they're not telling you to throw your old system away. They're just saying, hey, we just want you to come to our ecosystem. Now, if Jim Ryan wants to go ahead and acquiesce and put Game Pass on there, that's a whole other conversation. That's complicit. A whole other thing. He's complicit in doing it. That's fine too. But ultimately, Phil just wants you to be where he wants you to be when it comes to that ecosystem they're playing. He wants you to play in Game Pass. He don't care if it's on the moon playing in Game Pass. He doesn't care if it's on the shuttle Discovery playing on Game Pass. He just wants you to play in Game Pass. And I also see the conversation around people saying, well, why would they sell it in Game Pass and not sell it to people on PlayStation? Is that the only avenue? I said, that doesn't mean they can't sell it at a $70 price tag on PlayStation 2. They just give you the option, just like they do on Xbox. So
bump it up to 80.
Oh, Lord. Bump it up to 80.
They like paying for quality, right?
No.
Savages.
How about no, you don't get it unless you got Game Pass or you got an Xbox. No.
We will get into
you want
that.
to play Call of Duty Warzone.
Oh, well, there it is.
We will get it.
This was really, really good. Microsoft needed to do this. This goes back to the last 2 years, all the initiatives that Phil Spencer put into place, and saying that he's committed to Xbox, and this is the direction they're going in. And I'm super happy to see him do it.
No doubt. Kids, boom. Real quick, rules of engagement has to change for a little bit because we are behind on time with certain guests that may be appearing. So what we're going to do is, Lords, we will give our vibes at the end. So you know what I'm saying? Because we got to get together. Yeah, Lords, we have to. If we add on with these topics, it's going to go crazy. So I want to definitely get Kid Spoon for the last of the first topic, which is the initial reaction. How did you feel, Kid? Talk to me.
Yeah. All right. Check first thing I do, this is a bad habit. When I wake up in the morning, I check Twitter, just the timeline, but I didn't see anything. No. I didn't check my timeline. I had some DMs, and it was DMs from people I don't really talk to often. We shared a few things here and there. There was like, let's go. I'm like,
it's like a championship. They won a chip.
Let's go.
I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, let's go. I'm like, what are you talking? I'm like, what's up? And then I was like, let me go onto the homepage. And I started to see everything in order. I see first the rumor. And I'm like, no, because it looked like every other rumor, right? So I'm like, okay, whatever. I was like, we'll see. And then I seen Jason Schreier, and my eyebrows raised. And I'm like,
be nice, respect law.
And then I seen the Xbox, and I was like, I was like, dang, I gotta go to work. And I'm like, oh man. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I'm sitting there pacing around like in the garage, and I'm like, all right, let me call Attic. He doesn't pick up the phone. I'm like, I'm calling him right back. So I call him right back. And it rings, and he finally wakes up. And I was like, yo, are you awake? And he's like, yeah, what's up? And I was like, yo, did you see? And he was like, what are we talking about? I was like, Xbox just bought Activision. And he was like, he was like, hold on. And then I don't know, he checked something. And he was like, I gotta go. And I'm like,
such an accurate portrayal.
That is so accurate.
You know what's funny? Let me add to that story real quick.
Yeah.
Like when he first called, I wrote over it. It was early, man. I didn't get off work. It was my day off. I hit that red button, man. I'm going back to bed. So I rolled back over, and then he called me directly back. I'm like, all right, let's make sure he alive. So then he picked up, and I was like, I didn't say I gotta go. I was like, okay, I guess I'm up the rest of it. I'll talk to you later, kids.
Yeah, so I was just like, so my head, I'm sitting there now at this point, I gotta be responsible, but I'm mad. I'm like, man.
I was at work the same way.
I can't go live. I can't do nothing. I'm like, and I got to drive to work trying to focus. And so I'm like, hey, I'm thinking about things I'm going to tweet, thinking about videos I'm trying to do, but I can't because I got a whole another 8 hours to work before I can get home and get it out of my system.
Facts.
But like, I had to like, as soon as I got in the office, I checked everything, and then I was like, all right, let me just lock myself away at like I got something going on. And I'm just like reading everything. I'm like, yo, this is real. I'm like, and all I can think of, I know everybody's talking about like King and stuff. I don't care about King. I stopped playing Candy Crush and stuff like that. All this stuff. I'm thinking about, yo, can it be full circle? I'm like, is Call of Duty about to be exclusive? And I'm like, and then I'm thinking about, hold up. They didn't, all right, they announced Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4, but they haven't been like formally revealed or anything like that. And I'm like, dang, they can have this in the bag. And I'm like, oh man, a whole nother year of people asking, is this coming to PlayStation? Is this coming to this, that, and the third and whatnot? But right now, even though I'm not gonna front like I'm the biggest, Activision fan, like I am not. There's like Activision publishes a lot of games that I'm like, man, should I buy that? Like I always wanted to buy Crash.
He was paid to play Overwatch, by the way. So
I was paid to play Overwatch, yes. But I ended up enjoying it. And it's 120 frames on the Xbox Series X.
Thank you, kid, for the clarification.
We just weren't sure yet.
Flex that muscle, sir.
Yo, I'm looking at the I'm thinking about all the games. I'm like, yo, an acquisition that's going to serve like a whole lot of like, because once I read that and they said as soon as the deal closes, they're going to drop all those games in Game Pass. I'm thinking about all the Activision games I don't got. And I'm like, ooh, I didn't buy Vanguard this year because I wanted to do the campaign, but I just wasn't willing to pay $70 to do that campaign. Now I'm guaranteed to get that thing in Game Pass sometime soon with Crash for like I'm happy because now Game Pass, my Game Pass subscription is just went up in crazy value. Now I don't mind playing Call of Duty because my only thing with Call of Duty is that I suck at Call of Duty. When I buy it, like I've been got off the multiplayer bandwagon. I'll play the campaign, and that's it. Like reason why I got the last game last year is because I got a review code, so I was able to play it and enjoy it, whatnot. This year, no review code. I know by Halo was out.
Priorities.
Priorities. So now, but I am still very much interested in the campaign. Like I know I'm not gonna touch the multiplayer, but I am interested in the campaign and the fact that all these IP, you start thinking about the IPs that are dead that they want to bring back. You got Guitar Hero, you got I know they brought back Spyro and they're gonna do some new games, Crash, and then I'm thinking about all these quality studios that's been stuck making Call of Duty that can now go back to like making games. You know they're gonna do this. I know. I was like, yo, after this, Call of Duty don't need to be annual anymore. It does not need to be annual anymore. And so like I'll just give you what I hope. I hope like yeah, sure, you keep Infinity Ward and Treyarch on Call of Duty, make those things biannual or whatever. Put Raven on whatever they want to do. And as far as exclusives go, yeah, PlayStation, you can hold on to that Warzone or whatever zombie mode they drop, but the mainline games, man, I'm treating it like how they did with the whole ZeniMax deal. It's like the language is too vague, and we have a clear example when everybody thought, oh, the ZeniMax deal was too big to keep all those games. Now I'm like, yo, like I'm excited as the Xbox fan. I'm really excited to have and see that they're fighting, and then it doesn't. And this is one thing I want to say. A lot of people, and you guys mentioned it earlier about monopolies and stuff like that. This is so far from a monopoly when you consider how many publishers out there, and then how much more aggressive publisher buyouts there has been between Embracer Group, Tencent, who some of these aren't even American companies who the U.S. government is going to want Microsoft to compete in.
That's a good point. The USA versus China aspect. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
So that is a thing to consider. And so it's not. And then when you do consider, when Microsoft acquires a publisher or a developer, their games are still very much accessible by multiple platforms. When you consider console, when you consider PC, when you consider multiple storefronts on PC, and now you consider cloud, and then eventually you gotta consider the TV. So you take that versus, let's say, a Nintendo or PlayStation making that same acquisition, there's more people locked out at that point. Versus if Xbox does it, you're still very much, even if you play on PlayStation, you still have means to get access to those games on one of your devices at home. So, but yeah, man, it was just pure excitement. I just wanted to share my piece. Thanks for having me.
Salute, brother. Salute. We had to get you, man. You've been rocking, bro. We've been repping since driving the car to Pack East. You know,
you going to Pack East with us?
You gonna see. We'll talk about that offline. Anyway, look, I want to move forward because again, Hustle, I got you. I want to get PD next, and Hustle would say that. And Hustle, if you don't mind, if I include you in the next, because you kind of a PC master race guy. I thought you would fit perfect. If you okay with that as well?
I'm cool with that.
All right,
take our time.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, brother, because it's a big show. It's crazy today. All right, look, let's get into it. So we talked about obviously the initial reaction. You know, we talked about the aspect, but there's other aspects to this deal, right? And we're talking about the PC side. You know, we kind of alleviated that. I mean, mentioned that kind of early, hinted. So there's Blizzard aspect, all their IPs, a lot of their stuff, you know, resides on PC, or kind of bigger in the PC space. Obviously, King with the mobile side. But I want to bring in two lords, right? We talked about Hustle. We got Lord Snalydo.tv, one of the original OG lords, man. PC Master Race, proud Lord PD. So look, PD, man, I want you to give us your perspective because you primarily game on PC. You know, you are a huge WoW fan. You stream WoW. You know, plug the channel, by the way. And, you know what I'm saying? So, like, your perspective is very important to me. Like, what's the PC community feel? What's the WoW community? And then also, I believe, Battle.net, right? We got to talk about that. So, give me your perspective on that.
Yeah, I'll try to do this as quick as possible because I know you guys are super busy.
Appreciate you.
I know Ricky and Chase are sitting here patiently, you know, put their bars in too. So I'll do this as quick as possible. We'll talk about BattleNet first because it's probably the easiest thing to talk about. BattleNet is the in-game launcher that Blizzard had put into effect before Activision actually bought them, and then when Activision actually bought them, then it's now the BattleNet launcher, and now it includes all of the Activision games in addition to all the Blizzard games. Now, for all the launchers that I've actually had to really deal with, this is probably one of the best deployment launchers for any game that I've actually really had to deal with. Steam probably being the next, and everyone knows that Steam really isn't that great. But the really interesting part is that when it comes to this BattleNet launcher, it also has a communication aspect so that you also have the ability to communicate with other people's in other games. For instance, if I'm chilling playing Warcraft, doing my thing, Addict's over there in Diablo playing his game over there.
Oh, we're going to say Overwatch. We say Overwatch. Don't say Diablo.
Yes, he's Lord Overwatch.
So you're over in Overwatch. I can actually message him and go, yo, how long until you're done with that game? I need some help on this thing. Or you can message me and be like, yo, these guys are kicking my ass. Can you come over here and help me? So
hey, that's my line.
So like it really has this amazing communication aspect, which is really, really nice for the PC space. And I think that with the ability that Microsoft has with their communication, voice communication portion, it can really enhance that and make that better, which I really feel that the Battle launcher and the Blizzard or Activision Blizzard community does not have this verbal communication across games, whereas Xbox Live has. So I think that that's going to be really, really interesting to see how they're going to communicate and bond, and also the deployment of the games on how they can end up doing that. Because when there's a game that goes live in a game, let's say the expansion for World of Warcraft is coming out on Thursday. It is like 2 weeks before on Tuesday, I log in and it already starts downloading everything, getting it ready for that launch date. So it can fluidly go into the next expansion and I don't have to worry about, any of that stuff. So I think that they do a lot of that stuff correctly and right, that I think that Microsoft can very much take and enhance a lot of their games. For instance, like if Halo Infinite is going to start dropping new maps, you're not even going to realize that, but they're going to drop your maps like 3 weeks before. And then you're going to be like, all of a sudden on Tuesday or whatever, the game's going to pop and you're going to be like, oh, there's like 4 more maps. So I think that that's going to be really, really cool for them. As for the Warcraft community, I've done a little bit of communicating with my guilds and stuff like that because we very much are very progressive on the knowledge of what's going on. And I would like to say that these opinions are mine, not theirs fully. But the thing with Blizzard, first of all, Mikey Barrows, headed and leading that thing, which is like such a positive because we all want Bobby out of there like nobody's business, because that guy, I'm going to keep it, PC and just say that guy just got to go. But for the WoW community, we think that this is going to have some good things that are going to happen and possibly some bad things, because we don't know where Microsoft is going to sit. Kind of like how Call of Duty has their forced timeframes of new Call of Duties, Warcraft has those same criteria. They need to make a new expansion every like 2.5 years. And we've noticed over the past couple of years, there has been a decrease in the player base. That the players will play for a month or two and then it'll just drop, and it's because they don't have the want or the feeling that they want to continue to play in it. So we're hoping that this gives them a little bit of ability to free themselves up, because prior to Activision's merger, they were able to make games where they felt fully strong. Like they would launch on the expansion would launch, we would start playing and it would feel great. We'd be like, all right, this is great. There was not really any bugs. The raids and dungeons were fluid and there was great things about them. But ever since Activision took over, there has been this drop after every 2 or 3 months after expansion. So with Microsoft coming into play, we're hoping that it ends up fixing that so that we don't have that huge player base drop off, because now we have like pretty much the people that are playing are the hardcore, that are the ones that really enjoy the game and can play over and over again. But we want, like, a lot of our other friends are playing other games, so we kind of miss that. But that's one of those things that we're kind of hoping that changes it.
Yo, Pete,
but
I know how to get that player count up. Throw that joint Game Pass and let me get my fingers on it.
Man. But that's the other question. What are they going to do? Because we are right now subscription based.
Right.
So would you telling me, am I allowed to go on Game Pass, which is also subscription based, and then bypass?
So is the trepidation
what?
that the Game Pass potential rolling or separation of subscription, is that okay? I see where you're coming from.
So am I going to pay 2 subscriptions or 1 subscription now?
I got you at it. Go at it. Go real quick.
I think they're going to merge WoW with Game Pass, because to me, what you have more odds of someone leaving WoW because they're just bored with the game at that time until something bigger happens, or keeping people keep people like, you take a break from WoW, you go to Game Pass, you play that, so you constantly keep them in that ecosystem instead of unsubbing until like the next expansion happens or something.
Well, that's the whole.
Well, how about they just roll it in there, and if you don't have Game Pass, you got to pay that subscription.
How much?
Or if you do have Game Pass,
like options and stuff.
Yeah. How much is the subscription, PD, right now?
I pay yearly, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. I was curious about what it worked out to month. Anybody knows?
Anybody in the chat knows?
Any WoW players in chat currently know?
But don't they give you the bare bones joint for free to get you hooked, and then once you get hooked, then they hit you with after 50, level 50, then you have to pony up.
It's like after level 20, you have to
pay
for the
15 a month.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, that thing is going to go inside Game Pass.
15. Everyone say 15.
And if you want to get it outside of Game Pass, you're just going to have to get knocked in the head for that $15.
Keep in mind too, Activision has been, Blizzard has been having. That's the people who make WoW, Blizzard, right?
Yes.
They've been having their candy took away from them ever since Final Fantasy 14 took it off. Right. So,
the reason why that we had the Final Fantasy take off is, and it's actually something that we've spoken about, was because of the huge dip. Because you have this portion of this expansion where it came to be that everyone was just killing, doing everything they wanted, and then it was just like, boom, we have nothing. We're like, what are we gonna do? When's the next expansion coming out? When's the next patch coming out? And they're like, hey, the next expansion isn't, the next patch I should say, isn't coming out for another 8 months. What are you gonna do?
Right.
So people are like, well, I guess I'll play Final Fantasy 14.
Right.
And then they're realizing that, and a lot of those larger guilds and communities are now going to be playing, both games. Gotcha. Because they realize that they have these dips in times where they don't need anything, which is great for Final Fantasy 14 because the game is fantastic. I played it, I love it. And the same thing with WoW, is that it's this great game and I love it, but they have these times and dips of like no content. So that maybe with some luck, they'll actually figure out a way how to make sure this content is, improved and continuous.
Put some Forza DLC up in there.
Last question before I move on for you, PD, is overall. So is it cautious optimism? Is it skepticism? Or is it negative? Like what's if you had to put your finger on the pulse of the WoW community, what's the overall, the majority feel?
The overall majority, they feel that this is a positive thing.
Okay.
And the reason why this is positive is because a lot of the developers are going to be able to have a little bit more of their freedom back. And like Boom was saying it before with the whole thing with the HR and stuff like that, I think that was another huge issue. And that's the other reason why Diablo 4 and Overwatch 2 keep getting delayed, because of all of these underlying issues that are not discussed and talked about. And I think that once that stuff gets cleared up, Blizzard can be free again to be able to do the things that are great. They're great at Diablo. They're great at Overwatch. They're great at Warcraft. They're great at StarCraft. They even said that they're no longer making StarCraft anymore. And now this gives them a light, because the StarCraft story is so good. The campaign is amazing. But to have just killed it the way they killed it, it pains me to sit there and be I wouldn't even say I'm like a Blizzard fanboy, but they make such good games. It's just gotta be like, oh, it's just so crazy.
I feel you, brother. Okay, soft, and I got to hustle in, and we got to
just real quick.
Yes,
just real quick on the consolidation thing of the BattleNet thing, because I think to me that's the most interesting part about this. I don't think when we start talking about, we're going to start talking about the monopoly stuff and whatever in a bit, but we have to be careful with the BattleNet thing. The obvious thing is to say, hey, we just consolidated everything in Game Pass, everything using Xbox Live servers or whatever, Azure, whatever, and that's it. The problem there is they're not sure how they're going to be attacked when it comes to this antitrust kind of discussion, right? They're not. They have no idea how they're going to be attacked, right? Looking at everything on the surface, it doesn't seem like there's no real argument when it comes to the consolidation of companies because of the stuff that Kiss Move mentioned, whatever. Like they're still the third highest in revenue above, beyond Tencent and Sony. When you look at other independent publishers, I don't think that's a real argument that they're going to lose.
Right.
Where they have to be careful is the consolidation of online communities. If the government starts looking at them as an entity that is trying to eliminate the ways in which people access their games online and just kind of consolidate it all into Xbox and Azure, whatever, that could be a problem for them. So for me, it's something that they really have to. So when we say, hey, just put an Xbox Live, that's the obvious answer. I think it's more nuanced than that.
Okay.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens because, on top of that, there's a lot of stuff that BattleNet does super well that it would be in their best interest to try to integrate in some way, shape, or form.
I actually feel like they're going to take everything to BattleNet. Like that's my personal opinion.
That's how I think they're going to do.
That makes sense as well.
Microsoft is going to throw it into the BattleNet system.
No, fair enough, man. Like I see my boy 3MG, and I gotta get hustle, and I gotta bring somebody in as well. But you guys gotta get your balls off quickly because we get the next segment soon.
Yeah.
So please,
yes, no.
Well, thank you guys for letting do your thing. But
Petey,
thank you guys for everybody letting their bars off.
And let people know where they can find you.
Yeah, Snalydo on Twitch every Monday to Friday. YouTube also.
How do they spell that though? How do they spell it?
Everyone's
Snalydo.
Snalydo. You go ahead and do that. You can find me on Twitter also, or if you look at me for Twitter, it's Peter over there.
No
Peter
doubt. What you streaming at? WoW, consistently.
Yeah, mostly WoW and other games that I do for the channel for reviews and stuff like that.
No doubt, and a
You
function.
couldn't pay me to get on WoW, man. I swear.
You won't have to soon.
Pete, are you a panda bear?
I'm not allowed to discuss that.
You're not allowed to discuss
Some of them.
Time. We gotta keep going.
We gotta keep going. Please.
See you in 2 weeks.
All right, let's get
later, brother.
like I said, hustle with 3MG. I see he had his hand up. Whoever goes first.
No, my hand. Remember, my hand was from before.
Oh, okay, you gotta put your hand down.
You gotta take your
press it
hand
again.
Yeah,
you gotta press it again. Put your hand. I'm like, damn. I was like,
basketball. That whole situation.
Yeah. Oh man. Put it back. There you go. Because I see the hand. I'm
Don't look past me.
You good. Hustle. Let's go.
No, Ivan, real quick because I read the chat. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. No. So only thing I want to say before I go here is at least I don't know what Sav was talking about. At least monopolies. That is a very good point. That may be the one point they actually shoot for, because based on all the other categories, I can't see them stopping it. They may bring it up or talk about it because they're basically saying, "Hey, with this merger, you're going to be third," and no one cares about third.
Right.
So that'll be a thing there. But the one thing I want to leave on is, of all the people that could have done this acquisition, Microsoft was the best choice.
I'm happy
because if anyone else did it, there would be problems. Because we know EA was in talks to do it at one point, and if EA got Call of Duty, I could just imagine
Medal of Honor
that would turn out. They can't even finish their own Battlefield right now.
They would have snatched. EA would have snatched it just to shut Call down. Like, you got to go to Battlefield now. Like,
purposely, you implying it would purposely analyze it for Battlefield?
Feel trauma.
Savage.
Way too much involved there.
No doubt.
Like if we know Activision was kind of waiting for Sony to say something about it, and look. If Sony had bought Activision, one, thank God, because they would have got Crash Bandicoot and Spyro back, and hopefully they do something with it. But we wouldn't be having this discussion about, oh, is this going to be available on this platform anymore? Because for a fact they would make sure Xbox would not have Call of Duty anymore.
Interesting.
No, they wouldn't allow you to.
Interesting.
It's one of those things I worry about. But
no doubt, brother.
But Microsoft is looked at as the bad dude.
Y'all funny.
Yep.
No, I appreciate you. Hey, yeah, you rolling or you? Okay, brother. Tell the people. Wait, hold on. Tell the people where they can find you, what you got going on. Let's plug with these people. Let them know who you are, man.
All right. Well, I got my old Twitter account back after defeating Twitter after 10 months of being in Twitter jail. So
wow.
So you can find me at Anchorman V2 across all platforms now. Now finally back to normal there. You guys, we're starting up Cheat Code Radio.
Cheat Code.
Probably going to be in February.
That's on fire.
We're flipping back and forth between recorded shows and live shows, depending on the week. Whether you're going to do a live show on Thursday nights or you'll get the recording on Friday morning. So
nice.
Either one there.
We're going to put the link. We got to bless my man. Salute Lord Anchorman, the legendary OG, always been in our corner from day one. The shadow broker, we call him affectionately. I'm going to put his Twitter account in there so you could find all his information. The updated Twitter account, which he fought tooth and nail to get back. There it is.
I wouldn't have never reported him if I knew this would have happened.
No doubt. And we got more royalty pulling up, I see, but I got to get Hustle. He's been so patient. Hustle, on the PC side, Hustle and Motivate.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, man? How are you feeling?
I'm kind of glad that they have Blizzard now and they can use their online service because, as y'all know, Game Pass on PC right now is garbage. It's garbage. If you go to my YouTube channel, you saw the last time I tried to stream Gears of War and the joint kept crashing on me. So like any improvement is a real good improvement. I just want to give like quick thoughts and reactions.
Sure, please.
I hit Attic up. And I DM'd him. I said, hey, son. I said Blizzard.
Yeah, that's all he said. That's all he said.
I got you. I saw Blizzard. I saw PC. We got to talk about it.
When I saw that, it was just like,
I
still can't believe it. Yeah, I still can't believe it. And Saul, shout out to you because, man, I thought you was just reaching out the sky, dog. Yeah. And it turns out you spoke it into existence. So, what I'm going to need from you, Saul, is the Win a Mega Million numbers. So I'm going to go ahead and play that.
Hey, no doubt. I got you.
Come on.
Call me now. Call me now.
For your free reading.
I'll be honest with you. My only concern with that acquisition is, Microsoft, they were the first ones who tried to push things like strictly digital. Y'all remember back in 2013 with the Xbox One? I don't know if y'all mentioned it, so I've been in and out, but they were the first ones to do that. And y'all know all of these, if you can see what they are, I'm a physical cat. So
good point.
Of those. I'm a physical dude, so I'm more worried about that.
That's a good concern. No, stop it, King.
Go ahead.
Stop it with the pauses.
He the one that said he physical.
Stop it. But no. That's I don't want to minimize what Hustle just said. Like that is a valid concern for physical media. I know we people got pom-poms out, but that is true. So continue on your point, Hustle.
Yeah, because we talk about game preservation, maybe not 10 years from now, maybe not 20 years from now, but maybe 30 years from now when, we raising possibly our grandchildren at that point. Like, hey, check out what Uncle Hustle used to play. Check out what Uncle Chase used to play. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, that's all it's going to be.
Hooked up to some type of new machine trying to get new legs.
Continue, Hustle.
Well, I'm going to be alive and kicking. Look, all I'm saying is I'm more concerned about that aspect of it. But this is a super good deal. And I'm not sure if you guys mentioned it, but Activision with the Microsoft, which is the biggest story for me. I heard the Finding Duke a little earlier this week, and when I think Maddie might have been you.
Maddie pulled it from GamesBeat, and shout out to Lord Jeff Grubbs, his article. So that was that source. So for people that did ask.
My man knocked on the door and was like, yo, help me. He said, help me. He said, please buy this. Because he knew, because Bodycotic knew. First of all, he knew he was getting fired, and he knew the stock, the company was losing. Like, it's one of those situations where, like, he'll become even more rich and probably won't let it happen to him either. And I don't want to get off in
the golden parachute situation is real, right?
Yeah,
that is a valid concern.
My money.
Yeah, he's still gonna come up. But no, this is a really good acquisition, man. Is this gonna be exclusive? Is all the stuff gonna be exclusive to Microsoft? Let's just put it this way: if Bethesda stuff and the ZeniMax deal, all the future games are gonna be exclusive, then you better believe all this stuff gonna be exclusive, dog. Like you might get like the multiplayer stuff.
Good segue.
You might get like
good segue.
You might get Well, look at me, Kyle.
Good
I'm working,
segue, brother, because we have some heavy hitters that have arrived in the realm, and I hate to cut you, Hustle, because I'm
cool.
so cut for time right now. And first, let's start off with the legendary Lord of Legality, virtual legals, the mind that everyone goes to. Let's just say for everything legal. Let's start off with HoegLaw, the HoegLaw business firm, law firm. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing okay. Is my mic working? I didn't even get to check it yet.
Nah, you good.
Invested in this conversation.
You are good. And then second up, someone who is very explosive on Twitter lately for some, but the legendary ColinMoriarty, CEO of Last Stand Media and co-founder of Lily Mo Games. How are you doing, sir?
Good, man. Good to be here. Thanks for having me. Hope you guys are well.
Oh, we're doing well. We're doing well. Good to have you here because we want balance. We want the legal perspective, but we want balance also with other perspectives. Can't just be all pom-pom, sunshines, and rainbows. So let's balance.
Yeah, what's funny, this whole show, I've seen people say, are they going to talk about Colin's response? Colin's response? They're going to even bring that up?
His own response.
Exactly. So let's give Hoeg his flowers first. So let's start with the first issue, and affectionately we call it the desire section. So the desire for COD on PlayStation. So obviously the Phil mentioned initially in the press statement that he didn't give details of Microsoft plans. Activision Blizzard games are enjoyed on a variety of platforms. We plan to continue to support these communities moving forward. Then that led to the original, I believe, the Wall Street Journal's article in Tokyo, and it said Sony Group Corp said that Thursday that they expected Microsoft Corp to ensure that games from Activision Blizzard are available on non-Microsoft video game platforms if Microsoft completes its proposed acquisition of Activision. We expect that Microsoft will abide by contractual agreements and continue to ensure Activision games are multi-platform, Sony spokesman said. Then we got the statement from Phil, and that's the one that came the day after. And it pretty much looks like many content creators are going to be analyzing this statement for about 18 months, depending on when this deal finalizes. And Phil says, and I quote, had good calls this week with the leaders at Sony and confirmed our intent to honor all existing agreements upon acquisition of Activision Blizzard and our desire to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation. Sony is an important part of our industry, and we value our relationship. So, Lord Hoeg, man, you got an amazing video up on your YouTube channel discussing this right now. Now that you've had time to kind of parse and even digest it even further, what do you take from these series of events and that statement?
I'm sorry, really quick.
Yes.
Guys in the chat, let's behave.
Yeah, let's behave.
If you get out of line,
yeah, we'll get you out of
here. Understand you're gone.
Yes.
Just understand that.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So
please.
We've been playing nice. If you knew, don't act up.
Yeah.
And I know y'all see Colin in here. He is welcome.
Exactly.
Don't act up.
Exactly. So let's get it. Hoeg, let's start up, man. What you feel about these statements? Twitter is breaking this statement down 1,000 times.
Yeah, well, I mean, my first feeling is obviously the entire internet is more cynical than a corporate transactions lawyer, right? So I saw this tweet go out there, and I immediately did a video because I think it's an important step for Microsoft and Phil Spencer to go out there with a very specific, very positive statement that says he wants to see Call of Duty on PlayStation in the future. And I think the vacuum, the framework that this all takes place in is important to understand. There's 2 or 3 things happening here. One of which is that this acquisition, which y'all have been talking about for a while now, isn't done. That these things are not finished. Activision is not owned by Xbox or Microsoft as of today. There's a number of hoops to jump through, one of which is government and regulatory approval. And one of the things that everybody should read into every Microsoft communication for now into the foreseeable future is that they want to look like good guys. They are the white knightiest of white knights that have come in to alleviate a problematic situation at a publisher that's getting sued by every agency under the sun. And Microsoft and Phil, they just want people to have fun. They just want people to play games. And so they have a desire to see Call of Duty, the biggest game on earth, appear on the Sony PlayStation infrastructure. Of course they do. They are PlayStation fans. And so there are a number of statements that Phil has made, that Xbox has made, not just about Call of Duty, that can all be put into the bucket of, hey, FTC, hey, EU, we know you're watching, and we want you to know we're not going to over-consolidate. We're keeping everybody in charge here. There's another statement that Phil made that said, I'm not even worried about Nintendo and Sony.
Right.
We're all on the game boat. We're all rowing down gaming lane. Who I'm worried about, who you should be worried about, FTC, who the politicians should be worried about, and that's, of course, Jeff Bezos. Nobody likes Amazon.
Oh my God.
So when you're evaluating this transaction, don't limit it just to evaluating whether it's about cloud services, cloud infrastructure. Sure, we got a lot of that. Maybe we're the only major game subscription service of our type. Don't worry about that, FTC. What you need to worry about is those big tech giants. I think every Republican and every Democrat can agree big tech sucks. Am I right? And don't think of Microsoft that way. So we have a desire to put Call of Duty on the PlayStation. And I looked at that very positively. I'm an optimistic guy. I said, you don't have to go out with that statement right now in this fashion. You can be more neutral than that. In fact, we saw Phil Spencer essentially trip all over himself, saying much more vague things when the ZeniMax deal went through. So this is closer to something that people should take positively. But understand, he can't sign checks for Sony. He can't make contracts in the future. So desire is important there. He can't make a promise because he doesn't know what agreement will be entered into. And yes, you can better believe that Xbox is going to use its $70 billion purchase to try to talk about terms. We understand that your people want Call of Duty on there. We're open to it. We like money. You like money. What if that 30% cut were 10%? Hey, what if it were Game Pass included instead? And so those conversations will undoubtedly happen. They could fall apart in the future, but I think the people that are parsing it more closely than that, suggesting that Xbox is just putting up a smokescreen, are wrong. Because the one thing that would happen here in a regulatory environment is that if he spun around and went backwards shortly after the closing or something along those lines, is that you do get a letter from the FTC. You see an agency looking at Facebook and WhatsApp and Instagram and saying, you know what? We know we allowed this deal a decade ago, but we're not cool with it anymore. And that can create problems down the line. So everything he says, take with a grain of salt because it's in a regulated environment. But also, when there's anything that sounds like a remote commitment, do assume that there is a political price to be paid for walking back that, even if the strict legalese here doesn't bind him in any capacity. There are optics and politics at play. So I'm an optimist. I look at that and say, for the first time since that tweet went out, think that Call of Duty, including its annual or non-annual, however it winds up in the future iterations, are going to wind up on the Sony ecosystem. Why? Because a multiplayer action game that's premised on microtransactions and engagement makes a hell of a lot more sense than a single-player role-playing game. And it affords Microsoft and Xbox the ability to test their own data and analytics as to whether or not the ZeniMax deal is driving people to Game Pass, whether it makes more sense to sell $70 or, God forbid, $100 versions of a game that they otherwise make available on Game Pass on their competing system. And you're going to get a lot of information, which is of value in and of itself. So I look at it very positively. I think an optimist can look at it and say, I think Call of Duty is going to live on PlayStation. But those two crazy kids do have to sign a contract eventually. And who knows what...
I got one question for you before I pass it to Colin. I was patient. In reference to those who say, right, yes, like this, the language could be taken either way, right? And for those who say, you know what, I think it's definitely going to be multi-plat, right, based on that language. And I understand what you're saying in reference to, look, there's regulatory bodies, everybody's watching you, now's not the time. But I guess my question to you, Hoeg, is what's the disadvantage of saying right now, if truly the intention is for it to be multi-plat, what is the disadvantage of publicly saying, you know what, instead of saying I desire, say, hey, we definitively plan on keeping these games on PlayStation and multiply. What's the disadvantage? Break that down.
You can't make a promise to that user base. Like, so PlayStation fans and Xbox fans are ostensibly distinct, but they're also not. We're all gaming industry fans, right? So Phil Spencer can't go out just from a political perspective, and I mean politics as in actually talking to people, not just, you know, Republicans and Democrats here. Just from that perspective, say, we will promise it will be on PlayStation, because you don't control that deal. And if you make that kind of statement, you lose the leverage in those negotiations. Gotcha. So if you promise that to Sony fans, and now they have a certain feeling about you and your reputation and your goodwill, Sony sits back at their table and says, well, Phil, seems like you put yourself in a bit of a pickle. So you promise some things to some people. Let's talk terms. And now that becomes a different leverage play. So Phil says, look, plan is to keep gaming and what's the phrase they use? The joy of gaming in the hands of as many people as possible. And if we happen to make a lot of money on that, well,
like he's
that's
Bob Ross or something.
Love it.
So Phil can't make that promise.
Okay.
Phil shouldn't make that promise. If the lawyers, the PR people were vetting that kind of tweet, and it was a big tweet, so you can bet that they were, then they're saying, okay, here's the line you walk up to. You say, we have a desire to do it.
Yep.
A lot of things can happen between now and then. People can read into it. We need to get views for Iron Lords. So let's keep it a little vague. And then that tweet goes out the door.
Hey, Hoeg.
Yeah.
With desire, that word, right? Because I mean,
desire. It's a good word, isn't it?
That's a nice word. Do y'all guys remember? You desired a lot of things in life until you didn't.
Oh yeah.
There could be a desire until it's not. So I just stay focused, guys.
It's not a guarantee at all.
Beautiful.
And his desire could be premised on something that is, untowards for Sony. Could be an indecent proposal.
Yeah,
you don't know what that looks like, but we do know that there's a commitment out socially in the public now.
Yeah.
And so there is a certain expectation of most people that aren't reading it and parsing it like a lot of folks on social media that says, in the back of my head, sounds like Xbox wants Call of Duty on PlayStation. If that doesn't happen, where do I ascribe blame? And that might be on Xbox as well in terms of goodwill and reputation. So there was a step forward in that tweet. People should not undersell that.
Fair enough. Now I want to combine this topic again because I have to respect Lord Colin's time.
Yeah, you got to bring Colin on. I could talk for 40 minutes.
I love it. No, brother, you on fire. You on fire. Thank you so much for that insight. I want to be fair in the realm here. One thing about ILP, we strive to be fair, and probably the most vocal opposing tweet, I would say, or opinion on Twitter as far as the acquisition. I would say as far as just the health of the industry, what's good for the industry, was Lord Colin. I want to read his tweet in reference to that. So he said, in purchasing Activision Microsoft has undoubtedly set off a new round of mergers and acquisitions that will coalesce entities. It's bad for creativity, bad for devs, and bad for players. 3.5 hour sacred symbols awaits. Again, salute to the Patreon success out here killing it, sir.
Thank you.
Salute to that. And of course, the Defining Duke stand up, respect. But let's get into that, man. And I want to get into that aspect, that tweet about your initial feeling. And then also, on Sacred Symbols, you had some comments in reference to, your concern for Sony, right? And making this an arms race and them feeling the need to have to respond in a way that you don't necessarily agree with. So let's get your thoughts on this whole thing, man.
Sure. Thanks for having me. So my concern about this, first of all, I called myself Neo. I kept calling myself Neo on the show, and Matrix reference, because the bullets that are coming out as far as the acquisitions of Sony or the acquisitions Microsoft are making are not affecting me.
Yes,
because I don't really play Activision games. I don't really play Bethesda games. I actually went and looked at what the last Activision games I played were, and it was Modern Warfare Remastered. I believe it was the last one, and it was great. But if you go get into Square Enix and all the indie shit and all the weird stuff I like, then that would hurt me a lot more. So from a myopic standpoint, I'm like, okay, like it is what it is. It could have been way worse for me as a player, a PlayStation gamer. But what I've started to see were a couple of things. First of all, this real corporate celebratory stuff going on that I don't understand at all. And anyone who listens to Sacred Symbols knows that we don't celebrate Sony on Sacred Symbols. Anyone who acts like we do is lying, because it's the exact opposite of what we do. We hold them to the fire. More than anything, that's part of what we feel is part of what we do. Even though we love the brand and we love the games, we try to hold them to account as a corporation. And I saw this corporate worship going on with Microsoft, with a company that 3 or 4 days ago everyone hated. Now suddenly everyone loves them again. This company that had this complete malignancy going through all of its developers and all of its marketing teams and in-house and all of this, suddenly everyone loves them. And I think from a PlayStation point of view, my biggest concern, or the biggest thing that I took away from, is that I'm surprised by how few people understand how PlayStation built their first party. And there are just no comparisons to what PlayStation does, what Nintendo does, which is much more like PlayStation, and what Microsoft has done since the very beginning. And to that, I say it makes the brand seem a little hollow to me. And it's hard for me to celebrate just the sheer acquisition of assets as opposed to the more deliberate nature of building a team. And that's what Sony has done. And the reason that I'm afraid of that is because I feel like this can put them in a position where they feel like they need to play with the big boys, as it were, And I don't want them to do that. I don't want Sony to buy anything. That doesn't make sense. I certainly don't want Sony to buy Square Enix. I certainly don't want them to buy Capcom or Konami or any of these companies that are being bandied around. I think that would be awful. It'd be awful for the industry. It'd be awful for player choice. It would be awful for Sony's first party because they have a feel. They have a culture, a very high quality culture that they've built brick by brick. And I challenge anyone to tell me any acquisition Sony has ever made that is like that Bethesda or Activision deal. The answer is that they haven't. In fact, Sony has acquired all their teams for what is probably less than $1 billion.
Yeah.
And that's a big difference. And that's the only thing I'll say about,
right.
So those are the things that come to mind. Sorry, I'm rambling.
No, you're good.
No,
you're
no.
good, man.
You have a great opinion of it. And as a corporate worshiper, I'm gonna step into this boot, right? So yeah, I held Microsoft to the fire when I felt what they were doing was absolutely horrible, right? But again, at the same time, no, people was praising Sony just a couple of weeks ago when the news came out that they would be purchasing or in talks to make sure that the Xbox ecosystem doesn't get a mainline Final Fantasy. Me as an Xbox player and a Sony PlayStation owner, I use them for exclusives, right? Then that means that because I'm still waiting for that Final Fantasy remake to make its way to the ecosystem that I enjoy. Hasn't made it there yet for whatever reasons, right? At the same time, are they looked at as the good guys? So when they do their practices and they get timed exclusive, and you got to move in this corporate business the way you can. Yes, Sony has changed from the brick by brick, like you said, in the past, and it kind of changed, and I think the times dictate that. Microsoft isn't afforded the same amount of time that Sony is afforded. So what you do is you acquire a ton of assets, you have a ton of stuff that you can put out, but at the same time, you build. You start to build that quality. They weren't afforded the same amount of time as Sony, but they do have cash, and they are passionate in this space. So as a corporate worshiper, I like this space that Microsoft is in, and I like the IPs that they have. I like the feel with certain games. I'm happy in this space, and I didn't want it to go away. So when it was threatened not too long ago, in actually going away, I kind of felt threatened in my gaming space, as for me. So now the fact that they turn that part around, and it seems like they're going to be around for the duration, that's where you get my elation from.
Sorry. I wanted to ask.
Sony. Sorry. Back to Sony part. Hold on. Back to Sony's part. Yeah, it's been 8 years of beatdown, Colin. Let's be real, right? 8 years of watching quality titles being produced by Sony platforms and hoping that same quality can be produced over here. So it's hope that you were seeing that these quality titles will finally start to manifest themselves. And we started to see fruits of that labor in certain quality titles that was released this year. I understand that you want it traditionally and you feel that acquisitions in its sense will destroy our fabric of gaming in a sense. I don't think so. But I also, like I said, am a fan of this ecosystem. I do want the PlayStation brand games to be in this ecosystem. I do champion them making the transition over to a full developer. That's my opinion of it, but I understand what you're talking about, and I'm just giving you the aspect of me probably tweeting so hard talking about Microsoft is moving in a great.
By the way, I just wanted to say real quick, guys. I know as far as I don't really see anything on Twitter because I just post out my put out my
not
stuff.
seeing the responses.
I stopped posting personally in the fall, so I know people are mad there, but I don't really see it.
No, respect.
But
I just called for a debate to the death, Colin, it's fine.
We just put out the content and then kind of let it sit. But yeah, I just wanted to say that. So I don't quite know how upset everyone is.
No, they're furious with you. They're furious with you. No, we're gonna put that out there right there.
That might be an understatement, to be honest.
That's why they were like, don't. I'm like, no. One thing we love to do here is we love to have opposing views, and we could do it respectfully and have great discussion and great engagement. But I wanted to ask you was, okay, so in reference to that, about the creativity aspect, I guess my question that I've seen on Twitter and some of the pushback has been the alternative, especially with a company, a publishing arm, which has been kind of going through the turmoil that they've been going through internally at Activision Blizzard, where you're seeing people, again, initial reports, again, not all we can say, but initial reports are saying, hey, we are happy that we may not have to annualize something like Call of Duty. We are happy that, whether it be Treyarch, Infinity Ward, or whoever, Sledgehammer, that trifecta that produces these games consistently over and over and maybe not allowed to work on their own titles that they had prior to this model that Call of Duty seemed to be pushing for this annual revenue. It must come out. And we're starting to see some of that. And then the second part, in reference to obviously that, we're also hearing about, okay, the bigger players, right? And you start hearing about, okay, well, if Microsoft wasn't to get it, would we be comfortable with an Apple or a Tencent or Embracer Group or any other thing? So I guess my question to you, Colin, is for that group, what do you say as far as Microsoft's acquisition of Activision being a better alternative?
It is a better alternative. You and I had said on the Finding Duke Ultimate, I had said it was ironically before this all happened, where I was like, I'd much rather Microsoft consolidate than Tencent.
You did.
And I think it's, as Microsoft as a company is very interesting. I use Microsoft products. I have no problem with Microsoft. But it's funny you bring up Embracer, because I actually think Microsoft and Embracer are pretty similar in which they just buy assets and then they worry about them later. There doesn't seem to be much of a strategy to it. They just seem to get things and then they'll figure it out, and they're big enough. They can model and do all those things and get it all to work later. But that's my whole point, is that that's fine for money, and capitalism is the pursuit of it. But from a creative standpoint, I don't really have any respect, for that mantra, as opposed to especially the very steady work Nintendo has done for a really long time. But we were talking earlier about third-party exclusives, and Sony's always done third-party exclusives.
Right.
It's when you get into the second-party exclusives that Sony starts to deliberately try to acquire teams.
Right. And date sometimes, Colin, honestly.
Of course. No, okay. They've always done this. I'm saying, when you look at the business, the least risky financial move is to do a third-party exclusive.
Yes.
And ironically, I would say also that the industry was getting away from those until Microsoft was the one that revived it with Titanfall, with Tomb Raider, and others.
Yeah, Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Sony actually wasn't doing that. Sony was doing more second-party exclusives. So that's the whole thing. It's just that if people want to call apples and oranges, that's fine. But I just like the more deliberate nature of acquiring teams that make sense, because it keeps the first party, whatever first party you're talking about, somehow coherent. When Sony founded Polyphony with the old remnants of Poly's Digital, they were like, we need a racing team. That makes sense for us. We'll do that. We've already made Gran Turismo together. We did that before we owned you. Now we're going to acquire you and move on to the next step. And that kind of thing has happened over and over again. And so my fear as a fan of PlayStation first party is simply that they will feel like they need to play a bigger thing. And I don't want that for anyone. I would really hate, it would be awful to wake up and for Square Enix to be under Sony. I would think that would be
and
horrible.
You've been consistent with that. Let's give you your flowers. You have been, I hate to interrupt you. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, please.
But I want to be consistent that the reason why I respect an opposing opinion like yours on this is because you have been consistent, unlike some that even on the Sony side, you don't want that for the industry, because some people, again, we were talking about that arms race, right? And people are like, well, I got all the toy, and you've been like, no, I don't want Sony to do that. That's your fear. Continue. I'm sorry. I just wanted to be clear with that.
Because that suggests that there is a finite amount of resources, but there isn't. Sony, to their credit, I made fun of them for doing this earlier in the year. They've done it multiple times, or in 2021, is that now they're setting seeds with new second parties, right? Like Firewalk and all these different teams, the Jade Raymond team, where they're going to own the IP. They are funding the team. They don't own the team. So you can see that they're setting the seeds of new Sucker Punch, new whatever. Right. And just the same exact way that they used to do it. But no, because acquisitions, while seemingly inevitable, suggest that the resources are finite. And I would rather that money just go into new things.
Right.
And that's the other thing, because people are like, Sony would take this away and Sony would take that away. And there's no doubt third-party exclusives, certainly the second-party exclusives of the IPs they own, But I would argue that when they make an acquisition, they're acquiring a team that doesn't do anything for anyone else anyway, or hasn't for a really long time.
Right.
So it almost seems like the most net neutral acquisitions as well. For instance, Insomniac made 15 games for PlayStation before they were acquired, 15, including 12 in a row, right? So, and when they left Sony and tried to do other things, they found that they couldn't find the same success. So that seems to me like a very natural acquisition. And people might look at it differently, but I see an acquisition like, oh, we get Guerrilla. Well, Guerrilla made Killzone, then we bought them, right? From Sony's acquisition. And no one can tell you what Guerrilla made before that. No one. The game is shell shock, and no one played it, right?
Yeah.
The point is that nothing was taken away. There wasn't even the specter of that. So the third-party exclusive is interesting. I think the Square Enix deals are interesting that they're building, but I would have expected to see Final Fantasy VII on Xbox already. I think that's really disappointing that has happened.
Right.
And my hope and prayer is that if Sony responds, they continue to say, listen, let's found 10 new teams and do 10 new IP. That is always going to be my preference over them saying, fuck it, let's just grab Konami.
Right.
Let's just grab Bandai
Right.
Namco. I don't want that.
Language.
Language, Colin. I know. We're the sudden Lord there.
You're fine.
Two final quick questions because I'm trying to maximize Colin's time. All right. So the first thing is in reference to, the whole consolidation, mergers and acquisition, but like from a standpoint of what do you say to say, hey, like, we love you, Colin, but like, this is where the industry is going, right?
Yeah.
I'll use the sports analogy, which is like, I come from the era where Michael Jordan, in my opinion, is the GOAT, right? So when I look at NBA, this generation, this series, and I'll be like, I know King, don't get mad at me, but LeBron, I look at him with less respect. I look at his championships as hollow because I'm like, you teamed up with Dwayne Wade. You teamed up, you know what I'm saying, with Kyrie. I got you. These are for Colin, though, because Colin going to understand the sports part. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I kind of, as an old head, right? Because I'm like, it was defense. It was real defense. It was hand checking. It was the Eastern Conference, Knicks. Right. Like, it was real. You guys are teaming up and doing it the easy way, right? Could you think that there's a part of you that maybe just holding on to the older way of doing things when it was, you nurture a studio, it's culture, it's in-house, as opposed to the acquisition where maybe this was where the industry is going? Do you think that plant that seed there in your head a little bit?
No, definitely, man. We all come from the same place where I think things were smaller, and we come from the pre-cool video games era, as I like to call it, like where, and it's fun to hold on to those days. There's no doubt I want to hold on to that. That's why I'm trying to remove the myopia of my own point of view.
Fair.
Because the way I interact with games, for instance, I don't think I'm going to be interested even in Spartacus unless they do day one games, because I just don't interact with games like that. Like, I love people go look at my trophies. Like, I like playing one game at a time, get really into it, doing everything I can. Then I move on to the next game. And it's funny, I played Halo Combat Evolved last week for Knockback. We actually just recorded the episode for it. And something with my brother Dagan, right? And I went on Xbox. My girlfriend Micah, who you guys had her on the show. She was awesome.
Oh, she was awesome. Absolutely.
And she's a big Xbox head, so I signed in and I was finding my way around, and I was like, yeah, I'll just go buy Halo. I'm very happy to buy Halo. And then it was like $39.99 or $1 with Game Pass. And I was like,
the conundrum.
I can't not get Game Pass.
Yeah, that's right. You win.
Right? And so I went and canceled it later because I just feel like I didn't want to get charged again. I'm not going to use it for a while. But I succumbed to your point. I'm succumbing myself to this modern model. But as a developer of games, we're about to announce our 5th game.
Absolutely.
And our games are on all platforms. We are interested. We're talking to Microsoft about Game Pass. We want to know how it works and how it can benefit us. We are very skeptical, and I will say a lot of people behind the scenes in a lot of different places are not only skeptical of that model, but also skeptical of what Microsoft is doing. Because it's going to force everyone into this very narrow bucket. It's exactly what Apple did on their own platform. People will recall very early on iPhone, you were paying $9.99, $19.99, $29.99 for things. Eventually, the bottom came out to where you couldn't charge anything on that platform. People had expectations of either 99 cents or nothing. That's my fear with subscription models and how that might marginalize games and developers, people that are not people that don't have the ability to get their ideas out there and are training a market to just not buy games. We all know that people say, we'll wait for it to be on Game Pass. Maybe that will be on Game Pass.
That's valid.
That's me.
That's valid.
This is a huge fear amongst developers. I'm telling you, I am one. And so we have to figure it out. But am I resisting change? Almost certainly.
That's
you
honest.
know,
That's honest.
And so I'll be interested to see what Sony does with Spartacus. I think it will be more backwards compatible related than forward compatible related.
Besides the teams?
I got a question for him really quickly.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's just because
I apologize.
No, this is great. This is great.
It's just because of the Spartacus proposition, right? And you mentioned date and date will be a main motivating factor for you, right? That's the main motivating factor for me in Game Pass.
Yeah.
Now, do you feel that they look at the numbers and the huge amounts of money or whatever Game Pass is making, because they get the metrics? MLB The Show was there day one, right? So they get
the first
metrics
kick in the teeth to Sony.
Yeah. We had you. That was when your first was on ILP. That was when the news dropped.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah.
I just bring them up.
Petty. Stop being
But again, to compete, and I understand where that fear may lie, to compete, and they have to feed that beast, which will become Spartacus, which whatever name they use later on. Is your fear that they start to do acquisitions just to put stuff inside that beast to keep the machine going? Because right now, Game Pass is a machine. All right, and we're looking every month to see what new games is going to drop inside Game Pass at what date and stuff like that. And it actually dictates your playing cycle. Because right now I'm playing Hitman. I had no thoughts of playing Hitman, right? So do you fear that the PlayStation ecosystem turns into that and moves far away from the 5-year or 4-year cycle does it takes to make a quality game that you're looking for? Because if they have enough studios, they can keep churning out good games at a different cadence. But if they don't have the studios and they have to start acquiring, does that water down the product? Is that the fear that
That's definitely the fear. Yeah, I would say that's the fear for most PlayStation fans, because I don't know. I don't want to. It's hard to dispute that PlayStation has a very high quality first party. Right. Diluting that with anything would be a shame, because it's not only the acquisitions that would bother me as far as the dilution of what the brand means, PlayStation Studios, and the quality, but it creates this vacuum, I think, for A games, which I love A games. So think about like Embracer kind of games, but those games take shorter amounts of time, let's say 2 or 3 years to make for, let's say, $40 million, and you can get them out and just keep going. And it's going to demand, just like Netflix and Amazon Prime and all those demand that kind of glut. So too are these Game Pass games. And so it's not only the acquisitions, but Sony seeing projects and saying, instead of investing in the usual $200 million Last of Us type game, we're going to have to invest in 5 different games for $40 or $50 million each. None of them are going to be as good, but that's going to be the new expectation. That's why I'm trying to hammer into people's heads. It's not about what this does to PlayStation or what this does to Microsoft. It's what it does to everything around it as it creates a new set of rules. And I don't want that to become what Sony is, because I don't think it's true to the brand. And I think that it's kind of puts them in a position where the only advantage they've ever really had is quality. And if they don't have that advantage, then they don't have any advantage. And they should get used to, second or third place in that situation. And the other thing I have to say, by the way, you guys haven't mentioned, is I also think Sony has to get used to the idea of maybe being purchased itself.
Yes, valid.
Wait.
Valid. Yeah.
That's big. What you mean by that?
No, go ahead. No,
what do you mean by that, by the way? Like, they need to get purchased by like another bigger company? Like...
No, I don't want them to do that either. But I think it's just as likely that a company comes in and takes Sony as Sony goes in and takes Square Enix.
And I actually think now, since they see Microsoft willingly spending money in the industry, it might not have been a thought process, but now it might be a thought process where it's like, look, like we were doing fine now, we're doing fine. We were doing fine then, we're doing fine now. But are we going to do fine in the future without someone bankrolling the kind of money to compete with something such as Google, such as Microsoft?
Soph, I want to get you in because I'm sorry, I missed you a couple times. Yeah, you're muted, Soph.
You're muted.
You've really been missed. No wonder you've been missed.
There's a lot of rumbling going on in the background of there. I guess my question for Colin here is, if let's say Game Pass is not part of the equation and the same amount of acquisitions are happening, do you still see that as better as what we have now? Because I think from what you're saying, it feels like the big fear is the overarching change that Game Pass brings into, like you said, how people's willingness and how they purchase games. So I wonder, because it just sort of feels like, regardless to what, and I go back to something that Shaun Layden said before he left Sony, was like, the status quo at this point is unsustainable. And we are as gamers, because of what we want from those quality games, those AAA games, kind of in part at fault for that, right? The change in the status quo. So my question is, do you think if you remove Game Pass from the equation, which obviously it's a reality, that's not what it is, are we still in a better place? Because it's still the same rat race, I think, right? I think you see Sony purchasing here, you see Microsoft purchasing there.
The currency to me, though, is time. And I think this is what was being brought up before, was Sony used to be able to take the time for deliberate purchases, right? They never purchased a studio. I want to repeat this, Sony has never purchased a studio it didn't work with first. Yeah. For only example of them doing that was Nix's, and ironically, they acquired Nix's in order to make their games more available, right?
For PC, which King loves. King loves that acquisition.
I love so that acquisition that acquisition was the only acquisition Sony ever made where they didn't work with the team, usually multiple times first, to create that sort of cadence. And I think the removal of time is the key element, because they no longer have time to see, right?
Right.
When they bought Guerrilla, they had already made Killzone, so they knew what they were getting, and they were like, all right, we're interested in getting in the bed with you now. When they bought Bend had already made Siphon Filter. So they were like, all right, now we're going to get into bed with you. Or when they bought, San Diego, they founded San Diego Studio. That was the remnants of 989, of course, and they already knew what they were getting. I feel like the removal of that time means that they have to get into these more hazardous relationships. It's what I said before, like Microsoft definitely doesn't have a plan for Activision. Like, they're figuring it out. They're building the plane in the air right now. Sony never operated like that, and I think my biggest fear is interrupting that status quo, because I like where they're at right now. And I'm also not opposed to just buying my games individually. I know a lot of people have a problem with that, but again, just the way I play games, I'm not so sure I'm saving very much money on a subscription service, unless, like we were saying earlier with King, that unless we have the day and date, because then you can't really, if I'm going to go play Last of Us 3, how am I not going to have that subscription model? That's just stupid. But otherwise, I don't know. So I think there's a little myopia in there for me, like we were saying earlier, but also I think just kind of reality of the time being removed. It feels the rat race has increased. It feels so much more urgent, and I don't think that translates well to what Sony does.
Sorry.
I raised my hand.
No, I'm sorry.
I didn't want to Hustle and I know the time.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, so guy,
no. Please go down.
So Colin, I've been listening to Colin this whole time because it's interesting. I understand his position. I respect his position. I respect his point of view. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to say this in the perspective of myself and everybody here who just plays these games, and we kind of grew up in this environment. So I look at it like two of the lesser evils. And, I used to subscribe to that idea where I didn't want Sony buying certain studios or Microsoft. I don't even agree with the whole time exclusive thing, if you want to bring it to that point. But I will say, seeing over the years, we've seen some of the games that we like get swept under the rug. We stopped seeing them release. Then we started seeing the release of certain genres of games, and our favorite games subscribe to that genre, like open world. And if it means that someone has to secure a type of change, and it could have been Sony who bought Activision, I would have celebrated the idea that we would get some of the titles that deserve to be brought back in development. That was where I was standing with that point. It didn't have to just be Microsoft, but they initiated something which I call is a reset. So I hope it I hope it goes through the whole deal. Listening to Colin's point, this is the first time, I'm hearing him. I understand where he's coming from. I get it. I understand. But we are also in a cycle where Sony can no longer be in that initial lane, and they kind of have to subscribe to these different kind of subscription-based type of theories where you need to buy out a company, or you need to buy out this kind of studio, or whatever. And I just feel like people weren't really like praising Microsoft the last couple of months, but you know what, this was a big buy, because like I said, I know I brought up Call of Duty being one of the favorites of mine, that they might fix this game, but there's so much more behind it, where we've seen nothing but just clutter after clutter after clutter being released. That's where I'm looking at the W in this, like where I see the win,
sorry, Attic.
I just wanted
hand, and I got after you and Hoeg's. He didn't get his.
I just want to respond to what Ricky's saying. Like, I agree, and this is the reason I agree, Paul. Because, all right, look at maybe because I personally feel like ZeniMax is a little bit more Microsoft buying a studio that they have closely worked with for years. But with Activision, I feel like there's multiple layers to why they bought them. I think one of the layers is if we're not going to go over there and handle stuff over there when it comes to all this stuff that's going on that, we don't really have to go into, then we don't really necessarily think that might get fixed. I also feel like as far as a gamer, it's like what Ricky was saying. Activision has been the downfall of their own self. Mm-hmm. And like to my perspective, like we've given them plenty of chances to innovate their own titles, to do something over there. And they not only were like, okay, look, Call of Duty's popping. You're not doing anything else. You're making Call of Duty. You're a support studio for all the other Call of Duties, and you're making Call of Duty. Everyone's making Call of Duty. So like to that perspective, I don't know what they're going to do when it comes to Call of Duty. Yeah. But I do know that if we kept it on the same railing that the train's been going, we know where that was going. Right. It's called Call of Duty next year, Call of Duty the year after that. Mm-hmm. Them pretty much, making all their studios do what they want. Now, Call of Duty's a big brand. They might still go on that route. But then I want to point towards the Sony part of it. Like, I do feel like, just like Ricky said, we've been kind of in a stale industry for a while now in terms of creativity. I don't think no one's willing to try anything, and you needed something big to change stuff up. Like, Sony was getting real comfortable with, let's let Call of Duty be our multiplayer. We'll worry about everything else. And now you probably have Sony doing emergency meetings. It's like, in a realm where we lose Call of Duty, what can we do to replace it? To give our fan base some form of multiplayer experience on the platform. That's what I'm looking at, because at the end of the day, I'm right there with you, Colin. I'm getting tired of the same repeat everything. If one company's not doing, another company's stealing the ideal and they're doing something similar. And it's just like, I've said it multiple times. Like, the only real big innovation I've seen in a while is something like the Nemesis engine. And it's just like, I feel like if these studios and these publishers continue to play it safe constantly 100% of the time, nothing's ever going to change. And I can't really get on the whole, I'm more against timed exclusives than I am about a company buying a company, because I feel like the difference between the Embracer stuff is they're getting the Embracer, THQ Nordic, they're getting a lot of smaller, well-known titles that's been dormant for years. And to me, the only difference is one has bigger IPs than the other. And it's just I'm looking at it. I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan. I was starting to get comfortable with buying Final Fantasy on the Xbox platform. And then Sony, I do feel like they got to a point where they were feeling uncomfortable what was going on. They're like, someone hit Square Enix. We getting all this stuff. And to me, their Western stuff's a little bit more multi-bullet, but a lot of the Eastern stuff, the stuff I care about, a lot of it is pretty much only theirs. Look at Bethesda. They tried to get Starfield. They got 2 of the other IPs. That's 3 other games that they got away from the Xbox platform. And my mindset's I can't really go against one and not the other, because it's timed exclusives. They're literally paying someone to keep something off another platform. Sure, you're buying a whole company, you're kind of doing the same thing, but at least you're actually paying that company price to determine where those go, instead of paying, we're getting this game so you can't play. And that's where I stand on that, because it's we might get Knights of the Old Republic. Love that game. I gotta use this PlayStation to play. Right. For Spoken, gotta use the PlayStation to play. Final Fantasy 16, PlayStation to play. Every Final Fantasy 7 remake, PlayStation to play it. And that's just where I stand with it. It's just one can't do it without the other. And then when it comes to that standpoint, because that Microsoft, obviously, like Hulk said, they haven't bought them. They've pretty much said they're going to buy them. If they do go through with that, Sony might actually bring a resistance back, because up until now they've not needed it, but right now they're in that viewpoint where it's like, if we lose Call of Duty and we lose Overwatch, we're going to have to do something to convince people you need this PlayStation Plus, because that's what a lot of people don't talk about. Without Call of Duty, without Overwatch, there are stuff that you would use PlayStation Plus on, but is it enough to validate people going out and subscribing to that service anymore?
I gotta get Hustle. I gotta get Hoeg. Hustle.
No.
Oh, you all got to put your hand up. Okay, Hoeg.
No,
Hoeg.
I'm cool.
Okay, Hoeg, because I know his time is limited. Family, Sunday, football. Hoeg, continue.
Oh, well, I've got a number of responses. I should have made a list for like 100 comments. I mean, the very first one for Colin, I would say, is, one of the things that I think really focused my attention on the tweet and the video that you did, which I unfortunately haven't gotten a chance to check out in substance yet, was referring to Microsoft as a malign influence, referring to the acquisition itself as a negative. And I've heard your comments here, but there's a number of things that I don't agree with there. Now, folks need to understand my tilt. I'm a mergers and acquisitions lawyer. Salute. Transactions. This is where I get energized. It's a big day. But when you talk about, hey, I wish they spent $70 billion making 10 more things or getting other teams together, that's kind of throwing the money at the problem kind of hypothetical, right? You can't manifest developers. You can't manifest video game creation capability, no matter how much money you wind up throwing at it. And frankly, if you're starting a new company, whether it's the Coalition or the Initiative or whatever other random one-word title that Microsoft gives to a new group of people making video games, it's taking development power from somewhere else. It's taking experience from somewhere. And so, I think that the $70 billion spent on this particular deal is overall a good thing. I think the video game industry should look at this as a titan that had been essentially sitting on its cash stack for 20 years, where they let their kid kind of play around with putting a plastic box under a TV and seeing if anything could ever come out of it. And they had a green Martian alien guy, and the board didn't understand what was happening. And 3 years ago, Phil Spencer goes and convinces them to spend $100 billion in 3 years, taking what was 4 companies and making it 34 companies. And overall, if we don't get Sony eliminated, if we don't lose Nintendo and all these other things, the video game consumer is advantaged by some big giant gorilla deciding to hurl $100 billion of sunk cost investment into trying to make more content for more players better. Acquisitions can bother you. Consolidation can bother you. You can worry about losing possibilities in the future. But I'm an optimist. And what I hear from Colin, what I hear from some other quarters online is a concern that the future doesn't look the same, and it won't. But assuming that future is worse than the one we have now is just not something I ascribe to. Sony is going to have a fire lit under it. Whether you think that causes them to die and do bad things or become more focused on doing what they can do better, more efficiently, and be a better competitor now with this gorilla swinging his big money bag around, then I personally think that Sony's going to find its way. But understand, nobody can fight this money cannon. When Phil Spencer goes and says, hey, we're talking about Amazon and Google and Tencent, that's because Sony and Nintendo and Ubisoft and EA and everybody else is a minuscule ant compared to these trillion-dollar companies. And nobody wants to get into a hot war with that money gun. So how does Nintendo survive? And Nintendo has thrived this generation. How? Yeah. They do weird-ass shit.
Language,
please. They come up with a product that nobody understands whether there's a market for, and it blows everybody away. They also release cardboard VR helmets from time to time. You don't know what they're going to do. But Nintendo survives that way. And Sony, in my opinion, is, yes, going to have to get a little weird, going to have to get a little freakier than they're used to. But that can be a good thing. You say you believe in that PlayStation 2 era and that variety and the weird stuff that came out of Sony proper. I say we're going to get an invitation to that. If their board is paying attention, they know they can't compete on acquisitions. I don't know whether they're going to buy Square Enix. Frankly, the only other major third-party player that makes sense for any of these companies is Ubisoft. But we could talk about that another time. I don't know whether Sony's going to make that move. They're leveraged up to hell. They don't have the cash position that Xbox does. They don't want to get into that fight. If I'm Sony and their board, I say, look, what do we do to get weirder? What do we do to diversify? What do we do to differentiate? because they're going to be the big old tech bears.
I actually,
as
and they
Colin
let him finish. Let him
Moriarty
finish.
says, as Colin Moriarty says, maybe they're hollow. You say hollow, and I tend to agree with the overall thesis, which is they're bought and paid for, which means here in 2022, we have very little to go on as to what Phil Spencer, CEO Microsoft Gaming, wants out of his end-line products. We have a Psychonauts 2 that is a success, but was largely made before Microsoft took them over.
Correct.
And we have limited other data points. So I don't blame anybody for looking at that and saying, I'm not sure
Yeah, the skepticism is
what
valid.
Microsoft Gaming is going to produce.
Yeah.
But I'd like to believe that it's going to go well. And I'd like to believe that essentially hurling resources and letting the creatives do what they want is going to work. It worked for Tim Schafer. Psychonauts 2 is a triumph. But whether it'll work in the future, I don't know. What I do know is that Sony's going to have to react. Competition is good. And gamers should like that there's a player in the industry that wants to throw this money around.
All right.
And I know I had other comments, but I don't want to.
Hold on, Attic. I got to be respectful because Colin's time is limited. So one, I want to allow him the ability to respond, and then two, I didn't really effectively get because we went a bunch of places, which was great, but I really want to get the Sony response and what he wants, like in detail as well.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, always good to hear from Hoeg. Hoeg, I think we'll just do a show together next week or two. So I'll just
Sign it up.
I'll just keep everything dry for then. I don't actually disagree with a lot of what you said because it really is. Well, first of all, I think the overwhelming aura of it is just like it could be way worse, right? And I agree with that. I do think there's just a lot of hypocrisy about the way people felt about Activision and Call of Duty like 1 week.
Now they love them. Now they love them.
Now everyone loves Activision. Okay.
And
by the way, we're gonna punish them with by making multiple, the board and everyone billionaires. So that's their comeuppance. Okay.
Golden parachutes.
But my response, that's whatever. That's capitalism. My response, and I'll be quick because I do have to.
I know you got to go.
Appreciate you guys having me.
I got you, bro.
Is what my ideal would be is for Sony to do a little bit of what Hoeg is saying, and I think they're going to do that with. They're an old enough brand now to kind of rely on their old games.
Yeah.
And I think backwards compatibility is a big thing that they can do. And so I think that is something they'll do with Spartacus or whatever they'll call it. They'll probably end up calling it PlayStation Plus. Yeah. And I feel like there's that, and they're going to figure that out. I also think the PlayStation Plus collection, which we bring up a lot on our show, is an interesting quality-oriented thing that just needs to be reset more often. I would argue that there are multiple games on Game Pass or on a PlayStation Plus collection that are better than anything on Game Pass. And I think if Sony can leverage that, I think that would be interesting. But my biggest response is the second party studios that they were cultivating that clearly that they didn't end up wanting to get into bed with, like Quantic Dream, Supermassive, and a few others. Those are gone to the wind. And some of their partners are in terms of development resources are leveraged. They had a pretty good relationship with Remedy, for instance, on Control, but they're working with 5 different publishers now.
They're deep in bed with Epic.
Right, they're deep in bed with Epic, and I think it's going to get deeper. I also think maybe they'll leverage things like Discord and stuff into a social realm that will make PlayStation more readily interesting to people. But I feel like what I would love for them to do is to continue to announce these small deals, these mysterious deals. And by the way, there are a couple of studios that are working on that are not even announced yet, including one in San Diego that's working, alongside the show team on something big. So they have some things to respond with. But my hope is that they focus on the boutique nature of PlayStation, which is what I think makes it special. And even after the Activision deal, the reality is PlayStation still makes way more money than the Xbox brand. But the problem is that their relationship with Activision and with Microsoft, and maybe even with Bethesda in the future, will come at a cost. And we were talking about that on the show. It's really interesting. Keep Call of Duty on PlayStation at 70-30. Every game that's sold is just, okay, fine, 7-3, 7-3, 7-3. And before you know it, you're just making all this money. They're really in between a rock and a hard place. And I'm really interested to see what it's going to be all about. But we should have known after what happened with the show that it was going to be a year of getting kicked in the balls for PlayStation. But it's happening all above board because the reality is that the console's still selling. You can't find it. It's outselling Xbox. And I don't know if that's going to change. Game Pass is 5 years old now, right? Like, has it really changed everything? It's really tantalizing, but is it going to affect that for PlayStation? I don't know. There's a lot of open questions, but I hope they keep it small. And I'm going to be I look on my phone every morning now and I'm like, what horrible move did they announce? And people are going to expect me to defend, and that's not going to happen. So, but I appreciate you guys having me. It's good to talk to you. And
always.
I'm wishing you guys the very best in COG. I'll see you on DDU and DD. But
Willing, brother.
I'm sure I'll see you again.
We'll see you again. Now,
Colin,
Colin, I just want to say before you got out, I love you came on. I love these discussions, brother. I love it. We can all agree to disagree or have different viewpoints, but be respectful, and it's great, man. And I appreciate. I know your time limit, but I really appreciate. Addict, say what you got to say because I know Colin got to leave too.
I do agree with you on a thing. Like people keep saying Sony needs to buy this, buy that. I actually feel like that would make it worse. If Sony tries to respond like a Square Enix, that might get Microsoft thinking, other companies might buy other stuff, and then that might be a catalyst for them just to buy something else. Right. So I do agree with you, and I don't want to act like there isn't a fear of consolidation whatsoever, because I do have a fear.
Yeah, it's a valid concern.
I feel like Activision isn't the catalyst to my fear. You know what I'm saying?
Can I jump in? I'm so sorry to interrupt because whilst Colin is here, I just want to. Is he still here? Colin, you there?
Yeah, I really have to go.
He has to go.
I'm sorry. I'm like 15 minutes late to what I was supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I apologize.
No, bro. You told me.
Thank you for having me. I'll be back. Thank you guys for your time.
No doubt, brother. Have a good one. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Yes, hello.
Bro, I love you guys so much. I didn't interrupt, but I wanted to laser Colin so bad, but I love him as well, but I didn't want to say anything.
Right, no, we got to be respectful, and I got Dutch also here too. I know there are differing opinions. That's why we want all the spectrum, right? We want it all, right? So let's go.
Hoeg, where's Hoeg? Hoeg is.
I'm in the red background. That's me.
Yeah. Hoeg, the UI on Zoom is weird. Your face pops up, then it doesn't.
Oh yeah,
you smashed it by the way, because you, as an M&A lawyer, and the industry, this is either it was Microsoft or someone else. You kind of smashed it, and I can't wait for your conversation with them. But Cog, smash him as well. Cog, I know you feel.
Fair, brother. I gotta let people listen. I'm a listen. If you want more of Cog, be honest. You're gonna have to get the defining dude, because at the end of the day, I have look at all these great personalities I got
He's not there for that.
Yeah,
I do that.
Yeah, I gotta give everybody their time. Yeah.
Check this out real quick. Look, Colin's point of view comes from
valid point.
It's a very valid point, because the thing is, us as older gamers, right? I'm speaking about Cog, myself, King, the guys that have been around.
Always make this about age.
No, but
by far the oldest.
Exactly. So and Hoeg as well, right?
Yeah.
In general, as human beings, change is difficult. Change is destructive, right? The thing about this change is that it could not have happened in any other way. When you think about the options, right? And when you think about the realities of where our industry is, this is the thing. A lot of the arguments that were happening during the course of the week that were sort of kind of like on a moral soapbox about this is bad for the industry. My problem with those arguments is they're not acknowledging the reality of where we are as an industry. And the reality is that all of this was going to happen regardless of Microsoft happening. And we go back to the arguments of who would have done it, right? Do we have Tencent jumping in and doing what? The issue is that Gaz, I know where you're coming from, right? I know that you're saying like, Colin's point of view is very much based on the way he consumes games and the way he wants to continue to consume games.
And we got to keep in mind, he was in the industry. He knows how it forms. Like,
but
that's his mindset.
His seem more personal.
It's definitely more personal.
But he's a developer.
He doesn't espouse any specifics. He can
Let's
talk
not
about
personalize it. Let's just
corrupt.
talk about the
point.
What I'm saying when I'm saying that he's a developer, he's looking at it from a different perspective. Like he's telling you the bottoming out of Apple. He's explaining to you that the fear from a developer standpoint, what's the bottom on the Game Pass? Type of thing, and people are not purchasing games, and they're waiting.
All I'm going to ask you is just don't personalize it, but just say the point. Just say the point. But get your boss. Get your boss. I want you to get your boss, please. Go.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So, I'm not going to personalize it. I'm not going to do that on your show.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
The source has a
I appreciate that.
bad legacy about that.
My man.
But what I was going to say is, in Colin's points, he talks about it being corrosive. He talks about consolidation, prima facie being bad, but he doesn't. The argument doesn't tackle the point about the specifics of Activision Blizzard, a studio or publishing out outfit in turmoil with 2 games, their biggest games, Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4, pushed away because of talent migrating out.
I feel that.
They could not retain that talent. Microsoft saved them. It was a pitch to save that publisher. If it wasn't for them, do you want Tencent? What's the alternative? And Colin's argument has been poised to defend timed exclusivity multiple times, celebrating timed exclusivity, which has a history of actually being corrosive to the industry, to the point where the Sega Saturn's demise was hyper accelerated by Tomb Raider's timed exclusivity by PlayStation, where we saw PlayStation in its last gen, knowing that the Xbox was at its weakest point, doubled down on its timed exclusivity in an attempt to oust it out of the market. I just don't understand how you can, on the one hand, I get it, consolidation is bad, but I don't see any substance in the argument in light of the industry now, in light of Tencent and all this consolidation going forward. Because Sony's poor, we need to be feeling sorry for PlayStation? No.
I don't think that's
Let him finish. Let Gaz finish.
Let's not even talk about it in the sense that it's a Colin thing, because it's not.
It's just an argument. That's what I'm saying. Let Gaz finish, though. We've not let Gaz finish, please.
Well, okay, my ADHD's kicked off the interruption. I was gonna say, so go ahead. But what I want to say what I wanted to tackle from Colin, just get a tit for tat on how is it there's such a disparity in your energy in that, but you're gonna ignore everything around the deal, the substance around the deal, the people, the controversies. He made a point to say, "Oh, I like how everyone." Colin's argument was this point about. People are now double standards and loving up Activision. Hold on, this is a positive boon for the publishing outfit. The staff have been celebrating because they can finally see a light at the end of the tunnel. We're not saying, "Oh, we love Activision." Right. We love the IPs and we love the prospect of positive change.
That's really fair.
I believe the core of his argument. Look, is there a little bit personal bias in there when it comes to PlayStation? Yes. But we can't act like that consolidation in the future, if this is continued, doesn't stand.
Right.
Because look, like I said it a couple days ago, right now you only really got 4 places to play consoles, any kind of game. You got like, unless you count like mobile devices, you got the PC that I'm on now, the PlayStation that's on now, or the Xbox or the Switch. Like, I feel like them buying each other would be more consolidation than publishers buying each other. But if there's only 2-3 publishers and Microsoft owns the rest, or one publisher and Microsoft owns the rest, there is a form of worry going on there that Microsoft literally owns the whole industry. And I do get that point of his argument. Look, sure, I disagree with his stance on time exclusive, and that's fine. But I don't think he's coming from a point of malice where he wants, he just wants the point of where 2 or 3 people don't own everything. No, and I think that's the key point here. I do know Chase has his hand up for a minute. I'm sorry, Chase, that I jumped in.
Chase, I know Chase, I got to get him, but I got Hoeg has to leave, then Chase. Hoeg got to leave, then Chase, and then Dutch.
Yes. Hey, I just want to say thank you for having me. I could do an hour here, but I really appreciate the conversation. I think you're doing great stuff here. And I'm sure I'll be on again, but there's going to be a lot to talk about for now into the long future on this deal. So keep going on, and thank you again for inviting me over.
Much love, man. Thank you, brother. A lot of insight. You are absolutely hilarious. When you're talking legalese, I can listen to it for days. Brother, you appreciate it.
I was feisty today.
Yes. I loved it.
Especially when it works in my favor.
Can we get this chat? Like, look, I will start timing people out in this chat.
Yeah.
I get it. Some people don't agree with anything. At the end of the day, you come to this podcast because we're still going to give people voices.
Exactly.
If you just wanted, literally, if we didn't get Colin on, we would have comments in the comment section saying, "Oh, it's only one-sided conversation."
Yeah, exactly.
Now we get the other side to get every
Why y'all got him on?
on?
Listen, but at the end of the day, Hoeg, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Enjoy your Sunday, and thank you for rooting for my 49ers. I appreciate that energy. That was stuff.
Hey, like I said, anybody that can get rid of Aaron Rodgers for me, I'm a Lions fan forever.
Oh man,
I'm a Lions fan forever. I don't get joy except from Schadenfreude.
No doubt.
So thank you very much. Go Niners. See you later.
Love. Chase.
I'm with
Dutch.
I really
Fonz.
love Hoeg more and more every day.
Stop
We
it.
got Fonz
Chase,
here?
is Chase still here? He has
Yeah, I'm here, I'm here.
Chase,
You
get
hear
your phone.
me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, so I think everybody in general needs to relax a little bit because we don't really know what's going to happen.
Yes, good point.
A year from now, a year and a half from now, in general, like we don't know if this is the new normal, where studios just going to keep getting bought left and right. The circumstances around the Activision deal lined up so that deal could happen. I don't know if you remember this, King. Last year when I was on the podcast, I said, in order to be bought, you have to want to be bought. He was like, no, man, we can just strong arm everybody, throw back.
Wait. I said no. I want to just strong arm.
yeah, right.
Matt, he had the mask on. That's when he had the mask on.
Yeah. There's been attempts to consolidate one way or another that have not worked out. We've seen, because Warner Brothers was talking about,
is always under attack.
right? Warner Brothers was talking about trying to sell possibly their gaming division sometime. And I think Xbox was trying to get that. That didn't work out. This isn't gaming necessarily, but Discord was looking to do something. Microsoft couldn't get that. You have to want to be bought. There's things that we all have or we love that you can't put a price on. So some of these studios and publishing companies may feel the same way. They may not be interested in being part of the consolidation. So for people to think that you could just toss your money around and if you had the right price, everybody's going to go with it, I don't think that's true. The Bethesda deal, that made sense. Both of the deals make sense. The Bethesda deal really made sense for, because of the relationship they had with them. The Activision deal is more so about, like they said, saving the company and all of that. People are concerned with the quality of games. The quality of games been diminished for like 10 years.
That's what I was saying.
What games are you playing? I swear.
As a COD player, I feel that pain.
This AA indie games, more often, if you're really waiting on them, I feel like they've been carrying a lot of the industry for a couple of years anyway, because our AAA games are super hit or miss. A lot of the games we love, we've seen the downfall of, and we see the conditions that the games come out in. And people are not talking about that. We're worried about the quality of games. And the other thing is a lot of the business practices that we've seen, I don't know who's responsible for some of these things, but I would prefer a company that would be more careful of how they treat our wallets would take up some of these companies. So Microsoft picking up Activision, I think Microsoft's been a lot more fair to their customer base than Activision. Activision is responsible for a lot of bad business practices in the way we get our games. Same thing goes for Take-Two and other games like that. Because what we now have is games that reboots, remakes, scared to put out new IPs because you want to make episode or the 15th iteration of the game. So we keep getting the same. And then we are getting a way too many open world 150 hours of
talk about it. I got fatigue.
That's why I felt
that is the problem. I don't think the problem is Microsoft getting Activision. It could be. We don't know what effects that Game Pass will have long term, because you're going to have a hard time convincing somebody who's only been paying a subscription to if changes happen and that quality is lower or a service like that goes away, which I'm not saying it will, you're going to have a hard time convincing people like that to now start paying 60, 70 or whatever price.
Shame the devil.
Now look,
that's why I agree.
There's too much that we don't know for people to be getting all oh, everything's get bought, so bad is bad. For what?
Yeah, we don't know. There's still a lot to be determined.
Yeah,
I understand the concern, but I understand that things have not played out, and we still have to see it. Microsoft still has a lot to prove. Valid point, Chase. I got to be respectful. Dutch, I'm gonna ask a favor because I know you jumped in first, but Fonz I know has a show. Fonz, Dutch, would you mind if I get Fonz, put him ahead of you for a second for this one? Or is Dutch, you hanging, right?
Oh, I'm hanging.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure about Fonz, my brother. And we got the legendary Lord JezCorden pulling up. He's be after that. But man, we got a lot to talk about. This is a very powerful moment in gaming. So, Lord Fonzerreli, gaming gaming talk.
Yeah.
Smoothest voice.
Hey,
nice hat, sir. Nice hat. But
yeah, you know what? Great hat. Nice hat yourself, man.
Oh yeah, woo! You
Nice
know
hat
how we
yourself.
outside, baby.
Yeah.
We outside.
That's a beanie. That's not a hat.
It's still a hat.
It's a hat.
Bro, your feelings.
I'm gonna Google that. Is beanie a hat?
Stop it. You've been very vocal on Twitter as well. You've had a lot to say about this acquisition. In short, overall feelings, and then whatever you want to touch on.
First of all, I'll say overall, this is the best thing that could have happened to Activision Blizzard. Flat out. You know what? Because I'm hearing a lot of doom and gloom from some outlets and some people, and I just don't see it, especially the turmoil that Activision Blizzard was in. Especially the fact that Bobby Kotick did not want to step down. The fact that his investors wanted him to step down. The fact that people were pushing him, gamers, everybody, developers wanted him to step down. He was unwilling to do so. And even at this point, he's still acting arrogant and smug out there and kind of acting like, hey, I didn't do anything wrong, sort of thing. And I don't know if I'm going to be here after the merger, blah, blah, blah. No, you're gone, Bobby. You're gone. And that is a good thing. That is a great thing for this industry. I'm sorry. Golden parachute or not, I'm glad he's going to be booted out. Okay? Yeah. That is first and foremost. The alternatives. The alternatives were people like Tencent, Facebook Gaming. Do you really want to see Amazon step in and swoop them up for Luna? Things like that. People, there was alternatives out there because either this company was going to be sold or this company would have been going down in flames. Okay? It already started. The fire was there. So that has to be said. Aside from that, not to point fingers at anybody in particular, because I know we're not about that here on the Lord's show.
Appreciate
but I do have to say,
the Lord's show,
Iron Lords. It's the Lord's Day. The thing is, I have to just say, the people out there that are saying stuff like, Sony is different though, because they're not going after big publishers. They're not doing this and that. If they had the capital, they would. If they had the capital, they would. The facts are this. They've taken away so much in gaming from the other side, from Xbox, that it makes no sense for anybody to stand on a big platform and say, hey, Sony wouldn't do that. They have. They have, sir. They've bought companies that have basically stripped away things like big franchises like Spider-Man. Okay? They've taken things away from, they're continuing to take exclusives away. Final Fantasy franchise, gone. You might not see Final Fantasy Remake on Xbox, period. We're not hearing nothing about it anymore. And people and gamers out there want to play it on Xbox.
Hold on, fine. Hang on a second.
It's business.
But is that Square just doing that or is that PlayStation making them do that?
PlayStation. Hey, money talks, Hustle. Money talks.
Okay,
and this is the thing. Where at the end of the day, PlayStation is putting the bills out there for these companies to keep games off of other consoles. So what is the difference at the end of the day if whole franchises are taken away?
So you talk about the principle of it. That your argument is the principle is the same. Okay, I see where you're going. Okay.
To me, it's
involved in the smoking.
and this is a big thing. Like for people to have the audacity to say that this is totally different and Call of Duty is being taken away from me when you don't even really care about Call of Duty is just weird. It's weird because I don't care about Call of Duty. I don't care if they keep it multi-plat or they go exclusive with it. I don't personally care. But at the end of the day, I saw a company that was in turmoil, and Call of Duty is a huge franchise to other people.
Yes.
I think as a business strategy, it makes more sense for them to keep it exclusive. And it would be the right thing to do because of the fact that this is about competing in a space where your competitors are competing with you. There is no. I'm thinking about your feelings in business.
Thank you.
No, this is not what they're doing here. Sure. And I realized that Boom hit it on the head early on when he said that these developers that are working within the company that was going down in flames, how some of them are really happy about this acquisition. That's a great thing. Mm-hmm. That is a big thing to think about as well. And I was going to touch on that as well. But so many good things were said today about this situation. But I had to put a cap on some of that and also bring in some of what my thoughts are.
I appreciate you, brother.
And I honestly think that at the end of the day, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. We're going to see more of this kind of stuff in gaming because they're competing. All right. At the end of the day, they're competing with each other. Sony's going to keep doing these exclusivity deals and taking away games from other consoles. They've been doing it. I don't understand why people glance over that and think that's okay. But if Microsoft does it, shame on you.
Fair enough.
It's really crazy.
I got to get Dutch.
That's what I wanted to say.
Brother.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Always passionate.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem.
Don't get into the Twitter wars too much, but I know you're passionate.
Oh no. I have not been doing that lately.
You've been nice. You've been nice. I've been watching. You've been behaving. You haven't been. I respect it.
That block button is
going. Yeah, King is about to. Send us the King of Gaz. Gaz and King is all about that.
For a little while. I'm gonna hang out for a little while. But I'll listen to you guys.
All right, no doubt. Let me get Dutch. Been so patient, brother. Thank you so much. I know. Obviously, it's a lot of opinions on Twitter that you saw that you disagree with. You were very vocal, and I hit you offline because, I got to mentor the Dutch sometimes. Like, Dutch, get in this DM right quick, bro. Let's talk about this. You know what I'm saying? Me and you have these great discussions, and I love to bring it here on this panel. So, brother, what's your thoughts, man? You feel very strongly about it. And I want to get what you feel about this thing.
Yeah, well, overall, I have to also agree. The whole, first of all, consolidation is not happening in this instance. There is consolidation in the gaming sector would have to be absolutely ginormous in order to swallow up even a small percentile of the entire gaming sector. Consolidation would be to have a vast majority. If you were to see Microsoft then swallow up the likes of Take-Two or then Embracer Group and then Tencent, that would be consolidation. They would have the vast majority of the gaming sector then built in. But we have to remember, just within the US alone, there is almost 2,300 gaming development studios and 525 publishers. That's just in the US. That's not including Asian markets or European markets. So including worldwide studios, developers, etc., publishers, you're looking more towards the 3,000 to 4,000 development studios worldwide, almost 4 million developers worldwide. Mm-hmm. Consolidation in the gaming sector would have to be absolutely massive to get anywhere near that. And in terms of monopolistic behaviors, that's another one I've heard on Twitter. Mm-hmm. Monopoly's not even anywhere close. Once this acquisition's complete, they're going on towards essentially something like 15 to 17% of the entire sector. In the grand scheme, that's not a monopoly. It's not even close to being a monopoly.
Point. It's not a monopoly. It's not a monopoly.
No,
it's not a monopoly of a fear.
That's exactly
Behave.
No, I'm not gonna behave.
Let the boss. We gonna talk at the end. Let us talk. The Lords are gonna talk.
Be messy as hell.
No, you can be messy. That's you. I'm just saying, just let us get our messy or behaved bars after the guests, because the guests are limited time. So continue, Dutch. But I gotta get Jez.
No worries. Secondly, in terms of it being good for gaming, it's good on so many aspects. You can talk about the exclusivity of Call of Duty all you like, but there is no court of law that's going to stop an acquisition because of a singular IP. In my opinion, that has been always brought up by court of law over in the US as being the cause or root cause of gun violence or the cause of shootings, etc., throughout the US. Mm-hmm. Something that's been always tarred as the devil by lawmakers in countless cases around the world, specifically, not just Call of Duty, but first-person shooters, etc. To then say that they're going to block an acquisition due to the exclusivity of a singular IP, furthermore being a violent gun game, is ridiculous. It's not going to happen because of an IP. It's never going to happen because of an IP. The only thing that would ever stop an acquisition like this would be the staff treatment, the retention of staff, how that company is going to be looked after going forward if they're not content that the current issues are going to be corrected at Activision Blizzard in terms of the staff treatment. If that wasn't going to be corrected, and the Department of Justice and all of those aren't content with the plans going forward to correct it, I can see them saying, no, this acquisition isn't going through. We don't believe that this is going to be the best course of action for this particular transaction, and this merger won't benefit the company or the sector. I think that being said, Microsoft, of course, historically aren't. They're not squeaky clean. They've had their bad moments in terms of the way they've treated staff historically. But they've went a long way in correcting that over the recent years, and they are furthermore now championing inclusivity, perfect. Well, obviously staff treatment, the way staff are looked after, and the way that their studios respect their staff. And they've made that statement within the press release, of course, on Xbox Wire, saying that they kind of adhere, or at least believe that all staff working for them will adhere to their guidelines on staff treatment. From top to bottom, from anybody at the lower ranks all the way up to the team managers, the directors, and everybody in between have to adhere by this or essentially be out the door. And that should be the way it is. Put a rough stance on it, because let's face it, Activision Blizzard haven't put a rough stance on it. They haven't done enough. The only person that's came out in recent times after the acquisition to mention anything to do with that has been Mike Ybarra from Blizzard, and hats off to
that
him.
statement was powerful. I respected it. We got to see it in action. But I'm sorry to cut you. Continue.
No, it's all right. But that's that in itself is absolutely it's massive. And the one thing that I've seen from Blizzard employees prior to Mike Ybarra's statement was that they weren't aware. And I have to say, shout out to anybody that's working at Blizzard or Activision who've never worked for a PLC that's been taken over before, that were confused as to why they hadn't heard anything, or etc. Large organizations, when it goes through like that, a merger of that size, you don't hear anything. Unfortunately, because of regulations and legalities, it has to be public knowledge prior to it being staff knowledge. They have to report it to the city, shareholders, investors, etc. And because of the way that it goes, they are the last to find out. I've been party to it before. I actually am an ambassador for a company who has been swallowed up by Embracer Group.
Oh, wow.
So I know what that is in terms of how that works. So I've also worked for a company that's been PLC and swallowed up other people, and they've advised the city firsthand. So it is what it is. Unfortunately for the staff, you weren't going to find out beforehand due to legalities, but you can be rest assured that going forward, Microsoft have the best interests at heart when it comes to how the staff are going to be treated going forward. And in turn, the staff wellness, both mentally, physically, and everything in between, is only then going to further the creativity, the happiness, and the output of these staff going forwards for their games and IPs. If you're going to continue with all of the issues that you had at Activision Blizzard, you're going to see a rapid and steady decline of all of the IPs. The studios will continue to not work. It's going to be an absolute mess. And with this in mind, I think the vast majority of staff, upon seeing that news, would have been a sigh of relief, and more so just wishing it was sooner rather than later. They've still, unfortunately, got a grin and bear Bobby Kotick for the next 12 to 18 months, which you wouldn't wish on anybody right now.
Shout out to the golden parachute. Continue.
Yeah, yeah. Shout out to 290 million in your bank account.
Shout out to getting paid to go away.
But yeah, it's in terms of creativity, it's only going to rejuvenate these staff going forwards. Furthermore, the statement on straight after that announcement was, we want to bring back all these IPs. We want to explore all these older IPs and get these studios working again. There's 5 out of the 7 studios at Activision Blizzard working on Call of Duty. At the peak of Call of Duty development, 6 of the 7 studios were pulled in, including Toys for Bob, which was insane. Having 6 full studios, and even then canning Blizzard's 2 games, essentially 2 other games in Overwatch and Diablo for a little bit, and moving on into forcing them doing little bits for Call of Duty is just insane. Considering you've got a game that's getting churned out once a year, and the quality's rapid decline of that franchise as well. That needs to be put to bed. The overall, because of the acquisition, because of the investment, because of the way Microsoft now treat their staff and have further implemented their guidelines on inclusivity and working practices, it's going to increase creativity.
Right.
It's going to expand the IPs. Call of Duty is going to be put to rest for a couple of years upon exclusivity agreements finishing with Sony. Then it's going to come back bigger and better than it ever was. Whether or not that stays exclusive, it means nothing. There's ways and means around that exclusivity, and the wording itself, I'm not going to get into today. The wording in that could be portrayed in either way. You can go on.
We're going to talk about Desire.
Warzone's only. Yeah,
Desire.
Warzone could be staying exclusive, or Warzone could be staying multi-plat, because that is a Call of Duty, and therefore that adheres to Call of Duty staying on the platform. Or it could mean that they're going to get a much smaller slice of the Call of Duty revenue profit going forward, just to have it there. I don't foresee them ever putting Game Pass on the platform, primarily because there would be too much potential issues surrounding how the microtransactions, purchasing of game items from Game Pass, etc., would work out on a Sony platform. They'd have to essentially bring in an online platform for Microsoft within the Sony platform, which I don't think it'd ever allow. And that is kind of the drawback there. Of course, you can have Game Pass, you can play the games, but then when you purchase things for those games on Game Pass on the platform, how would that work? That's a little bit more intricate.
If so, it would have to be some form of a curated list. But even there's a lot of complications involved. I hate to cut you, but because there's another wave, and I'm trying to be respectful of time. And Jez, I don't know how long he's got, but I'm sorry. Just if you could conclude your point quickly, and then I can get Jez. I don't want to be rude.
Easy way to wrap this up. It's calm the nerves from Sony. You've got an absolute abundance of unbelievable IPs, both past and present, that Sony can still explore. The quality of Sony Studios and all of those developments are second to none. There is no reason to be worried. In terms of COD and what that happens, that shouldn't affect you. Neither here nor there. The quality of PlayStation isn't going to degrade because of this acquisition. It's not going to harm them in any way, shape, or form outside of whatever happens with Call of Duty. And even then, that's just a minor inconvenience. They've got their own big first-person franchises they should be focusing on rejuvenating in SOCOM, etc. Studio itself, in terms of the benefits, massively positive for all the staff at Activision Blizzard, their creativity. Consolidation's not happening. It's just great. I think it's great for the gaming sector in general, and for the consumer. At the end of the day, consumer wallets are going to be really happy with this. No more paying $90 to $100 for a Call of Duty launch. You're going to be able to get it as part of a subscription service, which is another great thing.
Some people will value that for sure, man. Some valid points. I respect what you're saying. Your opinion on the future of the industry and where it's going, and you have firsthand knowledge as far as people with being acquired and kind of the temperature in the building. So I really respected your insight there. I want to get Jez in because he was a late ad, and I wasn't sure I was going to get him. And he, good friend of mine, and I really want to hark on a couple points he made that I thought was very important to the discussion. And kind of done with the Sony thing. I could take that Sony part off, but yeah. So pretty much, Jez, you had a fun week on Twitter, I say. And I'm not gonna get to the mess in the towers and all that aspect of Twitter. We weren't gonna talk about that.
Ivory Tower.
Yeah, we ain't gonna talk about ivory towers and all that and salaries. But what we're gonna talk about is one part that I DM'd you offline, and we had a conversation, and it resonated with me. So I want to repeat this aspect of your tweet, if you don't mind, which is you said, do you care about Activision Blizzard staff getting a much needed change in leadership? I'm not going to say the names, but would you prefer Lord Z or Lord B? Do you want to preserve the status of quo with Lord K in charge forever? This is the best outcome in our current economic system. Would you rather Microsoft's capital sit in a bank doing nothing, I don't know. The only real argument against all of this, when you boil it down, is capitalism bad, Microsoft bad, which is fine. But be honest. You don't care about the staff, and you don't care about consumers. And I thought it was a powerful, powerful tweet. So let's talk about it. Culture, consolidation, just your overall thoughts for as long as I have. Y'all know time's limited.
They hated him, for he spoketh the truth.
You died? Oh, you died on the cross first? Oh god.
Jez, before you go on, whilst you were getting flambéed, Rand was in the Xbox era Discord laughing the whole thing off. I'm sorry.
Leave Rand alone. Continue, Jez. Continue, Jez.
Man, it's like the things that I think a lot of people are mad about. They're not mad at Microsoft. Some people are mad at Microsoft. Some people are salty they might lose Call of Duty. Some people are salty their favorite platform might get damaged. But I think a lot of the establishment, what they're really mad at is capitalism. And they see capitalism as this sort of evil being that has caused a lot of our economic problems. People of our age and younger and slightly older have lived through several once-in-a-lifetime economic crashes. We have politicians who conduct insider trading like it's nothing, and they inflate their wealth by millions year in, year out, and it's all a mess. But me, I don't care. Am I getting a better World of Warcraft out of this? That's all I care about.
I feel that. No. Hey, that's honest. That's honest. You about the games. Continue.
Now, I mean, we would need to dismantle the entire economic system to solve the issues that are being presented. And I don't see people presenting any alternative solutions. It becomes, when you really get down into it, if you get into the reductionism of it, you arrive at a point where it's like, we have to dismantle the whole system. I don't want to dismantle the whole system because I like having running water. And I like having, a McDonald's around the corner and stuff like that, I'm just one guy. I'm just a simple guy, and I just want some games. I want games to be good. But the thing that really matters out of all this is positive outcomes for the employees. We don't know if Microsoft is going to deliver on all its promises, but that's what we as Xbox fans or whatever, we need to hold Microsoft accountable because all the people who are just sort of like ignoring the possible benefits and using it as a platform to be ideological or whatever, they forget that there are thousands of human beings who have been put through the ringer this year with non-stop scandals. Even before this year, I've been writing about Kotick and his bullshit for the last million years.
Language on the Lord's Day, please, the children.
I know we're not supposed to.
Children are sleeping by now.
Sorry,
they're in
but I
church.
hate the guy. I hate the guy.
Respect.
I'd be dropping F-bombs left, right, and center if I didn't have so much respect for you, Mr. Cognio.
Thank you, bro.
And I'm with you, Jez. I'm with you.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate
I
all
hate
of
the
y'all
guy.
for respect. Ricky, too.
I've watched Kotick suck the life out of franchise after franchise. I've watched him lay off hundreds and hundreds of people arbitrarily to meet arbitrary quarterly shareholder goals, only to then gradually hire the people back because they actually needed those employees. I've watched the customer service departments at Blizzard in Europe shrink and grow as Bobby looks like, where can we make a saving this quarter? Let's just fire all these people. And then once the filing's been listed, they start hiring them back because the guy is a scumbag. He is a scumbag.
Preach.
Unfortunately, in our current economic system, we can't fire him out of a cannon. We can't put him in jail because in our current economic system, which is a hell prison we all live in, we have to take what we could get, right?
Fire him out of a cannon. There's a lot of Sea of Thieves going on here. Continue.
Yeah. What we can take in our current economic system is Microsoft taking some of its capital out of the bank rather than just letting it sit there losing value with inflation. They can take some of that capital out of the bank, potentially put it back into the economy, and a lot of that money will get reinvested in new studios, new ventures. There'll be a lot of venture capital flowing around, and new studios will crop up left, right, and center. I think Jeff Strain from Microsoft went off to make a video game venture capital firm with the money he got from selling Undead Labs. So, you know, he's reinvesting the money he got from selling his business back into the video game business. That's the supposed benefits of capitalism. Okay, it's about the flow of money. Consolidation means that one company owns everything. You know, Microsoft pretty much has like something like 80% of the PC market with Windows, but we never really hear people complaining about Windows being a monopoly anymore because it's an open platform, because you can build your businesses on it. A lot of businesses are built on Windows and its openness. Dell has its whole business built on Windows, and all these other companies have built their business built on the monopoly that is Windows. Microsoft has shown itself to be pretty good at managing its platforms for the social good. And it's I think it was Fonz or it was Dutch who said that they're not squeaky clean. And even now, they're not squeaky clean. They're pulling some bullshit with Microsoft Edge right now, trying to force people to download Microsoft Edge. Sorry.
You're good.
They're pulling some
malarkey.
Some tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
I'm so sorry, man.
Shenanigans. Continue.
Shenanigans.
I get nervous every time.
They're pulling some shenanigans with Microsoft Edge.
Yes.
And, you know, which is like Microsoft. This is the monopoly stuff that got you in trouble before.
He's struggling. Continue.
But
Welcome
Microsoft,
to my world.
Yeah. They've been through all this in the 90s with their monopolies. They got slammed by antitrust laws before. And since then, they've been better about managing monopolies. They know how to manipulate politicians, and America's politicians are very easily manipulated.
Oh my God!
Oh
my God!
Let's not get too deep into that.
Let's not go left. Let's not go left. Let's focus on the subject.
This show is definitely going to get banned.
Yes.
Well,
no doubt. No.
Point being is, there are genuine things to be concerned about with our entire economic system, but you know there has to be sort of a point where it's like, what are the things we can take from this that are positive?
No doubt.
Games in Game Pass, which is better for consumers. Changing leadership for the staff at Activision Blizzard so they can get a better working environment. Freedom from the ball and chain that is Call of Duty. Switch it to a 2-year cycle and let creativity flourish, because I don't think a lot of game devs get into the industry with the mindset of, I want to be working on Candy Crush forever. I want to be working on Call of Duty forever.
Good point.
But they pay the bills, you know.
Yeah.
But under Microsoft, these studios are shielded from shareholders, because under Activision, their shareholders have a direct interest in the growth of these games.
Right.
But under Microsoft shareholders, they only care about Azure, really. You know, is Azure growing? You know, and that's where a lot of their shareholder mentality comes from. Is like, how are they doing in their competition with Amazon, Amazon Web Services? How are they doing in their competition with IBM? How are they doing in their competition with business-to-business deals?
Right.
You know, and Xbox is going to become an increasing part of that business proposition, but it's going to be through Azure. It's going to be like, I think one day we'll see the id Tech engine as a licensed property. I think we'll see Microsoft include id Tech engine in GameStack and be like, you know, to try and compete with Tencent's Unreal Engine, because Tencent owns 49% of Unreal Engine, you know. And that's what Microsoft's thinking with this. They're thinking like, you know, we can make the shareholders happy with our business-to-business operations, and then we can make the gamers happy by making games. And it's no coincidence that Phil name-checked Guitar Hero, and it's no coincidence that StarCraft was in the banner. He wants to bring these games back because Game Passes, they need diversity, they need every niche. And if you look at what Sony's been doing with its strategy, it's been going after niches. It's basically been like, if you're a fighting game fan, you have to buy a PlayStation now because of Street Fighter. And increasingly, they're like, if you're a JRPG fan, you have to buy a PlayStation. And they do these hilarious things where they're like, oh yeah, it's coming to Xbox in a year, but where's Final Fantasy VII remake?
Yeah, you're talking about the behind the scenes extensions, is what you mean. Okay.
It casts this shadow of doubt. It's almost like guerrilla warfare. It's like this chilling effect on the whole idea of are we ever going to get any of these JRPGs? Are we ever going to get Final Fantasy 7? And like all these sort of mysterious vagaries, you know, it casts doubt on the Xbox platform, and that's Sony being Sony doing business things, and that's fine. They're doing what they can do with the money they have available, which is nowhere near as much as Microsoft. And Microsoft has to compete by opening their pocketbook. And the fact that they've done this truly does show that they're all in on gaming. Like,
for sure.
Last summer, when Satya was like, oh yeah, we're all in on
gaming.
gaming.
Remember that?
yeah, we're all in on gaming. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, how much do I believe this guy? You know, he said they were all in on Nokia, and then they killed my Windows phone. They killed it. They killed it.
You're never going to drop that, are you, Jez?
He ain't let that
I'm never
go.
dropping
Yeah,
it.
he ain't let it go. He ain't let it. Look,
But
I'm sorry.
if they do nail this deal, I will forgive them for Windows Phone. Hear that,
Thank you,
Satya?
sir. I appreciate
If you land this deal and make World of Warcraft great again, I will forgive you personally for what you did to my phone. Okay.
Just with the ball. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, man.
That's my only take.
Fantastic takes, man. Fantastic take. I appreciate your time. I got to keep the thing moving because we're getting towards the end, and I got to get.
By the way, before you keep it moving here, I just want to say I got to go.
Yes.
I'm gonna get ready for my show.
Yes. Where's it
was
at?
fun to just hang out,
Wait,
listen to you guys.
Fonz,
Yeah.
Fonz, I need to ask you.
Yeah, what's
what
up?
the hell's that sign thing in your background?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing.
The what?
What is that?
The sign.
There's a
that
sign
keeps
with a little
signing.
GIF on it.
This?
Keep talking.
This thing right here?
Yeah.
This is this is a Devoom Pixel something. It's just a little thing I found online and I just picked it up. Yeah.
Fonz, where they can find you? What you got going on?
It looks awesome. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
DM him. Send him.
Anyways, yeah, I will. I'll definitely send you a link. So anyways, I just want to let people know that your show is going to go long here, but my show will start in about 20 minutes. But me and Gaz, we have a lot more to say on this topic.
Yes,
Trust us.
please.
But we'll be over there doing that thing. So when this show ends, guys,
whose channel
come
is
on
it?
over.
Whose
Check
channel
it
is
out.
it? What's the name of the channel?
Games Talk Live, Fonzerreli Gaming. You can look up Fonz Gaming. You'll find my channel, and we'll be live doing my thing.
Do your thing, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
for
we're gonna have
passionate.
a lot of fun there, and I want to leave you with something because everybody's asking, will it be exclusive Call of Duty? Will it not? Here, I'm gonna leave you guys with this as I leave.
This is about delivering great exclusive games for you that ship on platforms where Game Pass exists.
And that's the truth. Later, guys.
Thank you for bringing Phil Dominus in for his words.
Bill was
Salute.
here for a split second.
Salute. Let's get. I got to get the order.
I'm gonna have to take off too.
Get your balls off then. Get your balls off.
I can't.
I
I
know.
have to leave like right now
All right,
to
bro.
get there on time.
I will speak to you offline.
I'm bailing too.
Yes,
guys.
Jazz, thank you.
Thanks ever so much.
Appreciate you, brother. I got.
I'm sorry, guys.
No, it's all right, bro.
I promise
No,
my guys will
no,
watch
no,
Lord of
bro.
the Rings.
It's all good, Jazz.
Pause the show.
Yes.
So I'm gonna get that. Thank you so much for
Thank you, guys.
letting me in.
Yes,
And-
before you leave, remember what you told me about filling the club, and remember what I told you about filling the club.
I will never forget that analogy.
Guys,
Ever.
thank you.
Ever.
Later,
Thank you
brother.
Thank you so
for
much.
bringing the
and I
sauce
love that
controlled.
sauce. That was a good sauce.
Control sauce. I
Thank
like
you
that.
so much. You love the sauce. And
Yes, it was a good sauce.
tell Colin not to take the sauce personally. I do respect it, and people in chat. He's entitled to his view. I
Thank
see a
you
lot
for
of
saying
hate
that.
for him.
Thank
I don't
you for
hate the
saying
guy.
that.
Thank you, and please tell him and tell
No,
Dustin.
it
was all jokes.
Colin don't even
It's all
stress nothing
jokes.
like that.
The
Trust me.
sauce
Y'all
is
good.
always jokes.
Colin don't even stress none of that stuff. Yeah, he good. Trust
All
me.
right.
But I love you, brother.
Sauce.
Yo, you can't do that on the way out. So look,
Sauce.
we got to get Colteastwood, Clowns, and then Brat came through in the fourth. So we got to get it. So Colteastwood, more than gameplay. Massive news this week. What you feeling, man? Quickly, like your thoughts, this whole thing.
I want to talk to you guys about something called ownership. Because that's one of the biggest complaints that I see with this Activision Blizzard merger. A lot of people are trying to use like a value judgment about how things are grown organically, or they built them from the ground up, or they've worked with these studios for years, right? And so one of the things that people continually say is Sony builds their games and they don't buy them. And I want to remind people that what does it matter where your games come from, as long as they're really good. And when I sat on the Xbox platform before I bought a PS4 for like 2 years, I was playing with 5 studios. You had a couple Forza studios, a Gears studio, and a Halo studio, and then another studio that wasn't doing anything, right? And so we all asked for Xbox to bring more games, and they had to move leadership around. So what they've done is they've invested a bunch of money into the platform, and Xbox is letting you play your games. Everybody can play their games as long as you have anything but a PlayStation, and that's part of the competition. And so I hear all these complaints that, PlayStation, they grow theirs organically. Like Housemarque is amazing, and Housemarque was a studio they worked with forever, and they've created games just for PlayStation, and they bought them, and they consider that an organic purchase. But PlayStation also buys 2 to 4 major exclusives on their platform every single year from studios they don't own and IPs they don't own. And everyone's just kind of looked the other way. And I just think there's a different way to spend your money. Xbox did something for Activision Blizzard, which we all know is better for the industry, to get them in a better place and get them cultivated. I'm working on a video right now. It's going to take a couple days, breaking down what these teams can do once they're actually inspired and supported to do the right thing. I think like 10,000 plus, probably almost 12,000 employees are working under Microsoft when this all comes forward.
Yeah. And
this is the industry you live in. If you want to grow your platform, you need bigger games, you need better games. And I'm so glad that Xbox is doing it. And I'm also glad because it's pushing PlayStation to go out and buy studios. They bought 6 and they bought Crunchyroll. They spent a lot just last year. So it's good to see them stepping up, and both of them are going to compete to make more games. And I don't care. I have both consoles and a PC here. Make whatever you want. I'll play it wherever I want.
No doubt. I respect your opinion.
W statement. Jesus
man.
Christ.
Let's get Lord Italian Clowns, then we get Brap quickly because I'll get into
I'll check your Twitter DMs first.
Got you. Something about the links about that joint?
No, just Twitter DM, yeah.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. So let's get brother Lord Italian Clowns. You want to jump in really quick? I hate to be accelerate, but we're getting towards the end. So if you could quickly say what you got to say, and then I can get Brap in, and then we're getting towards the end because we hit the marathon.
Yeah, no worries, man. This has been the greatest episode I have ever seen on our alerts, and chat is on fire. First off, King, let's just get this out of the way. King's always right. He's never wrong. All hail the King. I have to say
Prophecy,
that, right?
Yeah.
Game Pass, $1, just hop in, you get everything, right? So there's a lot. There's 2 things that I think a lot of people are missing here with this whole acquisition deal, and I think it's important because I've had execs drop in my chat, and they've said this publicly. So this is a very important thing. It's called the Microsoft Metaverse, right? It's going to be huge. Now, Saya said this 5 times during the call about the deal, the Microsoft Metaverse. Bobby Kotick said it 4 times about the deal, that this is about the Microsoft Metaverse. And Phil Spencer said it twice during the call, this is about the Microsoft Metaverse. And what this means for Microsoft is it's no longer just a situation of games, right? This is an interaction of storylines, universes, stories interacting with each other. We're talking movies, TVs, comics. Yes, video games. We're talking cloud gaming. We're talking wherever Game Pass is, all this is going to be. It's going to be one whole entertainment thing. And everybody's missing this. On the second thing that I wanted to say on this as well is that on Thursday this past week, a lot of people skipped this news, but Congress is working on a new antitrust bill against big tech. Every company was mentioned except for Microsoft. They mentioned Apple, Google, Amazon, Tencent, and TikTok. Never once did they mention Microsoft. So what does that tell you? It says that Microsoft knows what they're doing. There's no worries for an antitrust thing against Microsoft. And this deal is bigger than we think. And Microsoft's not done. This is just the start of 2022. I've heard hints possibly of Batman. So we'll see what that means. I don't know 100% if that means WB Games, but I know that DC Comics is in a lot of trouble financially. And they need some help. They need a lot of help. So I just wanted to put that out there as food for thought, guys.
No, I respect it. You know, I hear what you're saying on acquisition and respect all that Candy Crush background. Salute to you on that. But look, let's get Brap. He's been patient. You know, I got to get Brap in here, man. Last week, he's supposed to be earlier, but we're still.
I gotta dip out.
Oh, Chase. All right, bro.
These tacos is about to hit. I can't.
Bro, Chase, I'm surprised y'all still like the fact that Chase and 3MG still in the trenches. Respect. Chase,
chilling, man.
Tell the
Thank you,
people
brother.
where they can find you. What's going
Yeah,
on?
I'm gonna grab some of y'all for some of our stuff. So
Let's do it, bro.
make
Let's work.
Let's check y'all DMs. I appreciate y'all as always.
You already know, brother. Chase
All right, peace
Money.
out.
Salute,
Yeah,
bro.
bro.
Thank you,
Chase.
bro. And thank y'all for being
Ricky.
understanding technically on y'all day. You know what I'm saying?
No problem.
You know what I
No
mean? Because
problem.
I
Awesome,
know,
man.
and we will make this right with y'all. Do them cog intros, and you know what I'm saying? We're gonna have you coming through, right? You know what I'm saying? Just a monumental day. But brother, thank you so much, man.
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Blessings, brother.
No doubt. Lord Brap of the Basement Radio Arcade Pod. Man who talks to me often. We always exchange thoughts. And whether we
do.
We agree
We
or
do.
disagree, and I love it. I love it.
No,
So,
you know what? That's what's great about it. Like I saw the chat earlier, and that stuff's not cool. You know, like
yes.
we can all have a difference of
Thank
opinions,
you.
but dialogue's great. Like having
Preach.
dialogue, learning different things, different perspectives you may have not had. You know, look, I had a TCL at one point, and King was like, "Hey,
That's
that's
to get
not
you
it."
up off
that wasn't it.
Yeah. If I had,
We had to have that dialogue.
yeah, if I didn't have that dialogue with King, and if I was flaming King in the chat, I would never have the OLED. But look at me now,
See?
right?
Doubt.
And look at you. You got a Series X too, right? Remember that?
I do have a Series. Yeah, King, I'll never forget that. Would you buy a Series X for your kids? Yeah, you can't do that, King.
Brad, where you at?
Look, this is exciting news. I think. I think just across the board. I understand some of the concerns and some really good points that Colin brought up and Hoeg and everyone on the panel here. I think what's fascinating for me is the long game here from Microsoft. Clearly, this is bigger than just Xbox, right? They are looking to position themselves globally in markets where they really haven't had any luck. Japan, Asia, the South Pacific, and those are territories typically where, like, primarily people are gaming on PC and mobile in those territories. This gives Microsoft an avenue to penetrate those territories and get into that mobile PC space. And it's something we talked about the launchers earlier, Battle.net.
Yes.
Battle.net's a big win for them because look, I think it was Hustle who said earlier, like I was streaming using Game Pass, kept crashing. I could never understand how Master Chief Collection didn't work well on Game Pass, but it worked flawlessly on Steam. Like that just boggles my mind, right? Yeah. So maybe this is an area for improvement. But what's fascinating is that Microsoft's pivoting, and I hear Phil get a lot of credit, but this is not just Phil though. Think about this, Satya, the CEO of Microsoft. He is all in. I really think Microsoft looks at this as a once in a lifetime opportunity to kind of be the market leader in the subscription space, creating this new business model in the gaming industry. Because let's face it, they kind of missed the boat with mobile OS. Remember?
Yes,
you guys remember what's Steve Ballmer? Oh, it doesn't have a keyboard. Who's gonna want that? Well, Steve, you were a little short-sighted there. So Microsoft's not gonna make that the mistake again. And this feeds Azure, and that's what this is all about. And I'm interested to see. I think the silver lining in all this too, from a development standpoint, is what are they going to do with some of these other studio like Raven Studios, right? Are they going to finally let Raven do other stuff?
Bro.
Yeah, right. I heard you guys talk about Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
I'm okay if COD isn't a yearly release. We have Warzone. Warzone could be the platform.
I know you bought that Warzone, like you a mooch.
I mean Warzone. Yeah. I do like me some Warzone, but. So it's really going to be interesting how they do these things. And obviously this is a big monumental change in the industry. I really don't think Sony has to respond in an arms race. Because look, they're not going to win an arms race against $1 trillion company. Right. I think they stay the course. And I used Nintendo as an example. When I was an Xbox fanboy many years ago, you may have heard me talk about this on Prap.
Yeah, you've told us many times you were the first alpha tester. You've told us many times.
Yes,
Continue.
Yes. But I used to predict the demise of Nintendo. I would say, oh, Nintendo doesn't have an Ethernet port. We just got an Ethernet port on a Nintendo product this year. Think about that. We've had Ethernet ports on consoles for 20 years, right? But for years, I said, oh, Nintendo's not adapting. The industry's changing so much, and they're going to die. They're going to be third party. I used to say this 20 years ago. Look at Nintendo now, market leader. And the key, the reason is they're good at creating content, quality content that's kind of exclusive. They're almost like Colin mentions, they're kind of like a boutique. You mentioned that the PlayStation.
Yeah.
And Sony can survive in that. Just doing what they do in terms of creating great quality content, building, continue the relationships they have with third-party developers, locking down content. So I think at the end of the day, we'll look back at this and we'll see at this point, I don't think Sony's going to totally pivot the direction of Microsoft. They'll probably at some point incorporate subscription, like a subscription service like Game Pass. This was kind of interesting. Phil predicted this a week before that announcement of the acquisition of Activision. He said, I think Sony's going to have a subscription service where they'll put their games day and date. And that could be actually a way for them to kind of respond to this and build value for whatever it is they're trying to build. But I don't think they're going to go exactly the same path. I think this is the point where you see these companies kind of diverge at different paths. And I'm kind of believing what Phil said now, where he said, Sony's not really my competitor per se. It's more Amazon. I wouldn't even say Google wants any of this. I think Google's, they wash their hands with the gaming space, understand the financial investment it takes. I think on the back end, then Google's probably going to try to leverage their technology out to other companies who might be interested in getting to streaming or cloud or whatever the case is. But this is the point, I think, where we kind of see these two companies diverge, maybe slightly different directions.
Salute. Good take, man. We got
Go Niners, by the way.
Oh, you already know. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. We got two.
I'm so happy. That block punt, I was screaming, man.
Shout out to the defense and the special teams. But look.
Hey, King, real quick, by the way, my TV was delivered. Just want to mention that.
It wasn't off the floor.
It smelled good, right?
Yeah, I didn't get it. I didn't pick it up when you walk into the front of the store. It was by the candy aisle.
Next to the chips.
It's
it wasn't next to the chips.
Different game plan.
Listen, man, we get towards the end, but I know the last couple of topics is towards the end, but it got to be brief. But I would be remiss if I didn't get these two brothers on. And let's start. I know he might not be talking to me after last Sunday's NFL matchup, but he's still my level one brother. He's still my level. His face is twisted right now, but he's still my level one Texas brother. My man, Lord Fame Entertainment. I'm so proud of you, brother. I know you're blowing up because you're starting to get that good hatred now on Twitter. That's what I know you're doing your thing. So, brother, I need your opinion briefly. Just overall, what's your feeling, man? This is one of those moments, right, in gaming.
Listen, I'm gonna be brief, but yeah, I hope y'all lose in the worst possible way.
I respect that's that Dallas Niners. We go back. Yeah. That's a rivalry. Continue.
We're gonna be in the grave with that fight. But listen, I'm gonna be quick. For all the lint lickers, because I gotta watch my language.
Wow.
Thank you, sir.
For all the lint lickers in the world who are upset about this. This is what you wanted. This is what we asked for. We asked for years of Microsoft to be competitive. Xbox fight back. Xbox got no games, right? That's been the narrative, and we understand that even though they might not participate in it, these people at Microsoft, they hear these things, right? Money rules the world. It rules the world. There is no logical sense where you say, all right, Microsoft, go out and build from the ground up 15 studios. That's not logical. It's not. Now, you can be upset that they maybe got these big publishers, but at the end of the day, that's what money does. If I got the money, I'm not gonna go and buy Dr. Thunder. I'm gonna buy Dr. Pepper. I want their name brand. You feel me? Did it? I'm not buying Dr. Thunder. I want Dr. Pepper. I'm gonna go hard with it. I think this is the best thing Microsoft could have done. I know people are saying Sony could counteract and that they should go buy a studio. I don't think that's necessarily the case. And even if then, somebody else got to be willing to sell. I keep hearing rumors about, they can go buy Take-Two. Nah, if Activision was 70 billion, you're looking at 150 plus billion for Take-Two. Okay, that's not happening. Okay, but at the end of the day, this is a dub. I think people need to realize, and I shout out to Fonz for putting that snippet he put up there. These games are going to be exclusive. I'm sorry. I do understand what Phil Spencer said, but we have to read between the lines. We hear things like Call of Duty. You got to think Warzone. We hear things like desire. I desire to have as many followers and subs as Iron Lord's podcast. I desire that, but I don't have it. You know what I'm saying? Desire and have are two different things. What we want and what we get are two different things. I desire a lot of things. I want to win a Super Bowl this year. It's not happening.
I love Dave. He's so straight shooting, bro.
I'm just keeping it $150. You know what I'm saying? So I think this might be a while before we hear anything else from Microsoft. But do you really want to impact the industry? And I'm gonna wrap this up really quick. Call of Duty over the last 10 years has been one of the, if not the highest selling game, right? Because the casuals love a couple of games: Call of Duty, Madden, 2K.
Preach.
Now, if I tell a casual gamer, hey, you can't get Call of Duty on PlayStation, he's gonna go buy an Xbox simply for that game. Now, not every game has that power, but a game that is the highest selling game, no matter how much we crap on, no matter how broken it may be, how many issues we think it may have, it's still the highest selling game every single year. So little Timmy, Big Rob, Nene and them, they all gonna go buy an Xbox simply because they got Madden, they got 2K, and they got Call of Duty. And for the most part, you look at Madden, it typically goes in EA Access a little bit past half the season, so that's free. 2K goes in there at some point, so that's free. And I say free, you guys know what I mean. I don't want to run up this saying, oh, Game Pass ain't free. You know what I mean? And for the most, and then you can Call of Duty every year for free. That's a dub. They're gonna get you a Series S because we know the PC market right now is screwed up. You're not gonna get no PC right now. Good luck. But you get you a Series S for the low. It might be $250 by next year. You never know. And it's a win. This is a smart move by Microsoft. And Microsoft is being the monster we knew they could be in the game industry. We wanted Xbox.
That's what we wanted from Xbox One era. Yeah.
We wanted this, right? We all asked for it. So again, for the lint lickers on the planet who are upset that Microsoft went and bought Activision, it'll be okay, baby, because at the end of the day, if you want to play these games on our platforms, because most hardcore gamers, we all own it in the end. But hey, man, I'm not going to hold your time.
Love you, brother.
Ricky, how much you paying to come to that music park you got at my house back there? Like you got a whole bunch of stuff I want to play with. You guys are awesome. Brad, I never seen you on camera before, bro. You cool. King, last time we was on the show together, Tornado almost hit my house. We got to make sure we link back up again, bro. All the weather's good.
Fame, before you leave,
send that invite to the show. I'll be there.
Fame, before you leave, what's that amazing website and channel that you use?
Oh, listen, I desire to have as many followers on what I'm getting there, but my desire is let you guys know that LV1gaming.com is the site, black owned, black run, and the YouTube is LV1 Gaming. If you look at the bird you see us flying, that's us. We're small, we're growing. We just hit over 1,000 to start the year up, and we're just trying to do our thing, man. Y'all want to come and rock with us? You're more than welcome. Hustle, I see you, brother. I love you, man.
Hey, fam, you already know what it is, fam. You know we like family anyway. Everybody in the chat right now, I just put the level 1 game.
Yeah, do me a favor, Hustle. Yeah,
go ahead.
Go there and subscribe.
You could hit that. I want you to hit Italian Clowns. Put your info out there.
Yes.
Brat, put your info out there. We all family.
Sure.
We could all win
right.
together. I
All
love
right, baby.
this. Let's go.
Y'all
That's
can
what I'm
eat.
talking about. We almost
Everybody
have
in the
to.
panel, man. Y'all have a great day, man. I appreciate y'all. Take it easy.
Blessings,
No
brother.
doubt. Blessing, brother. We get towards the end of the
Name another
marathon.
podcast that can have all these dudes on it, all mess with each other. Let's go.
All right, I'm back. I had to go get my food.
you
I
okay.
had to.
Cool.
But
Bro,
this is going way longer than it was originally supposed to.
They calling this Avengers Endgame. On Twitter, they killing us. They doing Endgame tweets. But yo, it's crazy. But listen, man, I got my brother. Speaking of ownership,
Bombay.
I got my brother, man. From speaking of ownership, BX stand up. His famous statement. What is it? For the watch. For the watch. And I want to thank Boom, who we got to 10K today.
Everborn's in. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, we know. But Everborn, I love you, but we got to put sober straight because it's, we coming towards that final stretch.
Keep it quick.
Right. So, brother, tell me, moment in time in gaming. This is one of those moments, right? We got to get everyone's thoughts here. Where you at with this, just in general, man? Microsoft, the acquisition.
So I think it was like Thanos inevitable, right? Like we knew this was coming. We saw all these things going on with Activision. We've all done shows about the craziness going on in Activision, and I think that the only unfortunate thing about this thing to me is that most of the oxygen is getting sucked up talking about Call of Duty, where I think that's the least interesting part of this deal. What's more interesting is how they integrate this thing, or how they plan to integrate this thing. And I fundamentally disagree with any takes that say this is sort of cheating or buying your way to the top, because this is not a slam dunk, right? In Bethesda's case, Microsoft buys them, leaves them alone, do what you do, Bethesda, be great. Here, they are going to have to go in, fundamentally sort of restructure the culture of that company and greenlight projects that may not have been greenlit before. And in terms of stifling creativity, do we call Game Pass the Netflix of gaming? Has Netflix stifled creativity in terms of content, or have they allowed mainstream creators to go and create things that the normal studio machine would not greenlight before, right? So these are the things that can happen. And Level One brought up that by the time this deal closes, the The Series S may end up being $249. $249 with Call of Duty on the box. Now, before I just want to end on 2 questions that I don't need anybody to answer. This is just for the audience to answer. And I said this to you guys in the DM.
Yes.
2 questions. Does Sony still want the marketing? I know they want the game, but do they still want the marketing rights where they, remember, it's a co-marketing deal, right? So they would market alongside Activision. But now Activision is owned by Microsoft, which means Microsoft can also advertise it. And at the end of every commercial say, day 1 in Game Pass for free, right? Does Sony want to spend tens of millions of dollars to advertise a game that everyone will associate with Xbox and being free in Game Pass? That's question number 1. And question 2 that I will leave everybody with, because I know we don't have time to answer it. Do we still think Phil Spencer or still wants Game Pass on PlayStation? See, we know that he approached them before, but that was from a position of weakness when the service was fledgling, right? We're going to enter a new period where competition is more stiff, and the benefits of Game Pass are the ancillary purchases that people make, and they have data to show this. They didn't have that data before. So I don't know that Microsoft still wants it on PlayStation, because they want they want all the other purchases that people make in that system to be in their ecosystem. And if they're in a position of dominance market share wise, maybe they don't want or need the PlayStation thing, right? And the last thing, if anybody is afraid, remember, you got Last of Us 2, Ghost of Tsushima, God of War, and Spider-Man 2018 when Sony had no competition. Now, some people say they're going to be fighting for their lives. I don't think so. But now, what do you think you're going to get from Sony when they actually
creativity
have competition? I think this is a net win all around. That's it.
Bars. And the part that I love that you said was the last part too, because, as a person who loves the Sony ecosystem, and I don't feel like there's enough more. I always kill Xbox for #just1, but #just2 or 3 for multiplayer. That maybe this pushes them in that space a little bit in reference to now if Call of Duty, whatever, even if it's just in Game Pass or multiplayer or not. But at great points. All right, we're coming towards the final stretch. This is the Lord's. Anybody who has to go, you can go if you have to. I'm not kicking anybody out. But the Lord's got to get their bars to finish this show. This up. Brad.
Yeah, I got
right,
ball, but I just want to say something real quick. If we all agree that everything's going towards subscription services at some point in the industry, I just want to say something. Future-proof yourself. Go get a PC.
You're so messy.
That's all I gotta say. It's maybe the best play ever. Board. Let me have that 3080 Ti, by the way, sir. You're not using it.
You're talking that PC time. I respect it. Look, man.
I can't deal with the cheetahs, man. I can't deal with
the cheetah. No, thanks for having me on, gentlemen. I really appreciate it. Great panel. Great show. Catch me on BRAP this Wednesday, Basement Radio Arcade Podcast on YouTube. This Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we're gonna have Tim Dog joining us to talk more about
this. OG.
Yeah, Tim Dog. Yeah.
Salute. That's what's up, man. Much love,
thank
brother.
You, gentlemen.
Have a good one. Have a good one, brother. You already know. Let's wrap it up with the Lords, man. I'm sorry, Crowns.
Anyway,
you gotta go.
I gotta go too.
No
but
doubt,
I want to
brother.
say thank you for letting me on, and just remember one thing:
what's up?
King is always right. Never doubt the king. All hail the king.
Clouds,
we're not making shirts like that.
Clouds, before you go, but Clouds, wait, did he leave? Damn, he left.
Yeah.
Man,
I'm
you still there?
I'm here.
Clowns,
yeah.
Promote your show, bro. Where can they find? What's going on with Clowns?
Oh man, you can find us at 4GQ TV. We just made a deal with Facebook.
Oh,
so now we got some stuff coming up there. And we have another Marvel interview dropping soon. And I gotta get you Lords on some of these Marvel interviews.
Yes, please.
Man. I gotta get you guys on these.
For sure.
Thank you again and much love. Shout out, great episode.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for coming through for your perspective. Let's get the Lords to wrap up. Addict, you back. It's been something, man. It's been a show, man. But overall, we've hit every topic. I didn't get a lot of your thoughts on it, and we got to close this with the Lords, man. So overall, where you at, man? Any aspect you can touch.
First off, I want to point out that some of these people in the chat, they trying to mooch on my girl there. Don't think I don't see that.
Who's going on?
What you talking my girlfriend's in the chat.
Oh,
I see some of you trying.
Get your hands on. Hey, be respectful. Be respectful.
Wow.
But
Lady
That's a
Addict is
wild
in
place.
here. Be
Send the
respectful.
women in that wild place. That's a wild
You
place.
say something slick, he might be extra quick on the trigger today. Watch your mouth.
Banhammer.
Watch your chat game.
Kick him out.
Kick him up. Kick him up. Go ahead, Addict. Go ahead,
How
bro.
about that dinner? Kick him out.
What's your game attack? Bang.
Banhammer.
All right, let's go.
Banhammer.
Let's go. Addict. What you
look,
think,
when
bro?
it comes down to it, it's like I said, like I do agree in some instances that like Colin and that can't figure. I think I'm more on the road. I really liked what 3MG said. I love that 3MG still here. I really like, because I'm right there with them, and I've been saying it. We have been on this path too long. We needed to change it up, and there was clearly nothing changing. And leave it to Microsoft to come in there not only with the aspect to Game Pass that changed stuff up. Now they buying publishers, and they're changing the console scene up where it's like now people don't feel comfortable with stuff. Sony's, like I said, Sony's been focusing and relying too much on Call of Duty for the multiplayer scene. And how many times have we sat there, famous BGC? How many times we sat there and you asked, "Where's the multiplayer for Sony?" And they're like, "Go play multiplayer games." About that. There's no longer one of those scenarios where Sony can feel comfortable not tackling that genre because they can rely on the third party, because at any time, big buck Microsoft can pull up and just snatch that whole publishing unit out. So now I feel like, I do feel like Sony is going to be looking at that a little bit more. They're not going to rely 100% on third-party stuff. And kind of like how Microsoft shouldn't rely on third-party people to get that just one. Like, you got to have diversity in your lineup regardless, because, Microsoft don't got to necessarily worry about that when it comes to Sony. But at any time, someone like Google could show up and be like, this company's gone. And then Microsoft would have to worry about that stuff. Facebook reached out to Activision first. Facebook could have reached out, plunked Activision, and Call of Duty could have been away from Microsoft and Sony. So it's just like, look, like we live in a realm where these multi-billion, trillion-dollar corporations exist. You got to keep them in mind. You got to be able to realize that, look, you got to move with the times. Sony had a very big emphasis on, I'm a worry about my stuff, and I'm a timed exclusive out everything else. And let's be real, Microsoft got tired of that. They're like, oh, you trying over there, you trying to get Starfield? Not happening. Obviously they couldn't get some of this stuff. Oh, we tired of Call of Duty being a thorn. The moment they had a chance, snatch, not happening. The Resolution Wars, snatch, not happening with the Xbox One X. Like, Microsoft has literally been taking chess pieces away from Sony for years. And I feel like this is one of those things. It's like I told Cognito. In a realm of worst case scenario for Microsoft, Call of Duty's on Game Pass day and date and on PlayStation. And I think in some ways that actually works better for them than making it an exclusive, because there's a realm where
like the 70-30 with the
it's not even the 70-30. COD. Imagine a realm where me and Jabari are paying the same. Well, I don't play COD, but let's say I play COD. Me and Jabari are playing the same game, but I'm paying $15 for a subscription, and Jabari over there paying $70. How many years do you think Jabari gets tired of that type of scene? Like, all I'm saying is, like, when you come across every year where it's like, it's not the best place to play Call of Duty. It's not the best place to play the big third parties. They're losing a lot of performance issues around the clock. Like, Sony has to respond, and it sucks because at the same time, that's where I feel like Colin's issue is, because he knows that Sony has to respond, and that's going to lead to more responses, more publishers being bought, and before you know, 3 to 4 people do own everything. I do think we live in a realm like that. You know where we see it right now? We see it in the TV realm. Disney owns everything.
That was a good point.
But at the end of the day, has that led Disney making worse movies? It hasn't.
Yeah, that's
I feel like
except for Star Wars, but I understand.
But I hear you. Continue.
I think it's an argument that you can make to the more consolidation that happened in the movie industry led to a better product in the end.
Okay.
Because we saw the Marvel universe come out the way it is. We're seeing the Star Wars universe, regardless of what Everborn likes, coming out the way it is. Like, sure, I do think my personal self, it has hurt some things in the movie aspect. But now I get more excited for movies, for more TV shows. And for years, especially in the TV scene, these networks that you guys watch on, whoever owns, like, cable TV and satellite, they're all owned by like 8 people. There's not a lot of competition there that you may see just because there's individual channels. I think it's good, and I think we're going to see a lot of good responses. I myself are getting tired of the yearly Call of Duty installments. It's up in the air. We can't act like that's going to get changed off the bat. We don't know. We don't even know if the deal is going to go through. I think it's going to go through, but we don't even know if that's going to go through. Yeah. But, when you're releasing some of these studios and you're not letting them be too much force, you're giving them creativity. Sony's having to respond in their own way. So if it is exclusive, non-exclusive, they're going out there. In a realm where Microsoft isn't being aggressive, you're not getting these studios making multiplayer games from Destiny devs.
Right.
You're not getting Sony even really going into the multiplayer scene whatsoever. You want competition? This is competition. Good for the bad. It's still competition, and that's all I got.
Probably the biggest deal too.
Yeah. No, that's I
hear. Should also be noted that the MCU is kind of saving the theater industry, which we thought a lot of people thought were gonna die.
Good point.
So something to think about in terms of that analogy.
Let's get Solve. You've been patient, Solve. After all the points and the topics and your overall assessment before we roll.
And let me point out, hold on real quick, Soft. Let me point out the restraint that we've had.
We
have been here for 3 hours, not really talking.
And all the lords that kept it together, obviously because we had the respect. So we got, you know what I'm saying? This is a lot of discipline for all the lords in this episode.
Shout out to you for juggling all of this.
Except for me, I've been
like King get his bars off out the bat.
The realm demanded it.
So first off, thank God everybody's gone. Now the podcast can start.
All right, now we ready. Now we ready. Introduce it.
No. But thanks to everyone who came through. This was amazing.
Yeah.
So my take, because I interjected.
And we've been working on that all week. We've been highly working on that all week.
Yeah. So there are moments. I'm gonna be long-winded. So
this is you. This is you.
There are moments that we live through in history that sometimes you don't realize they're historical in the moment. You just don't. You don't see it until it's 10 years down the line or whatever. As people who pay attention to the gaming industry, we know how monumental this has the potential to be.
Right.
And when you look at the landscape of gaming as it stands now, there's no one else who could have done this in the way that they did it, simply because, and this is me being 100% selfish, I don't want the future that Google has in store for us in the gaming space. I don't want the future that Amazon has in store for us in the gaming space. I'm selfish. I want the big 3 players that we have now in the space that we know and love to be able to thrive. And for that sort of thing to happen, this type of sort of consolidation, if you want to call it that, has to happen, in my opinion, with Microsoft and Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo. To me, everyone else is only in it to push technology, thinking they can make games, right? We already saw what happened with Google and Stadia.
Yeah.
They jumped into it face first, like, oh, this great tech. did not understand, and which is weird because they got a bunch of gaming people to sort of helmet, and they still couldn't figure it out. Yeah, Phil Luminous.
All right, King, I know you take a shot at me. You take a shot.
But it is true. It is absolutely
He's
true.
right.
They failed to understand the work that goes into it, and that it's not a quick and easy bug. It's not that, right? Luna, by all accounts, better, but at the same time, I don't know that is the future that I want. These three have been in the space. They've grown, contrary to what other people believe. Microsoft has taken bumps on the chin and knows full well what it is to try to adhere to the status quo and try to beat Sony at their own game and it not work. So I say all of this to say this. After 20 years of getting punched in the face as Xbox, what did you think was going to happen?
What shout out to that dude that made the phone call. What you sent us that link call? What was it? Where he was like, he answered the phone. He's like, "How's it feel?" I'm like,
you talking about Almighty?
The
mighty.
The mighty creator.
What did you think was going to happen? Microsoft played the game, right? They played the game, and in a lot of ways, because through their own fault, they stumbled and fell, right? But at the end of the day, even in the generation where they basically had it in the bag, they came out a year before the PlayStation 3 with the 360. They had all the best third-party exclusives. Xbox Live was on and popping in a way that PlayStation couldn't hope or dream to do, and forget about where Nintendo was at that time. And at the end of it, they still couldn't overcome it. Forget about the fact that you had Red Ring of Death and all that. It couldn't. So they played the game and they realized, why am I going to continue to adhere to the status quo if I'm not going to be number one? You always play to win. You never play to be in third place. You don't play to win the game. You play to win the game. And they had to change the rules in order to win. That's a fact. They realized that. So the moment Satya came out and put his arm around Phil and said, we in this together.
That was big.
That is the moment you should have known.
Halo merch.
We're in Halo merch. That is the moment.
We remember the Terry Morrison days.
Exactly. Exactly. Where it was like, you're over here, we're over here.
Yeah, they didn't believe in it in the building.
Yeah. Now, Microsoft's way forward is Xbox's way forward. They go hand in hand. So now the talk around, oh, this is bad for gaming. I understand Colin's point, because I'm oftentimes the old man yelling at the clouds. I am. I don't like change. I love what I love, right? This is not, if there is anybody who is going to come in and now be the stewards and caretakers of, I don't know, God knows how many classic franchises, it's Microsoft. Right? If there was anybody who was going to come in and be able to, in one fell swoop, attempt to fix the S show that is going on at Activision Blizzard, it is Microsoft, right? And the thing about it that people haven't talked about is the fact that Phil Spencer has put an absolute crosshair on his head.
Oh, for sure.
He has to come through with this, right?
That's the beauty of it, though, right, Soft? Because to me, the pressure's on for you to perform. You got to do the right thing.
You have to perform. Yeah. You have to be, like Hoeg said. Like I said, they went out and they want to look the greatest in this. They want to look like they're the white knights of all of this. But at the end of the day, if that stuff doesn't come through and the actions you're taking,
fire,
and there's gonna be a big problem.
It will be retribution, yes.
You bet the company on this.
Hell to pay. Yeah. Exactly. You bet the farm on this. You really did bet the farm on this, and that's what people aren't seeing. So when you look at everything that's gonna happen there, that I believe is gonna happen there in terms of change, right? Activision Blizzard will have all of the leeway in the world to make the games that they want to make, right? They're going to have that. We're going to see classic franchises come back in a way, whether it be in back compat or whether it be new installments. The fact that I can get a remake of a legacy title that they don't own, Tenchu. They don't own Tenchu. From
Tenchu, bro.
But you can remake Tenchu. You could do that. Is bonkers to me. The fact that I can see these Sierra games on a freaking in Game Pass is crazy to me. The fact that the remnants of the teams that made Metropolis Street Racer and Project Gotham Racing could possibly make some sort of arcade racer in the future is bonkers to me. This is all stuff that as gamers we should care about. I've seen a whole lot of white knighting soapbox about the integrity of this move. And the fact of the matter is that the industry that we are in this today is not the one you're talking about. In theory, I could oppose this 100%. I get it. I would, in an ideal world, I would like everybody to be able to make money hand over fist and not have to adhere to anybody else's rules and be independent and everybody live in harmony.
I would desire that too.
Exactly. 100%. Is that the world that we live in? No. That is 100% not the world that we live in anymore. There is no other company in a better position to take this acquisition and make the very best of it that we can expect than Microsoft. There is just no other. There is the alternatives are Tencent. The alternatives are NetEase. The alternatives are Amazon. Alternatives are Google. There is a number of different ways where this all goes left for gamers. I 100%. It's good to question everything, right? Let's question everything. 100%.
You have to.
But at the end of the day, this is a net positive. And we've seen it. I know it's hyperbole, but this is a paradigm shift.
Yes.
That we're only beginning to see the trickle effects of. Yeah. When this actually goes through and we see what's going to happen. And again, we're assuming all this great stuff is going to happen.
Of course.
My hope and
this
expectation.
Is all hope and expectation.
My desire is that all of this stuff
my desire as well.
But I absolutely think the discourse online about where this can go is amazing, and I love to see it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. But a lot of the fear around it, I think, is 100% unfounded, and you're not looking at the realities of where we are today as an industry. If you do that, I think there is no other way this goes. Because again, let's real quick. There's no reality where Activision Blizzard fixes their problems from within.
And that was my bar, what it was going to be my point, because I was going to say is, even if you're opposed on every fundamental level and you don't like consolidation and you don't like where the industry is going, what's the alternative?
What is the alternative?
Would you
Destiny leave Blizzard or something?
Yeah, like bro, I was going to give you some Destiny bars. You just set me up, like
because the thing.
I was just going to say, because at the end of the day, Destiny, my favorite game, which was under that umbrella, made arguably in gamers' eyes one of the best DLC since Taken King, which was Forsaken. Right, that DLC was beloved. It was high quality content from them. Activision up top said, "We are not happy." We are not happy with the success of that. We expected more. Also, as a Destiny fan, I'm from the day where they were but encouraging them to make Destiny 2 way earlier than it was supposed to. Addict knows. Rise of Iron was technically when Destiny 2 was supposed to come out. They had to fight in the boardroom and say, look, for the health of the studio, we need to push this back. We need to be able to make another deal, a smaller content, and then we can do that. So again, it goes to show you when Luke Smith, the head of Bungie, after the board meeting where Activision disrespects them and says, look, this was a disappointment, even though it was it was a great success. It maybe wasn't Call of Duty success, let's just say, right? Yeah. And he says, Luke Smith on Twitter publicly says, I stand behind Forsaken. I do not look at it as a disappointment. That was a direct challenge to the brass. That's when I said, oh, this is about to go left.
It's about to get ugly.
It's about to get ugly. And I'm going to let you finish about, but I do want to say that because at the end of the day, we have a situation where that building is on fire. That you've got discrimination, you got racial things going on, you got rooms, you got someone that lost their life because their pictures were shared around corporate.
Totally disgusting.
Right. You have all these things going on, and you have a situation where said leader try to buy media influence, whether it be a PC Gamer or a Kotaku, to quell the building, right? So my thing is, if you don't like, what's the alternative?
Yeah.
What
Bobby
give me?
Kotick,
Yeah.
Bobby Kotick is the archetypical villain. Like, and he leans into it in a way that's almost comical. I'm like, I cannot believe he really tried to do that. When you think about the influence this man has on this company, this man went and he decided, he said, okay, I own all of these IP. What am I going to do? I'm going to try to find a way to commodify these IP into yearly franchises that you purchase, like you're purchasing toilet paper.
Right.
Like it literally, he turned it into a freaking
It's a sweatshop.
an
It's a
assembly
Call of
line,
Duty
an
sweatshop.
assembly
That's
line.
just
It's an
totally what it
assembly
is.
line. Yeah, and the thing about it is that was never going to change. Let's make this point abundantly clear. If someone doesn't step in to fix this, Activision Blizzard was going to crash and burn.
Right.
Yeah.
And for some people, maybe that is what they want. Maybe if you say, okay, I like the status quo in gaming, I want to keep it that way. You know what? Darwin's law, survival of the fittest, they weren't fit enough to survive. Let them crash and burn.
Yeah, that's it. Let them get chewed.
Right.
Exactly. Or as a gamer who doesn't want to see these franchises completely die and go away, you look at what Microsoft is doing. And the thing is, and when you speak to it, I think when we look at the Xbox platform, right, and we think about what the plan for Game Pass has always been, this is much bigger than an Xbox console. This is much bigger than Game Pass is their way to achieving ubiquity of the Xbox brand throughout all of gaming.
Right.
This is much bigger than that. So when you look at it, a lot of the arguments I saw, it felt like they were very small arguments in terms of the bubble that is Nintendo,
fighting the last
PlayStation.
war.
Exactly. Whereas Microsoft is saying, I'm eliminating war. This is what we're doing. We're eliminating war. And in 10 years, we'll find out.
We'll
if it's
find out.
positive or not.
Yeah, that's all I would say. Let's just see. Well, King, I gotta get you.
Yeah,
and I'll
let's
get
go.
Right, and
Let's go.
Yeah, King, please.
All right. I'm glad that he said Darwin's law.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that you said that because survival of the fittest. I was so sick and tired of Microsoft acting like a point guard when they're a center. You know, just because you see Allen Iverson as shooting guard / point guard or Steph Curry, and you're down with the flash and you get that substance that Sony is giving, and you are the big gorilla in the room. Stop operating in that same manner that they're operating. Make them change the rules for you. They changed the rules for Shaq. They changed everything, and be that disruptor that we know that you can be. And for a long time, Microsoft was trying to figure out the identity, and it took somebody that's from the essence of the corporation of the blue collared worker. It took that person that had pride and was looking at everything that was going on and was like, I can fix that. It took that kid that had that gleam in his eye, that dream in his head. I can be the best. There's always somebody on that basketball court that's shooting that say, I could be better than Mike. That has that self-belief. And it takes one person to see that and believe in you and give you that push that knows who you gonna be. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer. I say it to say this, and I say it all the time, man. You give that man his reverence because it was a point in time we was at death's door.
Yeah.
Don't ever forget that part where they were talking about selling off the brand because the brand was tarnishing what Microsoft is.
He had to prove value. Him and that team had to
And now
prove
Death's
value.
Door is in Game Pass.
Ridiculous.
Crazy,
Continue.
right? But I told you guys before when they purchased Bethesda, ZeniMax, I gotta stop saying Bethesda because that wasn't it. They went inside. They didn't go buy a pair of jeans. They went and brought the store. All right, so I told you how my man shop.
Bruce Wayne style.
Yeah, and it's not. It's
Shut
not
down the store.
I like it in all those colors because I look good in his style. He's that dude, right? So when I go in and you can see that when real recognize real, like when you see it. I didn't believe in the dude until I met him. But I can look into your eyes and understand the conviction. When you grab my hand, see, it's a different way you grab a person's hand. You give a hard, firm handshake. You can tell a lot from a man's handshake. He give you that wet noodle, that give you that. You like, oh man, I can't mess with old boy because something. He gave you that firm handshake and he pull you close. Like, I really want to know what you think about this. I said, man, these dudes is in good hands. He's gonna die trying. He gonna get rich or die trying. He's 50 Cent of this, man. So that's 7. I told y'all, that's 7. I said the next thing they're gonna do, I mean, they're gonna get a publisher and it's gonna be big. I'm thinking EA.
Yeah, this the last thing.
I'm thinking it's in the game. Yeah. You hear me? Because I'm like, everything leads to this. Because I know Madden, 2K, or Call of Duty moves the needle every year.
Every year.
So y'all remember when we had Call of Duty and we had the marketing rights, when it left, a lot of dudes left too.
Right.
That's when the rise of the PlayStation 4 started happening and dudes is like, oh my God. Now they talking about the PlayStation 4 because remember, 360 had them on Smash.
Right.
We lost that marketing deal. So every time we lose something, Phil fixes it. We lost power. Here comes the 1X. Fix that. Like Addict said, chess moves off the board.
Yeah, people didn't want to connect. But that's why the Xbox One era was so interesting. Yeah.
Get it out the box. We don't need it. Shut it off. Like, oh, it won't work. Get it out the box. Can it work? Can we get this to work without this thing? Yeah, we good. Get back those resources that we wasted for no reason.
15%.
Just built a whole movie studio. Shut it down.
Shut it down. Get rid of it. It's not worth it. Right?
It's true,
and he did it for the health of the Xbox brand because he believed in the brand. Now we got power. They took that Call of Duty. He saw that and said, you know what? I want y'all to remember this because this is the part where it comes back to bite you. You took the marketing deal, you took those games, you locked us out of that content that we were enjoying for that period of time, and now you won't have the game. I don't care what happens. When your contract runs out, so does your water. So it's over. You better get another resource. You better go back to your what's that, Resistance? You better get something going because it's done for you. And if you want to play that game, then you're going to have to worry about getting yourself some the World at War, some just play something else. But that game for COG, that hashtag just one for COG.
Oh yeah.
StarCraft Ghost.
Let's go, baby. Let's bring that back.
Hey, one other one. What about Pitfall?
What about Pitfall? What about Hyrule?
They can bring back Pitfall.
What about Marvel Ultimate Alliance? What about like
Soldier of Fortune?
All of that.
Like the possibilities.
Oh my God.
The possibilities are crazy.
But I want StarCraft Ghost.
I feel that.
I want that game that I was promised that got put in the bushes. I want that. Okay. And when I said let's go. This is it. I am so happy at this moment. And you know, dudes call you a corporate shill and all this other stuff. I game in the Microsoft ecospace because they make it great for me. Right? And I have a PlayStation, and I can play over there, and I don't turn it on until an exclusive shows up. So how about this? How about I just do this, right? How about y'all just go away and we just get your games? I like that idea. I like your exclusive games, the stuff that you do best, because I don't want you to become hollow and soulless.
Oh, here we go.
I don't want y'all to be trying to keep up with the Joneses. I want y'all to take your time, make your games, and put it inside the Microsoft ecosystem. You too can be part of Game Pass. Or if you don't play nice, we buy you.
Yo, ridiculous.
That's what I'm
Let me get
size 13.
So King, real quick, there's one thing I disagree with a little bit is the Call of Duty situation, right? Because I think that we live in the Matrix. Anything's possible now. I put in my mind, anything's possible now.
Yeah.
I don't see, right, the Game Pass argument on that platform. I don't see, just because I would think Sony would want those to be downloadable games. Like you're getting, in theory, you're getting an inferior product just being able to stream the Xbox games, not play them locally, right? So let's say Phil's like, okay, cool. So you want to keep COD? Okay, cool. You keep COD. We'll make a version of COD specifically for PlayStation. This was a special. Again, we live in the Matrix. Anything is possible. But he says, I want the Marvel games. It's possible.
Yo,
it's
listen,
not.
listen.
It's not impossible.
They work with them. Jim Ryan is a money man, and he's down with all of this.
I mean, Hoeg laid it out, right? A lot of this is the basis for negotiation, also as well. So,
the thing is, anything that we consider to be the norm is out the window.
It's out the question. Yeah, the games have changed. Let me get my balls on it. We gotta go. Look, man, this is a moment. It's crazy. This is a moment. We cannot lose sight of this. Is definitely a moment. Regardless of what happens in the future, we don't know. But I think we, for the most part, are in agreement that, like what Sof said, this is a net positive considered what the alternative is. I got to give King its flowers in reference to Phil. Not that I didn't believe in Phil at all, but the reverence that you had to see that he be as influential to turn the situation around. Because let's be honest, in my mind, Peter Moore was the GOAT. And I'm saying it was. You know what I'm saying? Only because we understood his thing with the Sega, and we understood being aggressive and really taking it to Sony and being competitive in space with an Xbox 360. But in this infancy stage already, right? The Xbox Series X and S consoles are maybe 1 year old. To have, they positioned themselves after the Xbox One era. They've positioned themselves in such a consumer-friendly position, right? You want to talk about the power? Okay, fine. You want to talk about back compat. You want to talk about smart delivery. You want to talk about all these features that, let's be honest, even some of us would question, like, are these buzzwords or are these really providing value? Auto HDR, quick resume, all these things. We've had Jason Ron, we've had these people on. And what you see is when we saw the opposition, right? What would they do? Oh, there is no back compat. We're going to charge you for this, or the things start to come out, and then with the transparency, right? No, they're all corporations. We understand that, but we understood the transparency with the generation talk and them saying, "Oh no, we're going to be here for about a year, and then we're going to transition." I say all that to say this: they then package it with, let's be honest, is one of the best deals in gaming. Period. You can't dispute it. You cannot dispute gameplay. Like, it is literally, now whether you choose not to indulge because you're a physical games lover, or you have your personal reason that you want ownership, or out of fear that it may leave the service, that is valid. But from a pure value proposition, one company is giving you a lot of value that you can't dispute. So the thing that I get upset with is you got to look at yourself as a gamer first, and how is this benefiting you? Yeah. See, people are looking at, I understand the long term and I understand concern, but I'm selfish. I don't know about y'all.
It's fake moral grandstanding is like, listen, come on. Listen, Microsoft could run themselves into the ground.
Yeah, that's their business. That's not my problem. If they go out doing this, that's their business. But my point is, as a gamer, what does the value bring to you? What does it bring to you, right? I understand looking down the road, but the reality is, that's why I use an analogy of sports. I could sit here and scream till I'm blue in the face. LeBron did this, he bought that. It does not negate the championship. It does not negate the ring. That's the game that's been played. And I could hold on for dear life, you know what I'm saying, and just say, hey, I'm out the game. I don't like where the game is going right now. That's fine too. You know what I'm saying? But gotta get it.
It's got to the point where it's not a matter of what Phil Spencer is definitely the best Xbox.
Yeah, it's not. Listen, that's why I get. Listen,
and it's not even a debate on that anymore. You know what the debate is? Right. Is he the best gaming influencing executive that's ever been in games?
The key right now is the deliverable of the games and the quality now of acquisition. Because the problem with the Xbox One era is they had all these second party, third party deals, but they didn't have ownership. They didn't control anything. There was nothing pumping from them. And I am of the firm belief, I don't believe in this purity talk. Because to me, at the end of the, even if that is the case, even if they know nothing about games, let's just take it face value. Let's say they don't. Isn't a sign of intelligence working on your weakness? Isn't a sign of intelligence saying, you know what, I am deficient here. Let me get some creators and some people that know how to do this. And guess what? We're going to give you creative control. ILP Podcast has had every one of these damn studios on this podcast for the most part. 343, Obsidian, Ninja Theory, Compulsion, you name it, we've had it. We've given them the tough questions. Yo, are they really letting you in the building do what you want? Are they really? Is it because let's be honest, we hear the thing like the corporate overlord, the tendrils, whatever. That's what goes back to my point. We're hearing it from the ground level. We're in the streets. We go to these shows. We go to these packs. We speak to people offline. Undead Lab. We speak to all these people. They tell us no cog. It is what they say it is. So who am I to question that when I see the results?
I mean, we had Obsidian on.
Yeah,
and they literally said,
we've
if
had
anything,
the quotes.
They've made us better.
We've done the research. You know what I'm saying? Now, it's up to Microsoft to continue operating as that. But my thing is, what's the alternative? We want Tencent coming in here, censoring games, taking choice.
Gaming with Fortnite.
Yeah, no trans people, no gay people, no black John Boyega removed from Disney on the joint. What do we want? What are we doing? So it's like at the end of the day, I'll take this alternative any day of the week. Now it's up to us to put their feet to the fire and make sure they follow through with everything they say. Absolutely. It's okay to criticize. It's okay to be critical. But what I'm trying to say, if I look at the whole, what Activision and all that stuff was going to be prior, and without anyone jumping in, yes, I'm taking Microsoft 7 days of the week. So that's where I'm at. And the last thing I just say is, look, man, at the end of the day, I think the last thing I like, and I'm not even a COD guy like that. I used to be that dude, but I know the importance. I know the generation that comes before me, that's the game they buy every year. They don't care. They get in that car. I understand the casual influence. I know the power of it. But what I like is where they lost me was the annualization. I'm like, nah, y'all just throwing a little skin here. Oh, nah, y'all just doing this. You know what I'm saying?
You know what it is though as well, Cog?
Yeah.
Much to your point, Call of Duty itself, the reason we all simmered down and stopped playing it was because not only the annualization, but there wasn't any real change happening.
Yeah, it was so minimal.
They all sort of look the same. They all sort of feel the same.
Yeah, it was just like you're not innovating. That's why I gravitated. I went to a Titanfall one year. I went to a Battlefield one year because I'm like, okay, at least they were trying something different. You know what I'm saying? But it was just so hard to. And I understand the financial aspect that it's such a moneymaker for them to analyze. But for me, when I at least hear the discussion internally, what we're seeing, we're thinking about not annualizing this thing. We're thinking about, Raven and all these guys and Sledge, like allowing them sometime maybe to buy annual and then make those classic games that we used to love. To me, that's a net positive, y'all. I don't understand how that's a bad thing. These are the games. These are beloved franchises. When you hear Phil, this is where Phil really resonated with me. When you hear him say, I want to see these franchises that come back. I have a personal connection. That's real. It's about games at the end of the day. So look,
100%.
I hear everybody. This is a fantastic show.
My God,
I love y'all, man. Y'all made me cry because it was like, man, I can't believe what we did today. But this is for the culture. And we're gonna have people we agree, disagree. We're gonna be respectful. Yes. But yeah, man. I want to thank y'all. We got super chats to read. Dutch,
1400.
Ricky still here,
rocking with us.
I've been chilling, man.
I love y'all, man. I love y'all, and this is why I love gaming, man. I love this stuff, bro. This is good discussion. So
hey,
this is
just like 2 seconds, right?
Yes,
a lot of the moral grandstanding that you are seeing is because people look at these things through the frame or through the lens of the PlayStation way of doing things is correct. So when you've decided which is your favorite platform, and a lot of us do that, and then say, well, what they do is the right way, and anything that is not that
I agree
is wrong. And I think that's where a lot of this comes from. And we are in this world right now. And I hate to say it, but this is what Sony built. Sony locked Microsoft out of content. They needed content, and this is the only way they could get in. Sony used their position in the market. We've seen what they did in the Epic trial. We've seen what they did to sort of lock out, to make deals more expensive for Xbox to make. They used their position in what they had, just like the ownership right or the whatever licensing right they have with Disney for Spider-Man. They've used what they had. They used what they got to get what they want. We know what that means.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
And so now Microsoft has done the same thing. And the only thing to be afraid of is whether Sony revenue-wise will be in second or third place.
Right.
That's the only thing that's on the line here. Other than that, I think it is good. And I think Microsoft has officially, they have an identity now.
Right.
They called them the shooter box before. That was a joke. It's real now.
Oh yeah, and the RPG box now.
And the strategy box.
And the strategy box. I agree with you that.
So that's it.
And the indie box.
Exactly. The moral grandstanding is because you have a lens that the way Sony does things is the right way.
I don't even think, not to cut you, I don't even think it's that too. I just think I think part of it is that. I stand corrected. I agree. Part of it is that. But I also think part of it, that's why I use the Jordan LeBron thing, is just, this is where it's going.
Yeah.
This is where it's going. You know what I'm saying? I can hold on as much as I want, but this is where it's going. I'm still listening. King teases me. I still listen to Illmatic. King is like, yo, Lil such and such is out. I'm like, nah, son. You know what I'm saying? And these kids laughing at me. Bro, I'm still bumping Biggie. I'm Pac. It's like it's new to me. I don't relate to this new stuff. And maybe that's a sign for certain people, not, you know what I'm saying? But that it's just not for them. If you don't like where it's going, wake up call. This is where it's going. Like that's
get there.
Yeah, it's like you in or you out. And that's a lot. We could talk forever.
You know what I had from a point of view, and I always love to get point of views from the casual players. And I've got a lot of friends, a lot of friends just from working in general that are very much casual players. And the only thing that they said on the acquisition of Activision by Microsoft was, well, hopefully they can make a decent COD.
Yeah.
They weren't concerned that it wasn't on a PlayStation or anything like that.
I did hear that.
The concerns that we hear from the loud majority are just like it was at the beginning of the generation, and like it is every time when something like this happens, is just trying to justify to themselves why they spent their money on a plastic box and the fear of that plastic box that they've invested in not having something
because it's part of their identity.
Yeah.
That's the fear.
Yeah.
I wanted to tag in with that one just to say, like, and that was the importance of this whole situation. Like, remember, like, it was disgusting. I had to remove myself from all those, like, Twitter back and forth when it used to be about which console was more important. And we kind of, like, lost where games were just underperforming and releasing terribly. And to where even they were still blaming a console for the game not running well. It's like, and everybody got so lost, including myself. When removing yourself from that, I feel like the more important thing now is, in this whole cast here, and as well as everybody watching, is like not one person here gloated about anything particularly being exclusive to a platform, but more so because it started affecting the games that we like. Yeah, it's like, dude, we just we put our trust in this particular, business or corporation to just fix the 10 years of a lot of missed opportunities. That's all I'm looking for, man.
Absolutely, brothers. Well, I thank y'all. So we got work to do.
We still got work to do. We still got work to do.
Before y'all do that, though, but before y'all get to
no,
Saul, go ahead, Saul, go ahead.
No, bro. I just wanted to say how proud I am of everybody that was on this panel today. The team, like, this is incredible. The fact that we basically kept everything as civil as possible. Yes. I can understand people sort of. We have people in our chat who are just straight up Xbox fans, and they were not trying to hear what Colin was saying. And I get that. But at the end of the day, Colin came here to talk, to give his point of view, and for us to sort of bounce off of that. It was never going to be an attack on him and what he said.
No setup and no jumping.
Exactly. So
and none
exactly.
Of that.
So and the fact of the matter is that he made a lot of great points, and he's coming from a position of thinking the way that I think is like, change is hard. I know it's difficult.
He admitted that. He admitted that.
He said he specifically said myopic. So what I want to say is, like, to all the admins, Hustle, everybody.
Hustle, thank y'all. Slow, all y'all admins.
Slow, you guys.
NLG, thank y'all today. Yeah,
you guys are superstars. Like, for real, today was an absolutely. As special as this moment is, this podcast is a special moment in and of itself. I was so proud.
I was so proud of everybody. I was so proud, for sure. Let's get the joint on Hustle and Born and Dutch. We're gonna get your outros and Ricky, and then we've got to do super chats. We gotta read.
Yeah. It definitely was that. I just wanted to say shout out to the mods and thank you to the chat just for being here in particular. I know things get a little chaotic every so often, man, but they was kind of on their best behavior.
Yeah, they were for the most part.
That was pretty cool to see. Shout out to Slow Mo. We had Fame, we had Forte on here, HoegLaw, we had
Who we
Colin.
didn't have.
Who didn't we
Hey,
have?
that's right. Hey, and I'll just say, you know, I don't know if y'all watched the Everyday Struggle a show that was on Complex. It used to be on Complex.
Yes.
But this was my Young Jeezy moment. Because like sometimes you can't really say much, but sometimes you just got to sit and not say nothing and soak up game. And that's kind of what I was doing. And I really wanted all of our guests to excel. Like, you know, it's great to see 3MG, great to see Dutch, great to see Everborn. It's great to see everybody here who I interact with on Twitter. And y'all make sure y'all go follow everybody. I'm going to put my channel in there.
Yeah,
first,
put your
though.
channel
But
in
y'all
there,
make
brother.
sure-
Put your channel in there, brother. You did it right. You know what I'm saying?
That's
And it's okay
right.
to agree to disagree. Civil, respectful discussion. That's what it's about, man.
And indeed, and you know, one last thing, yo, shout out to y'all, like for real, because this is like dope, and I'm glad Fame was on here. Like I'm super glad Fame and Forte was on here, man.
I had to get him.
Yeah. And Incognito, I'll say this to you. You know, we say it behind the scenes all the time, but shout out to you for always, you know, pulling your people back up, dog. Like no matter what. No matter like what the size of the channel, it don't matter. Like it don't matter for real. But you always make sure you go back and you never forget about Lil Bron and them or Lil Sis and them. So I see Delilah in the chat. You know, GMG, I see y'all, and I see GWG in there. It's a lot of people. The Addict Show, yes, I'm there too. So if y'all want to see me and get more of my perspective on this whole thing, Addict, we're gonna get to work on Tuesday, bro. We got to, dog. We got to, y'all. We got to.
Yeah, I feel a lot better than I did last week.
Indeed.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Business or Dutch outros, Everborn outros, Ricky outros. Anybody up?
I'll go first. I'll just say like, yo, thank you guys again. Honestly, this was beautiful for me. I didn't even realize how long we was live. I've been chilling. So like I would have probably been just relaxing, doing nothing anyway. So this is beautiful, man. I appreciate everybody here. Again, my name is just 3MG Live everywhere. Y'all can find me 3MG Live everywhere.
Indeed.
But we gotta get something going again because this is my type of vibe. You know what I mean? I look back at like the last 10 years and just even from how I was viewing games then and endorsing and like the weird toxicity to now, and I love the space that we in. Me, Chase and I, we speak about, you know, Iron Lords all the time. Every time we reference a group of guys who, even if they have a brand that they support everybody. So we got a lot of love for y'all, man.
Oh, brother. Thank you. Brother.
Always.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you,
Always.
man. The Everborn Saga. Where can people find you? What you going on?
So I'm Everborn Saga everywhere. That's Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, also Everborn Saga. I just put that in the chat. We King is like an honorary guest on that show we do On the Real. That's coming back in February. And we're gonna do some creator content because I know it's a lot of people that's out there trying to do a little bit of what I do, which is create comic books and worlds and storytelling and things like that. So I want to do some videos to kind of show how people to get into that self-publishing.
When does that second book? I mean, that book ship, man.
Oh, that's coming out February. I got it. That's a month early. It's supposed to come in March, but the lettering, we like 35 pages into the lettering.
Hey, what's this type of book that you create, sir? What is this that you do?
Tell
the
me
people.
that's the Everborn. That's beautiful.
That's the Everborn Saga. So we basically creating the MCU of fantasy and manga all mixed together, right? We got 4 series. Well, it will be 4 when the Remnant drop. I'll show you guys that later. It's not out yet, but basically it's 4 series following 4 different characters, all telling the story in the same world, and it's crossovers and things like that. So it's basically all of my favorite things going up, which is anime and manga, and how the connectedness of the MCU, and sort of sword and sandals fantasy. So it's all that in one, and we put it together, and I've been telling that story for about 3 years now. And we just trying to expand, and we're working on the game that'll come soon also. So it's one big smorgasbord of a universe I'm trying to create.
Brother.
Trying to be the Black George Lucas.
That's what I'm saying, brother. Your creativity is amazing. You know, I love what you're doing. You know, as a person of color, to see entrepreneurship and to see the intelligence and what you're doing out here is really inspiring. And we always love supporting you. And I was glad, like I said, we got Boom on, who gave us light.
Hit 10K.
You know what I'm saying? And he hit 10K today.
That's
Look how things pay for it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like he gave us a shot with no one else and got us to 1K. We blow up, we get him to 10. Then that introduces me to an Everborn and a Dutch, and it's a beautiful thing. And hustle it's dope, man. It's dope. I love to see it. You know what I'm saying? But I gotta be remiss if I didn't shout out my brother, the Wondering One himself, Dutch
Yes,
of the
sir.
Midweek Podcast, Midweek Mix-Up Podcast.
Yep.
And I love Dutch because sometimes me and Dutch don't agree. But the way he handles certain things. But we do agree. Actually, we do agree. I just sometimes I'm like, damn, Dutch be going hard. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? He be going hard, but it's like, you know, I love the passion and I want to give him his flowers. We talk a lot behind the scenes, and I love him as a content creator. I try to been on his show a couple of times. He's been on here. Brother, talk to the people. Where can they find you? What you have going on? And thank you. Thank you for coming and being respectful, because I know how passionate you were about this subject, and to see you come in with the poise and humility and conduct yourself in the way you do it. I love to see that, bro. So talk to him.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely go hard sometimes, but I try to go hard respectfully. Let's put it that way. I don't directly attack people. It's normally the situation I attack, which is a bit different. But no, I absolutely appreciate it. I come off the back of my own smaller podcast on a Sunday now, jumping straight on here.
Let's go. What's the name of that podcast, sir? What's going on?
Midweek Mix-Up Podcast. It is the Midweek Mix-Up Podcast.
Midweek Mix-Up Podcast, day and time, and what's going on? What's the regular thing?
So we've got Wednesdays, and it is 2 p.m. EST for the American time, 7 p.m. in the UK. And now Sundays as well at 6:30 GMT. Obviously 1:30 as well, and that's a smaller show. That's just to wrap up some of the little bits that we don't get to on a bigger panel on a Wednesday. I've been in the position where hats off to you, Cog, because I know what it feels like. In our birthday show last year, we had about 25 people on, and that was just insane to handle. So I appreciate the way in which you conducted this today with the amount of people you've had on. Is honestly, it's something to be proud of.
Thank you.
But no, absolutely awesome show. Thank you for letting me get my bars off. Getting
oh, he said it. Yes, we got just the same bars. Let's go. Woo!
Thank you for that. No, appreciate it. And great points by everybody as well. Chat, like you say, for the most part, have been absolutely awesome. Obviously, a few little questions and questionable characters here and there, but
thank you for moderating that.
Yeah. Outside of that, absolutely awesome. Always a pleasure to be here, and some amazing guests. And of course, if everybody isn't already following everybody that has been in today, then go and do so. It's great to hear point of views from every angle, not just an Xbox guy, not just a PlayStation guy, a PC, everything. Get the viewpoints across, and the way that you've conducted it is applaudable. And much to what Everborn was saying about Boom hitting 10K.
Oh, that meant so much to me.
Yes.
Same for yourselves, though. Much like yourselves, you've also engineered and helped us grow to where we are so far. Over 1,200 subs for us, and continuing to grow. But yeah, I'm trying to kind of model on the perspective that you're going, and I think I want more conversations around the business aspect of it as well, because I'm planning bigger things. But always a pleasure. I'm going to drop the links to our channel in there in a second, and thanks, massive shout out again to everybody today.
No doubt.
Hope you have a great rest of the evening to everybody that's watching.
No doubt.
too, man.
Soft, do you need time? I can do a poll if you need time to pull up.
I'm ready, because I'm essentially scrolling all the way back up. I need Attic to mirror me. Because they came in so hot and heavy.
Let me read the poll though, because I did have a poll.
Let me
do that.
Let me say something real quick.
Yes.
We are starting to stream more on the Twitch channel, so definitely go over there, and I put it in the chat. Be sure to follow the Twitch channel.
Yes.
Realm before there.
Yes, please. There you go. So look, while y'all queue up all the chats, it's gonna be thousands. The new poll with the massive acquisition of Activision Blizzard by Microsoft. Which outcome do you think is most likely to occur in the future? Choices are: A, Microsoft consolidation of multiple large studios feels monopolistic and not good for the long-term health of the games industry. B, Microsoft's acquisition is a positive step towards saving Activision Blizzard work culture, reviving dormant IPs, and providing more value to Game Pass. Or C, I don't care. I still desire to talk about Call of Duty's exclusive or non-exclusive status for 18 months. Salute to all the lords in the realm. We had to get that off. It is up now, so go check that out on the Iron Lord Podcast Twitter account. Go check that out. Solve. We got business. Everybody else, feel free to rock out if you have to, because we got a bunch of homework to do with these super chats.
We got an insane amount of homework. So hold on, man.
I'll try to help you out too as much as I can.
What's the first one you're gonna read?
Hold on 1 second. I'm getting to you right now. So we got 3.
Yeah, good luck.
Robert Braswell, $5 super chat, aka Brooklyn Nets 1.
Okay.
That is the first one I'm gonna read.
Okay.
And that's after. And the thing is, this might have jumped because I have it after 3FG's $100 super chat.
Okay.
But it may not be actually in that order. But it's Robert Braswell.
Okay.
I'll
I got it.
Okay.
I just Control F looked for
Wait,
it.
how you
So-
addict with the C now? I just peeped that. He's ridiculous. Continue.
Yeah, you see it, right?
I just
You
peeped
see it,
that.
right?
Yeah, he's ridiculous.
And just keep an eye on if I see we got one more coming at the
Oh,
end.
that was a
good.
mistake.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that. I was typing too fast, but I can do that.
Continue, Saul.
Okay, so just remember, Decado $5 super chat is the last one that is on the actual chat that just came out. No, actually, there's another one that came in afterwards. So
Yeah, I'm looking
keep
at
your
the
eye on
newest. I'm
those.
looking at the new stuff. Yeah.
Keep your eye on those because it's just too much going on.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We got Robert Braswell, $5 super chat, aka Brooklyn Nets 1. Finally able to listen live with football over. Very proud to support and finally become a member.
Oh, wow.
Being a New York City boy, had to support. Thank you.
Salute.
NYC
Atlanta
in the
building.
building.
Salute. Represent
And we
VA
got-
too. Continue.
Yes, sir. Necromancer Zale, $5 super chat. Have been waiting for this since the news broke. I hope we delivered. Then we have Colton Yoder, $5 super chat, and with nothing to say, but of course, I can say something. Anytime you super chat, please say something. Then we have X Atticus with the $10 super chat. I'm surprised I haven't heard anyone saying the only thing that can probably save PlayStation as far as services is Spartacus being the Netflix partnership.
I said that before.
Yeah, King actually put that out, the energy out.
He did.
Mhm.
And that's still on the table.
And we have Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat. Shout out to the Swami himself. He told you Xbox has something coming.
Well, that must have been early with those toast ones. I
Oh, yeah, these are very early.
Those are when the masks is out.
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna be able to keep up with you. You're all over the place.
So
I'll help out.
when I miss, just jump in because
You missed a lot, but I don't know if you've copy and pasted somewhere else.
it jumped me. When I rolled back, I probably wasn't able to because they were gone.
So $5 super chat from Dirt Griggity, 2017 5 studios to 20. We said that.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
To
Go ahead.
2022 32 studios. Oh my, how things have changed. Got a $5 super chat from Underground Gamer. Sony boonies got caught lacking in that school bathroom fight. Now they on the ground sleeping and I'm not saying that. Long live King, long live Julius Censor.
Very, very.
We got a $5 strap from Devi. Just remember, 96% Phil call to Sony went like this. All your base belongs to us in memory of the Sega Mega
Definitely
Drive.
doing King's bars.
Yeah, then we got a $5 super chat from King One Supreme. Get my man Dirt Griggity and Shaun on the show. Dirt,
Working on it.
Shaun, King and Addict on the same show would be 4 horsemen of
Me and
Xbox
Dirk working.
fans.
Me and
I've been
Dirk-
on the show already.
Yeah, we've been on his show, but we got to get him in the realm. We
for
working.
sure.
We working on it.
Okay. And my next one is Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. You have that?
No, not even close.
Jesus, I know I got jumped.
Fill it, Addict.
So we got a $2 super chat from Britt Bringham. King now needs an hour to do his stand-up. We got a $2 super chat from Aurelius GT. Phil Spencer, Xbox, I am inevitable. That was a Thanos quote.
Thanos
We got
quote.
$5 super chat from Forza Legend. Thank you, Phil, for letting MLK talk all day. It's time. We appreciate the gesture, and Xbox is the GOAT. We got a $2 super chat from Everborn Saga. Phil said, for the watch.
I knew that.
We got a
Everborn.
$5 super chat from Cinnabadoo. I don't know. We're going to move past past that. I woke up late, getting ready for work, and the podcast is still going. Half the night almost. I will get to hear ILP. We got to 50 KR super chat. I don't know what currency that is. We're gonna move past that. From Jake and Novin. What Disney brought to 2nd century, the U.S. government forced Disney to sell something they own to be available to get the deal. Wonder if Microsoft needs to. We got a $5 super chat from K Johnson. Hey, fellas. I have no idea who K Shaun is. I'm a woman, but shout out to that dude, though. GTF, go there.
Keyshawn.
Okay, Shaun. She don't know who Shaun is. That's what's up, K Johnson.
Okay, so now I'm up to where R. Kelly said that. Man, I gotta say it. He was right.
You
Solely
are.
done.
Yo, we ain't see him in months. He used to always beef with King.
He was getting beat up. He said, "Oh man, I just gotta type this in."
I always love the respect.
Do you remember the last super chat you did before you went into this?
No, I have Lord Metroid next. Lord Metroid.
Did you get what was the last one you did before on the last set?
What do you mean from the last set?
The last set you read before before we took a break.
Oh, it was Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat.
Okay, you go ahead and read all you have.
Okay.
It was a shout out to the Swarm himself. He told you Xbox has something coming for you.
Yeah.
Okay, Lord Metro, $5 super chat. King, you played Skyward Sword at 480.
That was $2 super chat, and that's where I am. That's where I am right now.
So let's go.
Okay. Keep going.
And we got Lord Roughness.
That King I played at 480p. Yeah, that's right. You right. That's true.
I beat it though. I want to point that out.
Continue.
Then we got Lord Roughness. £5 super chat. Hello, Lords. Phil's in the streets. I got that Game Pass joint. Even the Switch crew looking over. Then we have Colton Yoder. $10 super chat. COD. That's what he said. COD. That's it.
All right. You about it.
Then we have Forza Legend, $2 super chat. If they die, they die. The Book of Exit. The Ivan Drago quote. Yo,
the town. Yo, it's just an exhibition.
Remember that?
Yo, not the Rocky joint. Yo.
Shout out to Drago.
Shout out to Drago.
And we got Kuno Matt with the, I'm just going to say $5 super chat. I don't know that currency. Hey, King, you got this jacket for free with the TCL TV. Greetings from Switzerland. Oh, my God.
That's disrespectful. Well, we coming at my man.
That's what's up. In Switzerland. You don't know what that is.
Yo, that's crazy.
Man, jacket costs more than the TCL. That's
for sure.
That's for sure.
We from them Averex days. We know them AVs. Ricky knows.
Hey, King, go ahead and say your bars. He has to go.
Okay.
Oh yeah, nah. It's just
we got a lot of super
King,
chats.
we got some.
Listen, I'm completely overwhelmed with the turnout. From Dutch to Ricky, to Everborn, to Boom, to everybody, and the fact that we were able to help Boom reach that threshold. To be honest with you, I think that's something amazing. I think you guys in the chat are something amazing, something to behold. And you guys all week long was waiting for Sunday.
They was waiting for you, bro. They was waiting for I never seen nothing like that.
Them, man. I kept teasing them like every other day.
Bro, I was so proud of you with that because they were like, yo, bro, where he at?
Where he at?
To see 2K in the chat watching. Dude, I remember when it was 2 people.
Bro, you know what it was.
I was texting my wife.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2,000 people, like
crazy.
And a lot of times, if you see me cutting through, first of all, I don't have on my boiler.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see me wearing gloves, or if you see me cutting out and I'm blowing my nose because it's freezing as hell down here, I'm down in the basement. But on God and them, you guys give me heat.
Yeah, it was on.
And this is the truth. Like 2 people to 2K.
You know,
that's some absolutely humbling thing.
Yeah.
Humbling.
Crazy.
You guys are amazing, and there's nothing. I'm speechless.
They showed out, bro. They showed out.
They showed out
during the joint.
Crazy?
I'm getting emotional during the whole show. Like
nobody knew we had this cast of people coming through. So literally, they were coming to hear us talk.
Yeah.
And then to be surprised by all the people coming through. Like King, they were coming for the smoke, baby.
Yeah,
They all wanted that.
Yeah, but you know, it's all about games. It's all about jokes. It's all about fun. And like I said, when before the show started, I was gonna give you something to laugh about. If you had a friend with a weak bladder, please send it to him.
When you took it to the jukes in the corner, bro, I was like,
and I was literally, y'all put so much pressure on me during the week, and it just kept building. It kept building. And I was like, what the hell am I gonna do? And I went through the closet because I had to get a Scully. I was like, I gotta keep my head warm because it's cold as hell down there. And I found this joint that I had got. And I got this from going to one of those shows. And I said, I got it. So I didn't, none of this stuff was planned. All this stuff is organic.
Yeah, he off the verge. He off the top with it.
And I love you guys, and I love everybody here, man.
Get some food, man.
Everborn, we got to hook up, catch a movie together again, brother. Hustle, always the hard work. It's magnificent. Ricky, that room, I could just chill in your room all day. I could just chill in your room all day.
That's crazy.
Thank you, man.
And Dutch, I'm so happy to be on the last episode of the year for a weekend mix-up. Please, you guys go over there and support everybody, you know, because like I said, when the sales is raised, I lost words, man. Yeah, listen, when the water is raised, I know everybody feel good. Whatever. Just I don't
Rise
even
and
have
tide.
words.
Rise and tide.
Hey, just one thing I want to say. When the deal went down, King was the first person I called.
Yes.
And it's a big deal that I'm here. That's why I wanted to make sure I came here today to talk about this thing. So it's huge, and I just want to definitely take a moment to give you guys your roses, because a lot of the Kickstarter success and just people knowing who I am and what I'm trying to do here, you know, it started with Boom, and then that connected me with you, Cog, and I was always a fan of the show before that. So to be here, to just be like, yo, I could hit Cog up in the DM and then be on the show randomly, or I could just call King when an acquisition goes down. That's a big deal.
Facts.
And
Ain't no Hollywood over here.
Knowing that, you know, it's crazy, man. So I shout out to you.
Love, brother.
Love. Listen, brother. I gotta
do your thing, bro. We got these super chats. We got you.
I love you, dude.
You put your work in today, bro.
I'm gonna get out of here,
Ricky.
Bro,
Sure.
appreciate the invite, man. Always love, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
Have a good one, bro.
Have a good day, Rick.
You too, Rick.
You too, y'all.
And Rick.
No doubt. We got
right. We got Wolf of Darkness with the 18 Arab. They're dirhams. They're called dirhams. $18. What's up, podcast? I'm waiting for this podcast. King, please show no mercy. He did not. He did not. And we got Senjutsu Sage, $5 super chat. Cog, remember what I said about a certain other company? Microsoft isn't finished. They just got to keep their nose clean for now, but it's gonna happen. They can't commit any crimes for the time being. Take a shot. Take a shot. Neo Mental, $5 super chat. Bring them out. And we got Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. Phil the Jim Ryan on July 1st, 2023. You know how I said I'd keep COD on PlayStation? I lied. Then we got Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. Unleash King in Game Pass. Spartacus DOA. Then we got Eagles fan 76, $5 super chat. I desire for Microsoft to buy E3. Oh wait, they already have E3. It's being changed to P3.
Savage.
Then we got Corey Hell, member for 19 months. Thank you, sir. Activision Blizzard acquisition plus 49ers win in Lambeau. Awesome week. Then we have Splendiferous, member for 4 months. Did my man, the non-believer, just play us a clip of him saying buy Activision? I was all in on that.
Oh, my fault. Thank you.
I was all in on that one, pause, but Sony was seeing them bushes in the PSVR. Then we have The Last War, $2 super chat. King said the last PlayStation. Yeah, that's
he been on it. He been consistent with that. We'll see.
Then we got Louis Revs and Rides, $2 super chat.
Live.
Get that promo live.
Live from the shop. Salute him.
We got a lifetime supply of salt now. Yeah, there's a lot of salt. I gotta say. Then we got THX1138, $10 super chat. Phil Spencer should promote Microsoft CVP Sarah Bond to new role as CEO of Activision Blizzard. She'll keep Microsoft vision going and clean house at Activision Blizzard. That is going to be interesting if they do keep some kind of hierarchy there. That's interesting to see. Royal Boyle 78, $5 super chat. What's good, Lords? Always here to support my guys. Have a beautiful day.
What up, boy? Royal, that's the homie. That's New York. I think that's like YO or something too. He from the town. I remember.
Then we got Rain G4, $2 super chat. Activision has left Sony text on scene.
That was low key, boy. That was low key. I like this.
Then we got Governor Grimm, $5 super chat. Some people just want to watch the world burn. King wants to watch the world burn and bathe in the ashes. Light him up, King.
Shoot him, King. Kill him, King. we get caught into that. You notice that?
Exactly. Then you get Jake Marshland, $5 super chat. The most important Infinity Stone in the Xbox Gauntlet, Blizzard. Tears of joy. Battle.net with the PCG Game Pass catalog. Next Ubisoft by Facebook/Oculus. Bet. Oh my God.
He going for it all.
I'm going for all of it.
I take my job.
Have Spartan Ghost once again. $2 super chat. Phil the Jim on the phone. So how you doing, Playboy?
Yo.
Hey, by the way, who you think called who when Phil
all
talked
right.
to
Who called who? We didn't talk.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's funny.
I can see Jim calling him like mother effer.
Jim, he called.
Time.
618. 618. Time. Yeah, he get
Man, we all in at this point.
Oh, man.
My wife is drafting up the divorce papers as we speak.
Handle that.
We got Robert Braswell, $5 super chat, aka Brooklyn Nets one dancing. Jim, you can have COD. Bend that knee and continue the Borg assimilation and put Game Pass on PS5. We hear good. We eat good over here. Hashtag Xbox. Then we got Hustle and Motivate. Member for 15 months. Hit the like button. Let's get to 1K likes, please. And we
got the like 1,400. I believe.
Wow. Thank you.
That's
beautiful.
That was what, bruh?
1,600.
Wow. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this.
That's a beautiful thing.
Crazy.
Beautiful thing.
Let's
Then we
go.
have Dirt Griggity. $5 super chat. 2017, 5 studios to 2022, 32 studios. Oh my, how things have changed. Yes. Paradigm shift.
I think you finished.
All right, so yeah, you could skip that and go all the way up to
we got
Jacob Knockwood, because that's where I was.
So Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. How long before those PS bangers release on Xbox Game Pass? I have that. That's my next one.
Okay, so let me find out where that is. Let me just read up to you. Tell me where that is, okay? Because this is everywhere. I don't know what
it's all over, dude. It would just
they were coming so fast.
It was ridiculous. It would really
okay.
was
Yeah,
ridiculous.
keep going. Okay, that's after R. Kelly. Keep going. You're good now. You're
so
good.
Hargeet Chani. Okay, so Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. How long before those PS bangers release on Xbox Game Pass? Phil, you want COD? I want God of War, Spider-Man, and Horizon in Game Pass. We will see. Then we have Neo Mental, $5 super chat. King is gonna remix Made You Look, screaming Xbox. Stupid. Then we got Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. Iron Lords podcast, Jamaican Jim Ryan holding on to them chicken bones like King Willie off of Predator 2. Wow. I don't know. Who is Jamaican Jim? I don't know who that person is. Who is that? We got Everboard Saga, $2 super chat. My only question is, how many Segas did this cost? This cost a whole bunch of Segas.
When the deal happened, that's all I was saying. This is cool, but it's not Sega.
It ain't Sega. Yeah, I actually put on Twitter. I said I ain't gonna lie. I wish it was Sega. I got a lot of hate for that.
So did I. I would have been glad to be glad. Jiu-Jitsu 50, $10 super chat. Sony guys saying Xbox guys only talk studios, not games. Studios is talking games. Love you guys. Thank you, sir.
Love.
Likewise.
Don't worry if we write rhymes, we write checks.
Oh, hold on.
Jesus. All right.
All right. Okay.
Then we have Lucas Fox, $10 super chat. Listen to the Bethesda acquisition episode to prepare for this show. And King said that you guys hadn't seen anything yet and that Phil had one more big move to make. Never bet against the profit. That's true. That's true. Then we got Smitty Smith, $5 super chat. Remember when Xbox was down? But then Microsoft said, on your left. Sony, this is your end game. It's over the book.
There is a really, really funny
Yes, I see it.
That's out there.
I think J-Rock
that is
put
the
it up.
end game thing.
They did the end game with
it.
it. It's hilarious. They literally did the last scene of Endgame with all the studios. It's crazy.
Then we have Clayton St. Cyr, $5 super chat. Phil has become the almighty Spencer in my eyes. Salute King, take your W, no doubt. Then we got Rain G4, $5 super chat. Microsoft taking everything, including the ice cubes, out of the ice tray. Then we got Black Rodent member for 9 months. King is like Phil Spencer's real talk interpreter, like Keegan Key for President Obama.
He did that skit on ILP.
Yeah, he did. Then we have Assemble with the $5 super chat.
My boy.
Yes, that's our boy. Yes. As King said last week, little money can't play with big money. That is for sure. Then we have, let's put the crest in the chat for Zenner White. Welcome to the realm, sir. Put the crest in the chat, whoever's left. Then we got Shafiq Baxter, $5 super chat. Phil to Sony, the price of the brick is going up.
Indeed.
Wow, these are good. We have the Forgotten Dumpling with the $100 super chat. Love that. Last Sony PlayStation, you're funny. When's the last time Microsoft Game won Game of the Year? Should have won this year. Microsoft is selling gas station cupcakes, quick, cheap, and no flavor, while Sony is making prime rib. Takes time to make great things. You can have COD and crack down 4. All of a sudden, COD don't matter now. Yeah.
Can I answer that really quick? Can I answer that really quick? Because we got Perfect Dog coming. We got
15
the
seconds.
Yeah, real quick. We got all the other studios that me and Addict constantly talk about. We got all that other stuff coming. So I don't know. You can't really respond to that type of thing.
Yeah, that's
and I was upset when they took Street Fighter. So
yeah, that's stop being so narrow-minded. Thank you. Appreciate it. We got Brett Brigham, $5 super chat. I think Microsoft can still acquire by sidestepping because they are more than gaming. WB and Bandai Namco both have been rumored to be working on Killer Instinct 2. We will see. Then we have Doovie, $5 super chat. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer in the MF building. In 3 years, the fatality will be a Take-Two acquisition. Hashtag Sega remembers. Then we have Lady Infamous GWG in the house, $5 super chat. Shout out to Chase, Ricky, the Lords, and everybody in the chat. Let's go Niners.
You already know what it is. Red and gold, where y'all at?
No doubt, no doubt. Then we have Hargeet Chani, $20 super chat. Sony's in trouble. Sony's leverage beyond their value, over $2 trillion in debt. Activision Blizzard King will hurt. People want PlayStation to buy a publisher, but that's more debt. Who'll lend them money? When Microsoft says they're all in, this is what you get. What did you expect? Then we have Keyshawn Thompson, $5 super chat. Y'all need to talk about the possibility of Apple buying Sony. Yes, like Colin said, it could happen. Then we have Zenner White with the £4.49 super chat. Next buy that would make the most sense, in my opinion, is Capcom with Crystal Dynamics plus Tomb Raider as the icing on the cake. Anything is possible. We live in the Matrix. Then we have Quada Global with the 3,900 something. I don't know what that is, but thank you. I appreciate that. Phil said Sony is an important part of our industry, which confirms taking away Call of Duty can damage Sony, which may set them up for a downfall and might ultimately hurt the industry overall. Then we have blah, blah, blah with the $5 super chat. Blah, blah. This is blah, blah. I had extra blah. $5 super chat. Why do you think day one content on Xbox Game Pass works, but day one content on HBO Max doesn't work? Then we have Smitty Smith, $5 super chat. Sony fanboys. Microsoft is a monopoly. Me will get your punk ass off Baltic Avenue. Then the book.
Oh my lord!
Oh my god! Monopoly references. Thank you. Appreciate that. Then we have Baz Gaming with the £5 super chat. With Microsoft buying Activision, maybe we will see a Spiral 4 or a Prototype 3, in addition to other things. That sounds great. Then we have JD Gamer with the $100 super chat. Thank you, my brother. I see knees in the air, knees in the air. Great entertainment. Gotta respect the truth that is Sovereign and King are both Nostradamus. Prediction. Sony will become a niche console maker, not the first choice, not the second. They will become, hold on a second, let me scroll over. They will become the afterthought locked in a closet. Shout out to JD Gamer for constantly being objective. I love you, sir. Then we got K Mega, $10 super chat. Let's go Rams. What Microsoft Xbox did wasn't a monopoly. It was just capitalism at work. Absolutely. Can't hate the game. The wise old gamer, $5 super chat. Phil singing Young Ralph. Is it Young Ralph or Young Dolph? I don't know.
Probably Young Dolph.
No, Young Dolph.
Wait, when you see me switching lanes in the bubblegum range on them all set wheels, man, guess what I did? I bought that.
Rest in peace to Young Dolph.
Rest in peace to Young
Dolph.
Then we got God's Hitman. Jesus, $5
God's
super chat.
Hitman. Divine killer.
Divine, that is. You think Xbox will use FOMO, making CODs exclusive for a year, forcing Sony fans to buy a console or subscription to Game Pass?
That would be crazy if they still got
took
Call
it
of
away
Duty,
for a
but they
minute.
got it. No, there was a year exclusivity where they're always a year Call of Duty behind.
You know that
would be hilarious.
That would be hilarious
against them.
That would be hilarious. Being is that anytime the exclusivity on PlayStation is essentially exclusivity for forever because you get a new game every year. So. Yeah. Then we got Warlord 1015, $10 super chat. Boomstick kept shouting out a fellow smaller channel, and I checked them out. That channel was the Iron Lords channel. Yes, sir.
Salute.
I've been here ever since. Congrats on 10K, brother.
Salute.
No doubt.
Each
Brother
one
Boom.
teach one,
Love you, brother.
Each one teach one.
Then we got Michael Mooney with the £5 super chat. What about the Sony and Nintendo rumor? I think that's just a rumor. I don't think I mean, but again,
we don't know. It's a fluid situation now. We don't know what.
Everything is
I heard emergency meetings.
The only thing they could do to stay afloat.
If that does happen, just real quick, back in 1994, that was supposed to happen.
That was supposed to happen. Yeah, that
is wild.
Sony exists because that didn't happen, and they went.
Oh yeah,
they made it happen on their own. Salute.
Yeah, everything is possible.
Nintendo is like Pepperidge Farm. So they might not let that go yet.
Not yet. Then we got Viper XT, $5 super chat. Congratulations, Boom, on hitting 10K. No doubt. Yeah, absolutely. Then we have Cowboys Fan 404, $10 super chat. Microsoft doing all this buying. Go ahead and buy the Dallas Cowboys. We need a cultural change too. Hashtag we ain't them boys. Then we got Viper XT. Shout out to him. Put the crest in the chat. So welcome to Lord Bronze coming in.
Salute.
Thank you, sir. Then we got K Mega 405. Ooh. Put the crest in the chat for the homie K Mega. Welcome to Lord Bronze. Thank you, sir. Then we got GSD, aka Getting Stuff Done, with the $5 super chat. How do you guys feel about Microsoft, not Xbox, doing this acquisition and using these studios to help develop their version of the future metaverse? The fact of the matter is that Phil Spencer helmed all of these meetings. He was at the front of both of these acquisitions. So Phil Spencer's in the building. It's not Satya making these moves, it's Phil. Then we got Slow-Mo Backslap, $5 super chat. Boom, help me hit 1K while live on Breakfast with Boom. I absolutely love watching him hit 10K live here with the Iron Lords. This community is awesome. Yes, that was a beautiful moment. Then we have Lord Saying, $50 super chat. Thank you for all you do, gentlemen. Love the guests and the chat paying my dues for the next few months. Thank you, Lady Saying. I think I said Lord Saying. Lady Saying. Lady Saying. Apologies. Then we have JD Gamer, $5 super chat. I want to see a commercial with Crash and Spyro at Sony's headquarters with a megaphone daring Aloy and Spider-Man to come out. I want to see
Aaron, Aaron, I know you watching. These is the idea.
I would like to make a Spyro and Crash game, like somehow they're in the same universe.
I think it's a foregone conclusion. I do.
I think
that
they're gonna have.
You're sitting on a gold mine for optics.
Yeah, bro.
Let's be real.
I think, man, there's so much fun.
There's so much possibility.
Crash use Crash as the mascot of Game Pass.
They could literally.
They should.
That's the scary part. They could literally.
And I wanted to mention that earlier too. It's a super family friendly console now. So you know they got those IPs, and what's the name of that company that's over there?
Toys for Bob.
Toys for Bob. Yeah, they got something to really do over there, because I did some research, just upon before even coming on. High Moon Studios and a bunch of them, everybody just went to Call of Duty. So
exactly.
Now, and shout out to Phil Spencer, really changing the culture like Eric Bischoff out here, dog. He really changed it, because they really going, like, because we're seeing them seen other studios just flex and just work on whatever it seemed like they want to work on. That's like good for the creativity. So, you know, shout out to Colin, but I think he had mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to cut nobody off, but
no, it was a good point.
Phil kind of ran. It was like, no, we're gonna change all that,
Yeah.
and we've seen it already. We've already seen it. So, you know, I don't think they're gonna deviate from that plan. So, shout out to them for that, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, for sure. We have the Professor, $5 super chat. With all the characters Xbox has, we need a Smash Bros for Xbox. Yes,
the potential with the IPs is there. Yeah.
That's for sure. Then we have M. Marquise, $20 super chat. Last generation Xbox watched Sony take a ton of exclusives, including Street Fighter V. Xbox decided to go full Nas Esco and let Sony know your arms are too short to box.
Oh,
we doing the ball. Okay. Esco bless flows. You know me.
Okay. I remember that one.
Oh, baby. I am Mike, $5 super chat. Somebody knew something. Didn't Forte have a tweet of a girl trading in her COD edition PS4 for an Xbox before the acquisition was announced?
Messy.
Then we have Segbemba Murray, $3 super chat. Thank you so much for please say something. Appreciate that. Then we have Lady Boom herself, Josette Rivera. $50 super chat. Thank you so much, ILP, and this awesome gaming community for helping Mr. Boom realize his dream. Much love, Mrs. Boom. Thank you.
So happy that I'm so happy to hear 10K with us, yo.
That was the most beautiful serendipitous thing that could have happened.
It happened fast too.
It happened quick, yeah. So
he was like what 93
like
behind
3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, and he had it.
I think it was at 993 or something, and that them joint it just went. It just went up.
Dope.
Then we have Necromancer Zale, $20 super chat. Here's a question. Who would you like as next for Microsoft? WB with the Fear series and Mortal Kombat, EA with Titanfall and Dead Space, Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed series and Rainbow series, Sega with their legacy IP. I think
Sega with the legacy IP.
Sega.
Nah. The correct answer, which this gentleman didn't include, is Take-Two. It's Take-Two.
Jesus.
We see Microsoft not playing no more. So, and look, they pulled $68.7 billion out the shoebox. They came in
the block is hot, though, Hustle. The block is hot. The antitrust block is hot. You might want to chill right now.
No, you can't commit
That's
any
why
more
the
murders
car
right
talk
now.
might be not talking. They talking in riddles. You know what I'm saying? Because antitrust block is hot right now, bro. Let's let the deal close before we talk about
what it take to make $500 million without the FBI catching
feelings. That has got us off focus. With a strong time for that. I love it.
We got NC Ghost of Lowered, $5 super chat. Took a break from playing Tomb Raider on the backlog to show some love to the Lords on the Lord stage just to watch King flex. Game Pass Book of X, no doubt. Then we got my favorite, Wilbo Gaggins, $10 super chat. It drives me mad when people cry foul over consolidation of the gaming industry whilst at the same time tweet about how much they love The Mandalorian, WandaVision, and excitement on X-Men 97.
Bro, I was saying about the team.
A lot of hypocrisy. Yeah. Then we have Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. Jim Ryan calling Phil Spencer acting like the Seagulls off of Finding Nemo about COD and third-party exclusives. Mine. Then we have Always Cola, $5 super chat. Sony seen as heroes controlling what happens to games / IP. They don't own Street Fighter 5 or 6, potentially Final Fantasy 7 Remake, Spider-Man, etc. Microsoft purchases basically says, "Wap gone, George." I don't know what that means. Then we have Pragmatic Eagle, $5 super chat. Salute to the Lords for always fostering peaceful discourse. Disagreements are healthy, folks. They allow you to grow. Thank you very much. Very well said. Then we have Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat. Last gen Sony was stopping Xbox from getting games. How was that brick by brick? I support SS, but I don't agree with Colin. Sacred Symbols, but I don't agree with Colin here. Rose-colored glasses. Yeah, he's speaking from a personal point. He said that as much.
Yeah, he said it. He's answered it.
Don Otaku, $5 super chat. I like how Colin acts like PlayStation started off homegrown. They money hatted their way into the game, was actively killing off competition. I'm going to move on.
We'll move on. Let's just move on.
Then we got the Rubber Knob, $5 super chat. I'm a bit late to the show. Just wait till Take Two comes over. They said, the salt will be overwhelming. Yes, if that happens. Then we got JB Golden, $5 super chat. I remember when Microsoft got torn apart for getting Rise of the Tomb Raider exclusive, yet now that Sony does it, it's okay somehow. Yeah, a lot of conversations to have. Clapper Dan.
Clapper Dan.
Xbox stopped timed exclusives in 2015 and didn't start until this gen. Sony began at the same time with Call of Duty through now. Stop capping, Colin. They were not happy with Colin.
Oh, man. That's why I'm glad we had him. That's
Exactly.
literally why we glad. It can't be an echo chamber here. We got to.
It can't be.
Different perspectives.
Lord Nader, $10 super chat. When Sony does a timed exclusive, they kill the audience on Xbox, etc. Final Fantasy and Persona kill the JRPG, have killed the JRPG scene on Xbox. And the side effect is developers don't want to bring JRPGs to Xbox because they don't have an audience. That is very true.
And that was the plan the whole time.
Yeah.
But
that is the plan. And that's business. I ain't even mad at them because of that. Just
it's not show friends.
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, like I go back to, what did you expect to happen?
Keep slapping the kid after school after day. And he come back with the bazooka.
With a shotty,
Don't
exactly.
get mad. He jumped him after school every year. What you expect?
Exactly. Then we got Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. Colin talks about Microsoft buying without thought and says it's uncreative. Is it creative that Sony micromanages what their games and their devs make? No. Okay, that's an assumption, but okay, I get it.
You probably talking about
Then
that.
we got,
sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Then we got JB Golden, $10 super chat. Another thing, when Microsoft did timed exclusives, it went for the time it was supposed to. Destiny 1 on Xbox didn't get its last DLC until Destiny 2 came out because Sony extended the time period. Look at FF7 remake. Yes, that is true. Then we got Gas, £5 super chat. Colin, you have been a proponent of timed exclusives that have a proven track record of being damaging to the industry. Why the apathy and concern here? Gas was
itching to get it.
Gas is itching. Yeah. Then we have Faisal 007 with the £9 super chat. Xbox purchased Bethesda, which they had an old relationship with since a long time ago. These studios Sony bought and worked with because only 2 main consoles. All right. Then we have Mr. Wolf, £4.49 super chat. I think it would be interesting to see how Sony would behave if they had the pockets that Xbox has at the moment. Let me clue you in on how they would behave. They would have done the same thing. That's just fact. Xbox saw blood in the snow.
They would have done worse because it wouldn't have been we intend to keep anything on anywhere.
Yeah.
It would have been like, I will pay the fine. You're not getting it.
That's it. Yeah, for sure. Then we have Senjutsu Sage, $5 super chat. If Microsoft had no plan for Activision, why did Microsoft partner with Timmy Studios, same studio that makes COD Mobile for Activision? Microsoft has a plan. Yeah, we'll see. I have Spartan Ghost, 17, £5 super chat. Respectfully disagree, Colin. Sony isn't buying because they want to sell organically built games. They haven't because it's too risky and they got comfy. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Then we got Clapper Dan once again, $10 super chat. Xbox built up Playground Undead Coalition, 343 rare, old rare left. Every indie team Xbox bought is building in exile, In Exile, Compulsion, Ninja Theory, Double Fine, all building Xbox. Xbox made time to build up devs. Wow, we need some punctuation here, sir, but thank you. I love you, Clapper Dan. Faisal 007, £4.49 super chat. Can Colin tell us from where he got that Microsoft has no plan with Activision? People were really
this was
excited
definitely
by
when
this.
he came on. Yeah, we know what part of the podcast this was.
Microsoft is a big company. Every step is calculated. Then we have Dono Taku, $5 super chat. Sony third-person narrative ventures feel as stagnated as COD releases. I like that take. Senjutsu Sage, $5 super chat. Timmy Studios is owned by Tencent. Microsoft partnered with them in May last year. They make COD Mobile with Activision. I disagree with Colin on no plan. Then we have Mr. Irishman, member for 7 months. Wonder if Spider-Man and Final Fantasy was brought up during Phil's phone call to Jim about the COD situation. Just like I said, you never know. We live in the Matrix. Mike, $10 super chat. Oh my God, I'm dying right now. Second party games are still games that Sony paid to keep off of competing platforms. If we just talk games over the last 2 decades, Sony has kept more games from competing platforms than anyone else. I would say that probably makes sense. Then we have Kendrick Starr, $10 super chat. Colin's fear is over-exaggerated. No Way Home proves that people will pay for quality content, even though the window to streaming is shorter than ever. FOMO for the next big thing will never go away. That is true. Then we have Sage once again, $5 super chat. Did Colin just say that PlayStation Plus collection is better than the entire lineup on Game Pass? See why I can't take him serious.
Slow down, y'all. It's his opinion. It's all good.
It's all good. This is all in the past, but I will say what he means is like they're all sort of AAA titles in there, as opposed to
He's talking about quality wise. Like in his opinion, God of War is better than anything that's in Game Pass. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's still opinion based, but yes. Just everybody chill.
Then we got Jonathan B, member for 26 months, coming back into the fold. Hey guys, let's just all chill out and go play Candy Crush. No doubt, I'm playing that on my phone right now. Hashtag who did that for you? Love the show, guys. Check out Defining Duke. Yes, sir. Check that out. Then we got Warlord 1015, $5 super chat. We handled Colin with kid gloves. I respect it, but he's not being intellectually honest. He ran as soon as Gaz opened his mouth. No,
he did not run.
Oh my God,
that's not it. He was going to leave, and on the point of handling him with kid gloves, like we said, we wanted him here to express his opinion in a forum that was going to be respectful.
Hold on.
We weren't going to be attacking.
No. We can't act like just because we don't attack someone viciously because we might disagree with their opinion that's handled in the kid gloves.
Nah,
like that is absurd. Yeah. Like we get at you guys in the comment section for doing the same thing. So why would we do what we always do what we pull out there? Like we put the same energy that we put out anything else. So if we're telling you to respect people, why are we not?
Yeah, why are we supposed to cut him off, not let him get his ball, and say, "Yo, you wrong, fam"? Like, calm down.
It was never going to be that. It was never
going to be that. If you thought this was going to be, like I said, somebody's supposed to get jumped up in here, like it's not that type of party, bro. We're going to let everybody get their perspectives off, regardless. And then with the Lords, we had to wait respectfully for an epic type of show that this is. For us to go at the end to truly, because otherwise no topic would get complete. Because everybody be interjecting back and forth, saying how they disagree and agree with this and that. And
exactly.
At the end of the day, you could disagree on how we interact with guests, and you could say it's quote unquote whatever that sentence was. Kid gloves. Like we just. First off, that's the reason people feel comfortable coming in here. They know we can have engaging conversations. Why would we be like, "What do you mean, Colin?" No, we're coming back to that.
Let's call it a buck. Okay, that's why, not to be disrespectful, but that's why a lot of certain content creators get frustrated when they can't get to where they want to get because they don't know how to be respectful. They don't know how to disagree without being disrespectful. And the minute we see the disrespect, you're out of here. So that's how this is always going to run. So I apologize if that is going to be a problem.
That's not what you're looking for. I'm
sorry. This is not the show for you if that's what you think this is. Continue.
Yeah. No doubt. Then we have Mitchie Pooh, $5 super chat. Shout out to the ILP log that love what you're doing with this community. First time I give money to any show, and shout out everyone in the chat, spitting facts and counterpoints. Exactly. That's what it's all about. Then we have Splendiferous, $2 super chat. Gaz, I appreciate you, bro. Get him. He talks reckless. Yeah. You know what? He does talk reckless. But I love the fact that he stands there and takes this. I love it. Love it.
He in the mix.
Lady saying, $50 super chat. This is for Gas and Hoeg responses to Colin's arguments. Colin's argument is a lot of feelings disguised as objectivity. Call out his nonsense, Gas and Hoeg. Yeah, there's feelings there. And he admitted there's feelings there.
He did.
But
he did.
Again, a lot of what he says makes sense.
Those feelings, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So
100%.
You know,
and I don't think he was trying to mask it as objectivity. He did say, like he says, he specifically says, if you go back, my myopic view.
View. Yep, that's me selfishly, what I want. You know what I'm saying? I respect that. You can't be mad at that.
100%. JD Gamer, $5 super chat. Shout out to Jez on camera. Xbox 2 going all on camera. That'll never happen. Shout out to Jez, though.
Shout out to Jez. That Red. Filthy Red.
Filthy Red.
I love you, bro.
Oh, man.
I love Red. It's a joke. We mess with each other all the time.
Then we got Clutchman01, $5 super chat. Loving the show. The only podcast that can seamlessly rotate 12 other podcasts during their own podcast in between two other podcasts.
About 18 to 20, sir. Give us
that
a
was
little
wild.
18 to 20.
Oh man!
Uh-oh.
Then we have Mandingo McThickens.
Oh man!
$10 super chat. Wait. So it's perfectly fine for Sony to lock out content for years. Yet the fact that Microsoft buys a company that was fractured, it's suddenly bad. How many Spider-Man games that were on Xbox are now gone?
We've won.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Most of them were made by Activision.
What you said?
Here, let me take over.
Attic,
You're pretty. Let me take over for you.
No, I'm good.
You said a minute ago you was gassed. That's why. I was
I'm good. I'm getting there, but don't worry about it. Then we got Nuisance, $5 super chat. Xbox do it bad. Sony do it good. Miss me with that BS. Then we got Bad Dingo McThickens once again. $5 super chat. Lords, I have to say it's okay to be respectful. Though to keep it a buck, Colin was arguing with feelings. We know his history. Feelings are not facts, but he admitted as much. Sometimes guys are busy replying to stuff and not listening to what's being said thoroughly, right? Yeah, I know you're listening, but listen thoroughly. You will see that nuance was in what he was saying. We got ATL, member for 12 months. Thank you,
ATL, shouter.
Iron Lords is the United Nations of Gaming podcast. Yes, we are.
It's my man.
It's the Geneva Convention right here. And we got Bradward Fight, $7 super chat.
He be rapping.
Yo, King, remind everyone who did this for you.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did. Then we got the Rubber Knob, $20 super chat. If this deal does not go through, the industry needs to be aware Microsoft got $70 billion to drop. Personally, I think it's a bad purchase. I feel Microsoft could get so much more studios, IP for that cash.
Fair.
I get that take. Then we got One Bad Mother, $5 super chat. Appreciate how ILP sets the standard of respectful dialogue of differing viewpoints within the community. And King's monologue. Stick them up.
One Bad Mother, we tried, man, but this chat wants us to go extra all the time, 24/7.
Then we got Dono Taku, $5 super chat. Speaking of Crunchyroll, ask Colin what he thinks about Sony's consolidation and monopoly of the anime market. I bet his knees he don't care. Again, he probably doesn't care about that stuff. Like
he's gotta be involved with it. Continue.
Oh, then we got Element of PO. $5 super chat. Someone told Tencent, Google, and Amazon to stop Microsoft's Sesame Cake. And on another note, nights like this, I wish raindrops would
He
fall.
always with the heartbeats. The
five heartbeats. Let's go.
Yo.
Leon, boy.
Yes.
Then we got Black Road at 357, $5 super chat. Dear Lord, if we get crossovers from Doom and Halo and COD and vice versa, I'm down for it. Just no NFTs. Yes, down with the NFTs. Then we have Element of PO once again, $5 super chat. First of all, stop eating Microsoft Sesame Cake. Second, nights like this, I wish raindrops was my. I think I got it twice. Then we got Brett Bigham, $2 super chat. Phil peeked at Jim's poker cards. Jim bluffed. Then we have Tea and Violence plus Jez with the €1, 49 pence super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Then we have Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. The Iron Lords podcast, gamers seeing Activision Blizzard being acquired by Microsoft, a small price to pay for salvation. Yes. Jesus Christ, Phil Spencer. Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Then we got Michael, Nemesis is the God, $5 super chat. What if everyone not understanding the power flex that Phil spoke to the heads of Sony and not PlayStation? CEOs can go over PlayStation's head. He is very careful with his words, so that could have possibly been the case.
He didn't even take Jim's call. He said, I want to talk to your boss.
I want to talk to your boss.
I want to see the man behind the man.
Savage.
I do want to point out real quick while you're reading those. this will probably be the last day for the 10K merchandise on the store. Like I gotta actually hold upon that and actually remove the stuff. I know we've been slacking because we should have released it, but we wanted to give you guys plenty of time. It's been plenty of time.
And shout out to y'all for getting us over 11K subscribers. That's fantastic. Thank you. Then we got DD Lee, member for 19 months. Great episode, guys. King is always right. As far as Xbox having Activision exclusive, I don't care. I own everything. Yes, that's the way you should think about it. Then we got Victor Brick Gaming.
Victor Brick? Oh, that's that guy.
Back in the building, baby.
That guy.
$2 super chat. Just got here. What did I miss? A joke show was lit. Thank you, sir.
No doubt.
Then we have Don Otaku, $5 super chat. Xbox won the 360 gen by money made, even if they barely lost console sales. Yes, that is probably true.
And attach rate. Don't forget
attach
that.
rate. But remember, how many people on this panel had more than 3 Xboxes? I know I did.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the brother.
There you go. Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. Keep in mind that From Software is not owned by another publisher, so Activision Blizzard King could still work with From on future games. That is correct. And if you want to see Sekiro come back, that is how it's going to happen. Then we have Michael Nemesis the God, $5 super chat. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius the Conqueror Spencer.
Oh, yeah, Conqueror. Okay.
Then we have Mr. Irishman, £5 super chat. ILP's Avengers Endgame episode has already made my year. Amazing episode, gents. Thank you so much. Now we have Mass Erect, member for 10 months. I'm Mass Erect, and this is my favorite podcast in the Citadel. Thank you, ILP, for everything you do for this gaming community. One love. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Then we have Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. 100% salty super chat. Just get 1 year of Game Pass. No doubt. And we're back to the normal list. And we have Decado, $5 super chat. I wake up late, get ready for work, and the podcast is still going. Half the night almost, I will get to hear ILP. Yes, if you're traveling halfway across the country,
bro, you got content, bro. You want to go to Europe today? Throw this joint on.
Baby.
5 hours, baby. You good.
And I just got jumped crazy. So I don't even know where we
which
are.
one did you read?
Who was the last one you read?
Decado was the last one.
Okay, so we got a $5 super chat from Graham C. Absolutely masterclass in how thoughtful, fake. I can't even see that. It's so far back. A discussion by Lord Cognito and Company. So we're gonna go with that. We got $5 super chat from Drunken Ninja. This might be the greatest ILP show marathon ever. I'm happy to be part of this community, and gaming as a whole is blessed to have this show. Appreciate that. We got $5 from Kendrick Hardy. $20 super chat from Kendrick Hardy. Who's that peeping through the window? How? Nobody.
That's a bar. That's a bar.
We got a $5 super chat from THZ1138. I said we take off the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. That has to be from a TV or a movie or something like that. We got five super chat from Nordic Black. How you going, Lords? Finally get to watch from Australia. Xbox coming to help Activision like ZeniMax deal. Bad for devs. WOT. Then we got a $10 super chat from Kendrick Hardy. Anyone buying Sony means Sony loses Spider-Man Disney long game.
I got it. $2 from here. I got it. Okay. I'll finish it off. We got Flame, $2 super chat. Quite the especially short podcast today, huh? Yes, very short, very short. Then we have OG TK Cole, $3 super chat. That Activision Blizzard culture change was needed. Yes, this is kind of the only way it would have happened. Then we have Random Citizen, $20 super chat. Best pod ever, the Book of X. Thank you. Thanks to you guys. It really is. Then we have Max Arthy with the £5 super chat. ILP acquiring guests for this episode like Phil Spencer is with studios. Fire. Best episode yet. Great work, everyone. No doubt. Thank you, sir. Then we have JD Gamer, $5 super chat. If Microsoft gets Sega, let me say that again. Sega. Scream.
You sure everyone ain't write this?
I'm going to be unbearable.
JD Gamer, aka Evermore Saga. What dormant IP do you want to see brought back? I want to see a Panzer Dragon Saga remake. Oh, my heart. Thank you so much.
You already know what I
love
want.
you.
Shinobi all day. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Then we have Hypnotic 17 with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much.
Got it. Yeah. Hold on. I got his super chat right here. I told him to leave a message.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Let me make this full screen. Give me one moment, gentlemen.
Well, he got a message with it. He got bars with it. Let's go.
Yeah. He said, whoops. Y'all know I'm blind. I can't see. He said,
Black King.
He said, had to throw this blessing you guys' way. Most enjoyable show on this topic. Thank you very much for that. He said, I'm proud to contribute to people who look like me. My man, I'm glad you put this in here. Who look like me, discussing the topic at a higher, discussing the topic at a higher level than most. Hey, we appreciate you first.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
And I co-sign that message. I promise you that. Appreciate you, homie.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Appreciate it, man. Then we have Grace 2256, $5 super chat. Since I was a teen, I've always had a feeling COD would be exclusive for Xbox, and now that could be a possibility. It's crazy to think about. Yeah. That's it. The Matrix.
Love that hardcore gaming. Salute.
Yeah, love it. JD Gamer, $20 super chat. Lord Cognito, when are we going to see Phil on the show?
You guys going to have to go to that Twitter, man. Tag him, say you want to see him.
What happened? Let him know about the epicness of today's show. Let's go, man.
Everyone here, if you want to see him there, man, go tag him. Obviously, don't be saying some crazy stuff.
Don't go crazy.
Tell him you want to see Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond. Now, obviously, not together. You want to see both of them on the show eventually.
Same time. Why not? I'll take that. I'll take it. Addict just being greedy.
Oh, yeah. No, obviously. We aiming for the star.
Then we have Splendiferous once again, $2 super chat. Much respect to Colin, love the combo. It was tough, no doubt.
Love
Colin, always about that smoke. I appreciate that. Then we got Smitty Smith, member for 24 months. Thank you, sir. Salute to the panel and chat. The Book of X. Yes, scripture. Then we have David James Oros, $5 super chat. Is this still happening? Yes, it's still happening.
DJ, oh man, he be loving the long show, so he's loving this.
Then we have, hold up, I got jumped a little bit here. Please. Let me just make sure I have this.
Got a member for 5 months. Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Lord Meyerhoof, member for 5 months. Hello, Lords. What an awesome podcast today. Keep up the good work, sir. Thank you, sir. Then we have Decado once again, $5 super chat. I am working 12 to 1 a.m. Helping get this to 6. Yeah. They're just extending us right now. Then we have Smitty Smith, $5 super chat. Phil Spencer went from Voodoo Vince to the Xbox Prince. # the Book of X. My God. A lot of scripture being written today. Then we have Mariano Pompa, $5 super chat. Appreciate you guys for always keeping these combos civil. We all could learn from this. It's all about the games, and we're going to be eating good. That is for sure. Everybody's going to be eating good. Then we have Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. Buyouts are done with metaverse/communities in mind. Yeah, I don't. Okay, fine. Okay, we have Kadrian Hardy, $2 super chat. It's me, Fozzie, Addict. Act like you know me.
What's up, Fozzie?
I don't.
You remember Fozzie? You met him.
It's Foz.
Yeah,
It's Foz.
Yeah.
Then we have Carlos X, $5 super chat. Shout out to you, sir. Appreciate the super chat. Then we have Dovey, $5 super chat. What I'm about to do to your stubborn, annoying little cod, I'm gonna enjoy it very, very much. Thanos Spencer. Oh my God.
Wow.
All right, so let me satch these a little bit. Now, look, I don't know if I missed some of you. I'm only gonna read the ones where I think was missed. But if we missed it, we apologize. You guys saw how crazy it was.
Yeah.
We got a $5 super chat from JD Gamer. Let's not waste anytime. Good morning, Lord. Sony is screwed 6 ways from Sunday. Somebody get him over there and help. No multiplayer games, no Western RPGs, no FPS. We got a $10 super chat from Cindric H. Microsoft told Sony stop chasing, bro. We got a $5 super chat from the Wiseout Gamer. Hopefully this episode is better than the man and grown taking right now behind the post. Sharing
we
with
did that.
Zay.
We read that. I read all that. I read all that.
Okay, then we're good.
We're all done?
Yeah, because that was from way back in the beginning. That was way back in the beginning.
Bro, epic. This was for the culture. Wow.
Wait.
What's up, bro?
Some more did come in. Did y'all get the one from Doovie? The $5 super chat?
Yeah, Doovie.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, Thanos Spencer. Yeah, he got it.
Okay,
yeah, go look at
it.
it.
Cool.
And before we leave, I do want to send them some. So tell me right before we leave.
Okay.
Like right before we leave.
Oh, leave. Okay, I got you. No doubt. Hustle, Wonder and Dutch still rocking out. No doubt. Oh, man, Pragmatic Eagle.
$5 super chat. If you didn't know, now you know. This is why I love the ILP. This is quality podcasting. Love you guys. Amazing job, mods. Yes, I can't say that.
Wiseout Gamer says we missed his $10 super chat.
What did it say?
Wiseout Gamer. We apologize, brother. Hopefully we can find it before we wrap. But yeah, man. Again, this is why you guys looking. This is for the culture. There go Fozzie, $2 super chat. Great show, guys. Legendary. Salute. Yeah, man. Thank you, everybody. Everybody that came through. Everybody that pulled up. You know, the list is long. We had the who's who of gaming content creators in here. Anybody that could make it, and it was great. And people would hit me up constantly. I want to be a part of it. So thank you so much. Did you guys find it? Let me know, because we got more stuff.
I'm looking right now.
We got more stuff planned. Big year, a lot of fun guests, different type of guests as well. Season, this season at ILP is gonna be fun. We got some real cool things lined up.
Put it in the chat real quick.
Yeah,
just put it in the chat and we'll read it.
Wiseout Gamer, just put what you actually said in the super chat and we'll read it. Shout out to Royal Ball, I see you, boy. Just put that in there and we will definitely read it now. If you're still in there, Wiseout Gaming, because we want to respect you, man.
And if we missed any of them, I apologize to you guys. We'll do like a free stream or something for like a free live stream or something.
Yeah, apologies, but you guys were crazy.
It was just so insane.
But that's all I got. Anybody got anything else before we get up on out of here?
Yeah, one last thing for me.
I
was right.
Oh no.
Yo, you was cold-blooded. I love what you did.
While we give him a couple seconds to put that in there, man, Weapon Willis is their first episode back, man. Like, I gotta always give it to BG. BG's always been one of the most real people in this thing. It don't matter how big, how small he gets. He doesn't care who he brings on there. Go in there and say ILP sent you.
Yeah, send him some love, man. Send him some love.
Put that link up in here.
You already know. I still don't see my man's Wiseout. Damn.
Wiseout, what's up, man?
Wiseout Gamer, where you at, bro?
He has so many bars, he probably forgot what he said.
Bro, yo, Wise, we will make it up to you, brother. And if not, like I said, you listen to it after the fact. DM, hit us. You already know the vibe. Actually, we got our DM.
Yeah, and sorry about that, man. But here's the link. But if we'll get it next week, just DM one of us and we'll get it next week. But go to that link, tell them ILP sent you.
I ain't even finished. I forgot the merch.
Real quick, and before you get the merch, put the crest in the chat for Hypnotic 17. Welcome to Lord's
Welcome to the realm. You already know. So let's get my man. All right, we got somebody, my man, Anonymous. He bought a little man sticker. Salute to him. You know what I'm saying? He got that little man. He outside with that. Then we got the Doctor 63. Bought a classic tee. Got my initiation tee. He got the 10K. Yeah, you better get that because that ain't gonna be lasting long. That's gonna be off the site soon. Then a shout out to Anonymous. Say your name, brother. He got the Tri-Blend Tree tee for all console colors in Unity, with green with the Xbox, blue with the PlayStation, red with the Switch. And then we got somebody that got he got the fitted. He said, got me some swag to celebrate y'all blowing up. Mr. Basura Head, but the slap back. Remember him? Remember him? Yeah. Shout out. And then we got somebody Anonymous who got the Phil Dominance, or really the new one with the scepter and the chain and the
nice.
Yeah, you got the new joint. And I think, all right, now we're caught up on merch. I've seen one just fly in.
Yeah. THX 1138, $5 super chat. ILP, great spending the day with the crew. Double header podcast, more like a triple header podcast.
Drunken Ninja, if you're looking for the merch, it should be pinned at the top. It should be there. If not, actually, if you look at the YouTube channel, it'll be on underneath underneath the video. You should be able to see the store embedded. So if you can't find, there you go, Wiseout Gamer. He said, I said King David from a beat it leather jacket to who's bad, leather, jacket. You know I'm bad, and the whole world has to answer right now to tell you once again who's bad. All right, we ended the show now. You guys
remember, go in that Weapon chat. Say we sent you, man. I want them to know.
Yes, go to Weapon Will.
And Sega is the last Infinity Stone. That's it.
And on that note, we out. Peace.
I was right.